Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 1201, The Fate of the Zulu Kingdom. In the distant lands of what was once known as Tanzania in Berengar's past life, the world's most powerful man sat in a round hut made of rainbow arches with a half-naked African woman. It had been many years since these two last spoke with each other, and despite this, Berenger had lived up to the agreement he made with the Zulu deity. Mbaba Mwana had not aged a day since her last encounter with the German Kaiser, and why would she? After all, she was a goddess and her followers had only grown in number over these past few decades. The fact that she was willing to entertain the man who had caused so much damage to the African continent was for one reason and one reason alone. She needed him. Thus, after drinking some tea which Berenger had brought with him from the Reich, she set her cup aside and spoke the words that were most present on her mind. You have gotten old. The last time I saw you, you were a young buck. Now you appear one step away from death's door. Berenger simply chuckled when he heard these words and shook his head. He knew when he had traveled so far from civilization that he would not be greeted like the emperor he was. Thus, he simply responded to the woman with a smile on his face. Old? Yes? One step away from death's door? Come on, goddess, even you have to admit that is a bit of an exaggeration. After all, I still have many years before I fade away from this world. But then again, you would not have reached out to me if it wasn't something important. So why am I here? Mbaba Mwana sighed heavily before waving her hand, and upon doing so, Berenger was temporarily turned into his young self once again, at least in appearance. Where she then sized him up and smiled before revealing her thoughts. They're much better. Anyway, the reason I called you here is simple. Your sons are going to be a huge problem for my people, and I need to know that they will honor our agreement. Otherwise, I will have to take certain precautions against them. Berenger figured this was what the African goddess wanted to discuss and sighed heavily as he shrugged his shoulders before giving the woman the honest truth. I have no idea what my sons will do after I am gone from this world. They could continue to work with your kingdom, or they could burn it to the ground. Ultimately, it is out of my hands, as I am not an immortal unlike you. This was not the answer which Mbaba Mwana wanted to hear, and thus she heavily scrutinized Berenger with her gaze. She looked up and down his body for several moments in silence before saying something which shocked Berenger. Another deity has done something to your body. Your genes are much stronger than before. You are half a demigod in your own right. It's just a shame that they left your natural lifespan intact. Interesting. Well, since you say that you have no control over the future, I have no choice. After saying this, the busty African goddess stripped out of her skirt and revealed her puffy lips and thick fur, to which Berenger immediately averted his gaze before asking the goddess just what had come over her. Honestly, Mbaba Mwana, what are you thinking? I know your people aren't the most civilized in the world, but I am not so old that I can't get aroused by such a heavenly figure. Mbaba Mwana snorted as she giggled before pushing Berenger down on the dirt and stripping him out of his clothes. Though he did not resist, he looked at the goddess with a strange look in his eye as she began to suck his massive white cock with the eagerness of a high-class escort. After doing so for several seconds, she finally spoke her thoughts on the words Berenger had just said. Good. Then you can give me a child. I can't interfere with the mortal world. After you served your purpose to the Germanic pantheon, all the world's gods got together and decided to be more strict with the rules. Thus, I can't save my people from your children. But if you give me a son, not only will he be 3/4 of a god, but he will also be the brother of your other sons, forcing them to respect the Zulu kingdom. Having said this, Mbaba Mwana lined up her moist snatch with the tip of Berengar's cock before forcing it inside. She grunted out in pain as her hymen tore open and thus reinvigorating Berengar's body with the powers of a deity. Berenger felt oddly satisfied as Mbaba Mwana power flowed through his body, reversing much of the damage that had been dealt to it through age and stress. He had never had sex with a goddess before, but always secretly wanted to after learning of their existence. He had reconciled his inability to do so by claiming Brynhilde was close enough to a goddess, but in this moment, as Mbaba Mwana vice-like pussy wrapped itself around his shaft, he understood that couldn't be further from the case. The African goddess bounced on Berengar's cock like a baboon in heat as the man of her desires suckled on her substantial breasts as if he were an infant who was breastfeeding. Despite not yet being pregnant, milk flowed from her perky black nipples into Berengar's mouth, feeding him with her divine essence, which only further added to the state of pleasure he was currently enveloped in. Even with a body that was essentially 1/4 god and the legendary stamina which came with it, Berenger did not last long against such overwhelming pleasure and voided his ball sack directly into the African fertility goddess womb. where she immediately withdrew his cock from its sheath before cleaning it up with her mouth. Berenger immediately hardened once more as the woman stuck out her massively plump bottom for him to grab onto, where he immediately thrust his large cock inside the welcoming hole and began to thrust his hips with all the power they could muster. Baba Mwana large breast swung with enough force to knock a heavyweight kickboxer out as she moaned like a bitch in heat. She had never experienced sex before, and now she believed that perhaps she was becoming addicted to it. Without even knowing what she was saying, she said the words which could only turn Berenger on further. Colonize me. Just like you have done the rest of Africa. Go on, breed me. Berenger did not hesitate to do as the goddess commanded as he bucked his hips so that his shaft was as deep as it could be before unleashing another healthy stream of his seed inside Mbaba Mwanawersa's tight hole. It was only after they had spent the entire day fucking like rabbits did Berenger and Mbaba Mwanawersa finally cease their breeding session, to which the African goddess simply smiled before rubbing her belly as if it already contained a son inside. With this child, the Zulu shall have a place in the world you created. You are more than welcome to come back here anytime you wish. Berenger chuckled as he heard this before dressing himself in his attire. He has never planned for things to go down this path, but when a literal goddess starts sucking your cock, you just go with it. Thus, he nodded his head before leaving the tent. Once he had done so, his age reverted back to its previous state, but there were noticeably fewer lines on his face, as if Mbaba Mwanawersa's virginity had blessed him with another 10 years. They'll be back for sure. Berenger then proceeded to leave the Zulu kingdom, which as a result of his actions had been pushed much further north into East Africa, and re-enter the German colonies, where he would take the first flight back to Kufstein. He would never speak of what happened on this day to his wives, but he would indeed inform his sons that the Zulu kingdom was off limits and that it was entirely possible that his bloodline would be ruling over it from now on, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1202, Project Odin. For perhaps the first time in a long time, Berenger was sitting in his living room watching the television which broadcasted any number of events around the world to the people of the Reich. He was sipping on a beer while enjoying a fight. Since the defeat of Japan over 20 years ago, Germany had put all of its effort into advancing their society. And because of this, the Reich was now close to achieving the same level of technology that the United States had during the 1990s of Berengar's past life. Widescreen televisions were in every household, and personal computers were becoming increasingly common among the citizens of the Reich. In fact, if Berenger took a moment out of his time, he might even be able to play a video game that was similar in technology to the ones he grew up with during the early stages of his childhood during his past life. Yet, despite all the advancements in technology, the Reich remained a staunchly conservative nation thanks to the efforts of Berenger and his government to prevent the spread of ideas that would lead her to ideologies such as individualism and liberalism. It was only now, as Berenger was snacking on a bat of sour cream and onion potato chips while watching a fight, did he realize just how close his society had come to mimic that of the world he came from, which caused him to sit in utter silence without moving a single muscle. It had been nearly 30 years since he first reincarnated in this world, and from then until now he had led Germany from a filthy and backwards medieval state to a modern empire with many of the luxuries he had sorely missed from his past life. With each passing day, a new technological marvel entered the world, and unfortunately for him, he was starting to become too old to enjoy them all. He could only sit by and watch as the world he built became increasingly similar to the one he had left behind, and yet distinctly different. After all, the depravity and decay which he had witnessed eat away at Western society in his past life were nowhere to be found. Perhaps the world which Berenger had created was a more idealized version of the one he had left behind. It was while he was lost in thought, while reflecting on the similarities and differences between this life and the previous one, that one of Berengar's daughters came forward to speak with him. She found it entertaining that he was not busy at work like he had always been throughout her childhood, and was instead simply watching the television like so many other citizens of the Reich. To which Zara could not help but comment on, "Careful, Daddy, if you don't go out and get some exercise, those potato chips will go right to your gut, and then you will lose that chiseled figure that Mommy loves so much." Berenger simply chuckled when he heard his daughter's words and placed his snack aside while heeding her warning. He then got up from his seat and hugged the young woman before asking her about what she wanted. "So, what brings you here today? Shouldn't you be working?" Zara's face lit up into a wide smile as her father inquired about that which she had been meaning to tell him. If not for how busy she had been at the launch center, then the Arabic beauty would have indeed told her father about the big news. "Well, Daddy, I've been meaning to tell you that my new prototype has been rather thoroughly tested, and I believe it will be possible within the next 10 years to send a manned mission to Mars. There are still a few kinks to work on, but the atomic propulsion engines which I have been working on are our best hope. After the creation of the lunar outpost, the next step in exploring space naturally will be landing on Mars. So I just wanted to let you know that we are one step closer to achieving the goal which you have set out for us." Berenger was not entirely shocked to hear that mankind would be landing on Mars so soon. After all, America had slashed NASA's budget after the moon landing, giving barely any investment at all into space exploration. But not Berenger. You see, he knew that humanity's future lay in the stars, and thus he had spared no expense to ensure that his space agency was well funded, so that they could experiment with the best ways to expand humanity beyond the confines of the Earth. The lunar outpost which Zara spoke of was a military base and scientific research center located on the moon, which had only recently been developed less than 2 years prior. Naturally, it was not designed for long-term habitation, as Germany had not yet progressed in life support technology to maintain such a colony. But, through strict rotations of personnel, the Reich was able to maintain a constant presence on the moon. Though this was not what Berenger was most excited about, nor was the manned mission to Mars. Instead, he had one other major project ongoing in space that he was quick to ask his daughter about. What about Project Odin? Is it nearly complete? Zara did not work on military projects. Instead, she strictly dealt with civilian matters when it came to space. However, due to the complex nature of Project Odin, her team of experts had been doing some cross-work with the military division which handled the spaceborne weapon. Thus, she could only sigh and nod her head before confirming that Project Odin would be online in a matter of months. Nearly everything is complete. We just have to test it. I must say, it was a great expense to get those tungsten rods into orbit. But yes, in at most 6 months your so-called rods from God will be operational. Honestly, Daddy, I don't know why you need such destructive weapons at your disposal. The rest of the world is so far behind Germany in terms of technology. It's almost sad. Berenger simply smiled and petted his daughter's golden hair before assuring her the reason why he wanted such destructive capabilities. Zara, the answer to your question is quite simple. Nuclear deterrence. Though it will be some time before the other empires of the world discover nuclear technology, the fact of the matter is, when weaponized into a bomb, nuclear material can be destructive in more ways than you can imagine. Thus, if Imperial intelligence ever reports to my successors that another nation is in fact building a nuclear bomb, we can threaten them with Project Odin, and if they do not comply, we can destroy their facility and the entire city it is located in with the press of a button. Zara knew it would be centuries before anyone else ever discovered atomic theory, let alone how to weaponize uranium into a bomb. However, she understood that her father was looking out for the long-term benefits of the Reich, and thus while she deemed Project Odin to not only be excessive but a monumental waste of funding, she did not argue any further with the man, and instead accepted his word as law. Okay, Daddy. I understand. By the way, have you heard from Brandt at all? He should be nearing the completion of his military service. Even Berenger had to admit that never in a million years would he expect that man to accomplish everything he had asked of him thus far. While there were still some things on the bucket list, Berenger had given Brandt in order to gain Zara's hand in marriage. Brandt was getting closer and closer to completing it with each passing day. He was like a man possessed, and his service record proved that. Having already conducted numerous acts of heroism which earned him both of the medals for valor which Berenger required of the kid and achieving the rank of captain despite just barely meeting the minimum requirements, Berenger had to admit that the former kickboxer was beginning to shape up into a proper man. And while the rest of Berengar's daughters who were of age had already married quality men of high standing, Zara continued to wait for the man she had been infatuated with for years. Thus, he would not hide his thoughts from the girl who was gazing at him with pleading eyes. As far as his military careers go, the stubborn bastard has already accomplished all the tasks I set out for him, even though I don't believe it myself. All that is left is the financial requirements I set for him. If he continues to perform as he has been, then you can expect to marry him when he finally retires from military service. When Zara heard this news, she hugged her father and kissed him on the cheek while thanking him for his benevolence. Thank you so much. After saying this, she fled from the scene, no doubt to start planning for her eventual wedding. Once Zara was gone, Berenger grabbed the bag of potato chips he had tossed away and opened up another can of beer before getting back to the fight that was on TV. Chapter 1203 Introduction of the Internet. Berenger sat in his own home as one of his youngest children enthusiastically showed him something which he truly never believed he would see in this life. Though it was slow, undoubtedly due to its dial-up modem, Berengar's eyes were not deceiving him. On his personal computer, which he kept in his office, Berenger witnessed the internet sprawl to life before his very eyes. Perhaps even the creators of this device did not know how substantial of an invention this truly was, and thus Berenger could only gawk in awe as he searched through the only web browser which existed, typing in his own name to see what popped up. Aside from a number of scholarly sources which were dedicated to the history of Berengar's rise to power, there were even a few fringe sites which made many wild claims about Berengar's past. Everything from he was a living deity reincarnated into the body of a man to that he was an alien lifeform who had descended upon the earth and shed its skin to appear as a human being with the intent of establishing a new and great society. The ideas that some people had when left to their own devices had always acted a source of amusement to Berenger, especially when he clicked on the site which proclaimed that Berenger was in reality from the Alpha Centauri system, and was a normal member of an advanced alien race who had left his homeworld in pursuit of grand ambitions. He honestly did not know how people thought of these wild ideas, but most certainly drugs were involved. To which Berenger could only shake his head and smile now that something which he had grown up with in his past life was a part of the one he now found himself in. The teenage boy, who was Berengar's son, looked up at his father and sighed, thinking that perhaps the man was too old to properly understand the value of the internet. The subtle disdain in the boy's voice caused Berenger to give him a stern gaze and a warning as his father. If you perhaps think that I am too old to understand the value that this invention provides to our society, then you are mistaken, boy. However, it is clear to me that certain limits must be put in place so as to prevent the spread of stupid and nonsensical ideas such as this. The boy looked at his father with shock before voicing his disagreement in the man's remarks. But father, would it not be best to allow people the right to say what they will and allow society to weed out the bad ideas from the good? Berenger wore a bitter smile as he reflected to his past life and how illogical, irrational, and sometimes outright stupid ideologies had taken over the internet, partially as a result of censorship of opposing views, but mostly because of human stupidity, and with that in mind he quickly shook his head before lecturing his son on the reality of the world. You are much too naive, boy. In an ideal world we would allow people to do and say as they wish so long as they are not physically harming anyone else. But that is not how the world works. The average human being is no better than a chimp when it comes to their intellectual capabilities and are also too easily swayed by their emotions. You cannot trust human beings to make the logical and rational choice, as very few are capable of such action and thought. No, the masses need to be kept in check with a firm hand, or else society itself will unravel at the seams. After all, what is society but the collection of human individuals? This is why we do not permit the average man to have the ability to vote in political matters, because this will inevitably lead to the stupid and foolish being swayed by the corrupt and the wicked. So no, I will not permit anything and everything to be posted on this new invention. Instead, it will be heavily curated to promote the ideals which make a civilization strong. If you disagree with my stance on this matter, then I challenge you to go out into the world and have a conversation with the average man, have a conversation with 20 random men and women on the street, or perhaps 100, and you will see what I mean. You think this way because since the day you were born, you have been surrounded by the elite of humanity and not the dregs who are so common among our streets. You are a prince, and one day you may very well lead a nation of your own. Thus, you must know how to rule, and a ruler does not concern himself with the idiotic notions of the masses. He does what is best for his nation, nothing more, nothing less. Despite the capricious nature of his father's words, the prince understood the intent behind them, and had begun to reflect on his own worldview and whether or not it had been skewed based upon the caliber of those he associated with. As for Berenger, he continued to scroll through the internet looking at a variety of websites. One thing was abundantly clear: he would need to assign a task force to approve the establishment of websites and what they posted, or else it may very well lead to the cesspool that was known as social media. Thus, in that instant, Berenger made a call to a certain department of his government and declared the seizure of all servers and assets that led to the internet's development and those which were required to maintain its infrastructure. As of this moment, the internet had officially been nationalized by the German Empire and would be kept in the capable hands of its leaders. After scrolling taking control over the internet, Berenger began a purge of all material he believed was harmful to society. Everything from pornography to conspiracy websites and those dedicated to discussing beliefs which he found to be reprehensible on a moral level. What emerged in its place was an internet dedicated to the growth and expansion of knowledge rather than the vanity of narcissistic sociopaths. Months had passed since the German government took control over the internet, and during this time Berenger had barely accessed it. In truth, he had gotten over the addiction to the internet that so many people had in his past life after living without it for 30 years. He was not in any way tempted to access his web browser except for intellectual pursuits, which appeared to be the way that most people were using it after the internet had been nationalized. However, Zara was on the internet almost every day using instant messaging applications to speak with her co-workers in the German space program, where she coordinated their efforts to finalize their nuclear propulsion rocket design. After a particularly dreadful day at work, Zara came home and downed a bottle of beer, where she approached her father for his opinion on a certain subject. "Daddy, I have a question regarding your plans for Mars. Assuming we do in fact manage to land a man on Mars within the next 10 to 20 years, what do you plan to do then? Mine it for resources? Or perhaps establish a colony?" Berenger simply scoffed at his daughter's remarks before lecturing her on the viability of such a complex idea. It will be half a century before the Reich is capable of maintaining a colony on Mars, or the Moon for that matter. But mining operations are a good start. Though I may not be able to see it in my lifetime, I anticipate that in the coming century, the Reich will be able to effectively mine the asteroid belt, which would relieve much of the material shortages that Earth will inevitably face if the human race does not expand into the stars. Speaking of, I believe the internet as it currently stands will be able to greatly help in that regard. As of this moment, the vast knowledge which has been built up in the Reich is but a click away from those who are curious about it. Should the internet continue to be used as a tool of knowledge rather than one of social engineering, then I see great things happening in the coming decades. I look forward to seeing the progress you make with your nuclear propulsion rockets, and hope that before I die, I might be able to see mankind reach Mars. Continue with your hard work, Zara, because every day you make your father a very proud man. Zara slightly blushed when she heard her father's praise before responding to it with a wide smile on her pretty face. "Don't you worry, Daddy, I will. Which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1204 Expansion of the Crimean Khanate. Corrigan stood in the palace that her lover had once built for her many years ago. By now she had borne Berenger 5 children, of which the oldest, whose name was Alton, was now in his early 20s. He had spent his youth in the Crimean Khanate watching his mother transform the once nomadic Golden Horde into a mighty power located within the Caucasus. He had spent far less time with his father than most of Berengar's children, but had enough memories of the man to consider him family. Yet today was not a day about the German Kaiser. Today was a day about the new Khan who had just recently succeeded his mother as ruler of the Crimean Khanate. Corrigan had decided to retire back in Kufstein after leaving her people's fate in the hands of her eldest son. She longed to be with the man who had given her a family and had brought her youngest children with her. Thus, she was saying goodbye to her eldest children as she planned to take the younger ones back with her to the Reich. Alton was a man with perfect Eurasian features and was considerably handsome. He had short black hair and dark eyes, just like his mother, who gazed upon him with affection as she hugged him in her arms for perhaps the last time while speaking the words that dwelled within her mind. You are the Khan now, and I know you will accomplish great things in this life. However, my place is no longer here with our people. I have done everything I can to leave you with a state that is prosperous. Now go forth and conquer the Caucasus like you were destined to do. The spirits inform me that our neighbors are buying weapons from India and are preparing for war. Now is the time to strike. Alton gazed at his mother's beautiful appearance and smiled. She had provided a good life for him as he grew up in this palace, or perhaps he should say that his father had provided such a life for him. Regardless of semantics, he was sad to see his mother go, but she was right. Crimea was never where she wanted to be, at least not after she had fallen for the German Kaiser so many years ago. Thus, he kissed the woman on the forehead and hugged her tightly before giving her permission to leave. Mother, I hope you find happiness in Kufstein. I know the burden you have endured these years, being so far away from the man you love, must have been tough. Do not fret about a thing. I will lead our people to victory over our neighbors, and when you and father return, you will see that I have built a mighty empire of my own. Corrigan was practically in tears as she said goodbye to her eldest son before departing from the palace she had lived in for over 20 years with her youngest children in tow. Alton remained standing in the open doorway watching for some time before the German car which carried his mother and siblings disappeared. Once she was gone, he let out a heavy sigh before giving an order to his leading general who was standing in another room, watching and waiting for his cue. Kata, the time has come, muster the horde, we march to war. The man named Kata had a cruel smile on his face as he nodded his head in agreement with his Khan's orders before departing from the room to inform the army of their orders. It took no more than 2 weeks to muster the army of 250,000 cavalry who marched from the capital of the Crimean Khanate to their easternmost border, where the Uzbeks lay completely oblivious that a horde had come to conquer them. The Crimean horde consisted of individual cavalrymen armed with automatic carbines, horse-drawn carriages with heavy machine guns mounted on the back, and 7.5 centimeters horse-drawn pack howitzers designed to easily traverse through the mountains. Alton sat on horseback in his military uniform. With his carbine in hand, he pulled back the bolt slightly to ensure that a round was chambered before sending it home. The weapon he wielded was a modified Gur 27, which was modeled after the Gur 43 but chambered in 8 by 33 mm Kurs and had select fire capabilities. This would not be a war like the ones the Germans had waged in the past, as he held no serious technological advantage over the enemy. After all, the Indian Empire had been supplying many of their surplus weapons to the Caucasian tribes, and this meant that Alton would be fighting a foe that was near equally armed. The one advantage he had was that his weapons were designed for mobility, making it easier for him to traverse through the mountainous landscape than those who had inherited the more stationary weapons which the German army once equipped decades ago. Upon seeing that there was Uzbek tribe no more than 10 kilometers out, Alton gave the order for the pack howitzers to deploy and begin their assault on the enemy. Within minutes, the light mountain guns were detached from the horses who carried them and armed for combat, where the thunder of guns echoed throughout the air as the 7.5 centimeters shells bombarded the enemy's position. As if disregarding the dangers of close artillery fire, Alton ordered his horde to advance with carbines in hand as he snapped the reins of his horse and scaled down the mountain into the valley where the enemy scrambled to get their weapons loaded. Over 100,000 horses charged down the hill with automatic fire from their carbines and heavy machine guns, which pelted the tribe of some 50,000 Uzbeks, who were completely caught off guard by the Crimean invasion. Alton aimed the sights of his rifle down range and squeezed his trigger as he fired a burst of 8 by 33 Kurs ammunition towards the enemy, who had just barely managed to get control of their rifles. The artillery fire continued to rock the encampment, blasting men to bits as the Crimean horsemen rapidly approached the limits of the safe zone, where eventually the echoing thunder of the 7.5 centimeters pack howitzers ceased, with only the slow chugs of the heavy machine guns and the rapid sprays of the G27 automatic carbines crackling across the region. As the charging horde of over 100,000 horsemen approached the encampment, the Uzbeks managed to get their rifles and heavy machine guns loaded, where they fired aimlessly into the large army which sought to encircle them. Thousands of Crimean horsemen hit the dirt as bullets either hit their bodies or those of their horses, and despite the immediate danger that Alton was in, he was not undeterred as he led his army through machine gun fire, while shooting his own carbine towards the enemy. He effortlessly aimed down his carbine and sprayed a barrage of lead into the chest of multiple targets, all while holding onto the reins of his horse while guiding it through machine gun fire. Eventually he depleted a magazine where he was quick to reach into his homemade leather chest rig and withdraw another 30-round magazine before tossing the spent one aside. After inserting the magazine into the carbine, he racked the charging handle and continued to fire bursts as the enemy went down. Despite the losses his army suffered in this battle, they outnumbered the enemy 5-1 and easily encircled the tribe before ruthlessly gunning down all the men. As for the women and children, they were rounded up and enslaved, where they would be marched back to the lands of the Crimean Khanate to work in the fields. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had begun, and after burying their dead, the Crimean horde packed up their supplies and marched off to war once more. Their next target would suffer a similar fate as with the next, until the entire territory that the nomadic Uzbek tribes occupied fell to the wrath of the Crimean Khanate. When Berenger learned that the son of one of his concubines had begun to personally lead his armies into war against an equally equipped force, he began to feel respect for the boy who had shown he did not fear death. Something that several of his other sons who ruled over vast empires had not been able to do. Knowing this, a hint of pride emerged in Berengar's heart, thinking about when the day finally came that he perished from this world and entered the afterlife, that he would be able to share a drink with his son Alton. To him he had been a rather distant father, and speak of the battles they had both personally participated in, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1205, Midnight Drive. Night had fallen over the city of Kufstein, and yet it was as busy as ever. The hustling and bustling of the metropolis was easily displayed from the skies above with the neon lights of the city's many stores and the headlights of the countless cars driving through the streets. Among these vehicles was a sports car which drove at high speeds out of the city limits and into the mountains. After driving through a particularly windy dirt road, the car stopped where its engines suddenly shut off. Inside the fiery red sports car was none other than the second Kaiserin, Linda von Kufstein, and her lesbian lover, Princess Anuria Paleologina. The two women had been through so much together throughout their lives, and their love for one another was second only to that which they held for their husband. Despite already being in their mid-40s, these two women were as stunning as ever, the slight aging of their faces only adding an aura of maturity to their natural beauty. With the car off and the keys out of the ignition, Linda reached over to Anuria and grabbed hold of her dainty chin while kissing her passionately. The red-headed bombshell did not even say a word as she reached into the glove compartment of the vehicle before pulling out a long and thick object, which Anuria immediately realized to be the strap-on which Linda had always used to make love to her. The Byzantine beauty began to blush as Linda stripped out of her clothes before adorning the toy over her crotch. Becoming dreadfully wet with excitement, Anuria climbed into Lindy's lap and began kissing the woman passionately while the red-headed vixen skillfully unhooked her bra to reveal the relatively substantial bosom of her lover. While lowering her kisses to the neck and eventually the nipple of Anuria's breasts, Linda began to position her lover over her cock, who had spread her thong aside and lifted up her skirt in anticipation of what was about to happen. Without even needing to give a command, Anuria sat down on Lindy's substantial cock, which was a replica of their husband's, and began to ride it like an expert. While pumping her hips in and out of her lover's moist hole, Linda reached into the glove compartment one more time and pulled out a small jewelry box, to which she quickly unwrapped before placing a small golden heart-shaped locket over Anuria's graceful neck. The locket contained a picture of both Berenger and Linda and settled itself in the crack between Anuria's perfect natural D-cups. Seemingly out of nowhere, Lynn shifted Anuria around and placed the woman in the full Nelson position as she began to drive her cock in and out of the woman's dripping pussy as if she had become a steam piston. While continuing to penetrate her lover's exquisite hole, Linda began to sniff Anuria's hair, taking in the fresh fragrance from the bath they had just taken together not an hour before, while commenting on how much she loved the woman she was fucking relentlessly. "Anuria, I love you so much." Anuria could only moan in satisfaction as she continued to have her pussy pounded by the cock which her pussy was so accustomed to. In that moment, Anuria lowered herself beneath the red-headed beauty as she used the woman's official title in her response. "Kaiserin, I love you too." Hearing her little pet sing such a pleasant tune, Linda became dreadfully excited. When combined with her clit which was rubbing against the base of the toy, she immediately orgasmed on the spot while continuing to thrust herself inside her lover's wet pussy. It did not take long after this for Anuria to reach her limits as well, to which she released a giant stream of her squirt all over the vehicle's dashboard. The heat that had generated as a result of the lovers' playtime had steamed up the tinted windows, caused them to fog on the spot. After they had both come from their actions, Linda hugged Anuria once more and kissed her before whispering the same thing she had just said moments before. "I love you, Ria." To which Anuria replied with a similar response. "I love you too, darling." After exchanging their remarks, the two women got dressed once more, before cleaning up the sports car, where they then drove back to the palace to get some proper rest. While Linda and Anuria were off on their own, Berenger was at home in his bedroom with two of his women eagerly sucking on his cock. Adela and Henrietta had begun to compete for who could taste their man's seed first. While Henrietta worked on suckling her brother's balls, Adela had taken the entire length of her cousin's shaft down her throat, and quite effortlessly at that. There was no gagging or choking. Instead, Adela skillfully took the massive cock into the depths of her mouth as if she were a love doll designed for such pleasure. After deep-throating her cousin's rod multiple times, Adela shifted her position down to his balls while Henrietta began to engage in the exact same action that Adela had done. The two women worshipped their relatives' genitals as if it were the creator of the entire universe. Before finally, after more than 15 minutes of rotation, Berenger shot his load deep into the throat of his first wife. Adela swallowed her husband's sperm with ease, while Henrietta pouted below, knowing that this meant that her precious big brother would not fuck her first. Instead, that prize went to Adela, who sat down on her cousin's rod and took its entire length into the depths of her womb. Berenger could only grunt in pleasure before Adela began kissing him passionately on the lips. All the while Henrietta played with herself while watching her big brother and their cousin make love. Adela bounced up and down the large shaft over and over again, and though she would never admit it, the girth of the shaft had filled her up completely and caused the mature blonde beauty to orgasm multiple times. And while Berenger noticed the cunt of his cousin tighten substantially, he did not say a word. Instead, he wanted to enjoy more of Adela's body before moving on to his beloved little sister. Berenger lowered Adela from his lap onto the bed, where he took the missionary position before thrusting his magnificent cock deep into the depths of her pussy. His hips moved with speed and proficiency as they gouged out his cousin's interiors, all the while he kissed the woman passionately on the lips. Adela practically had hearts in her eyes as she accepted her cousin's load inside her womb as he came, hoping that perhaps she was not yet too old to carry another of his children. The cream pie which filled up Adela instantly brought the woman to climax for another time, allowing Berenger to withdraw his cock before forcing it into Henrietta's beautiful face, causing the woman to clean it up with expert proficiency. After her brother's cock was as clean as a whistle, Henrietta got on her hands and knees and shook her plump ass in the rear, enticing her brother to choose whichever hole he felt like fucking. Without saying a word, Berenger lined up his cock with Henrietta's tight asshole before shoving his entire length inside, an act which caused the bitch to moan in ecstasy. Berenger then began driving his hips forward and out over and over again, enjoying every moment of the experience before he finally shot a load into his sister's tight asshole. Once he had finished, he approached her face yet again with a silent demand. Though Henrietta had come all over the sheets from the ass fucking she had just received, she was still conscious enough to follow her brother's demand and quickly cleaned his cock up one last time before passing out next to her cousin. Berenger smiled as he gazed out the window and towards the mountains, where he was sure that two of his other wives were finishing up with their own midnight fun, to which he shook his head and commented on his age. "I am getting old." Naturally, he was referring to the decrease in his stamina, which, while enough to put even a 20-year-old man to shame, was no longer capable of satisfying 11 different women in one night. Before long, Linda and Anuria had returned home and joined their husband in his exceptionally large bed, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1206, Fall of the Uzbeks. The war in the Caucasus continued to wage on as the Crimean Khanate sent its forces into the lands of its neighbors in an act of conquest. Altan led the army through the territory once populated by the Uzbeks with rapid speed. Because the enemy was not equipped with weapons that were as mobile as those which the Crimean Khanate wielded, they could not easily keep up with the pace that Altan's horde maintained. Battle after battle, the various Uzbek tribes had been utterly defeated by the Crimean horde. Those men who were captured alive were enslaved just like the women and children, where they would be brought back to the Crimean Khanate to begin their training as laborers. After all, the expansion of the Crimean Khanate into the lands of their neighbors meant that they would be acquiring vast new territories, ones which were sparsely populated by nomadic horsemen. If Altan wanted to expand his empire into a significant state in the middle of Europe and Asia, then he would need a vast amount of manpower to complete his construction projects. At the moment, Altan was loading one of his automatic carbine's magazines. The relatively small 8x33mm Kurz cartridges were easily placed into the 30-round magazine. While the 30-round magazine of this weapon was difficult to use in the prone position, that was not a concern for Altan and his men who waged war on horseback. In fact, the minor recoil from the shorter cartridge as well as the relatively high rate of fire was perfect for the mobile warfare strategy that the Crimean Khanate imposed on their enemies. Thus, after finishing loading the last of the magazines which he carried via a chest rig, Altan racked the charging handle, thus loading a cartridge before putting the weapon on safe. The war had been waging for well over a month at this point, and he had only suffered minor losses when compared to his enemies. He had not deemed the Uzbeks worthy of a declaration of war and had invaded their territory in a surprise attack. By now, half of the vast territory which the Uzbeks held control over was now under Crimean control. The soldiers of Altan's army were dressed quite professionally in Second World War pattern uniforms and were armed with a mixture of submachine guns, automatic carbines, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, and pack howitzers. The brown fur-lined great coats which they wore, along with the matching stall helms, gave off a civilized impression, especially when compared to the Uzbeks who still mostly wore medieval armor, albeit with more modern weapons they purchased from the Indians. After looking around his camp for some time, the first light of dawn began to shine over the Caucasus, and thus Altan, who had not gotten a wink of sleep the night before, immediately awoke his army. After a quick breakfast, which consisted entirely of German MREs, the army was once more on the march, where they swiftly made their way to the next tribe which inhabited the region. However, this time the enemy was ready for them, as apparently word has spread of a foreign invasion from the west. Thus, the moment Altan's army appeared within the line of sight of the enemy, they began to unleash fire from their 7.5 centimeters field guns. Realizing that his forces were under attack, Altan gave an order to his army which would help mitigate casualties. Fan out and surround the enemy. With this command given, the Crimean forces began to separate, where they did as commanded. And while the Uzbeks did their best to hit the charging Crimeans, the reality was that although they had purchased some modern weaponry from the Indians, they hadn't the slightest idea how to use it effectively, nor did they have the mathematical skills to properly calculate their shots. Thus, while the power of the Uzbek field guns was on par with what the Crimeans wielded, they were anything but precise in their shots, which varied widely by ranges of several kilometers. Some of the charging Crimean horsemen were caught in the blast, however, the damage was minimal due to the orders that Altan had given. Instead, the Crimean pack howitzers deliberately targeted the enemy's artillery and took them out with precision shots. After all, the Crimean Khanate had been given 20 years to develop into a functional nation-state, which under the guidance of Khorijan, who was the lover of the Kaiser, allowed for an entire generation to be educated on modern mathematics. It did not take long for the Crimeans to eliminate the field guns that their enemy wielded, where they then began to target the encampment, where the Uzbeki tribesmen recklessly fired their machine guns into the vicinity of the charging Crimean horde. Of course, a lack of training with their new weapons had also limited their capacity to precisely hit their targets, as they did not even know how to properly aim down their sights, and while this was an issue at a distance, the closer the charging horsemen came to the blind spray of automatic fire, the more likely they were to be hit. Altan, of course, led the charge, where he aimed down the sights of his automatic carbine and sprayed a controlled burst of 3 shots straight into the chest of the nearest enemy. He was not alone in his precision, as his comrades also accurately sprayed their targets with lead. What had started out as an advantage for the Uzbeks quickly turned into a massacre, as the men of the tribe quickly threw away the weapons they did not know how to wield and instead unsheathed their swords, hoping to meet the enemy in melee combat. But was such a primitive tactic capable of contending with modern weapons? Of course not. Instead, the Crimean horsemen simply evaded the oncoming hostiles and continued to kill them at a distance with their automatic weapons. What was initially a fierce battle suddenly came to an end as Altan stood among those who remained, most of which were women and children. He quickly gave an order to his highest-ranking general, which nobody found surprising. Take the survivors back to Crimea. As for the rest of you, loot whatever weapons and munitions you can. We could make use of these more static weapons to defend our homeland. The soldiers beneath Altan's command did as they were commanded, and thus the semi-automatic G-27 rifles, which were chambered in 8x57mm Mauser, were taken back to the Crimean Peninsula, along with all the munitions they could carry. Not only were the small arms seized, but so too were the surviving field guns, which the Uzbeks did not even have the slightest knowledge of how to properly wield in combat. With this petty tribe out of the way, Altan could shift his attention to the rest of the Caucasus, which was swiftly falling into his hands. What was abundantly clear to him was that he, like his father, would have to legalize polygamy, because the amount of men who survived their conquest was vastly disproportional to the women. This was just one of many concerns that came with a brutal conquest like the one Altan was waging against the Caucasian people. As Altan was searching through the wreckage of his onslaught, he began to think about his mother and siblings who had left the borders of the Crimean Khanate to go live a life with the German Kaiser in his home. When he finally got back to Crimea, how would he cope with such a large and empty home? Perhaps he would have to take a few wives of his own. After all, he was already a man, and yet he had taken no woman as a wife, nor had he sired any children. If his father's legacy was to endure the test of time, then he, like all the man's children, would have to do his part in having children. Perhaps a few of the young women who he had captured in his conquest would make fitting brides. It was a curious thing to think about while sifting through the ruins of a conquered person. How many lives would drastically change as a result of this war, and how would this help benefit his own empire into becoming a force to be reckoned with? Thus, after spending a long time thinking about the great philosophical questions in life, Altan sighed heavily and looked up to the skies, where he heard a voice that sounded almost like the whisper of the wind. Your dynasty shall rule these lands until the end of time. Go forth and spread your seed, O great Khan. Altan looked around to see who the voice had come from, only to find that he was all alone. Perhaps he was losing his mind due to the stress of combat, or maybe what he had just heard was the voice of the spirits which his mother had always talked about. Regardless, what the voice had said was true, and Altan planned to make it a reality, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1207, The British Army Lands in West Africa. Lucas stood at the helm of his capital ship, which just so happened to be a retrofitted Linda-class battleship. The British Navy, after years of planning, had now begun its invasion and annexation of West Africa. However, after arriving at the Ivory Coast, Lucas realized that his brothers had already beaten him to the area, and because of this, he was forced to travel further south in pursuit of land and resources. Thus, after sailing for God knows how long, the first fleet of the British Navy landed in the region that had been once known as Ghana in Berengar's past life. After sending the British soldiers ashore, who were dressed in uniforms like those worn during the end of the Great War, Lucas stepped foot on African soil for the first time in his life. Naturally, he and his men had purchased an ample supply of malaria medicated from the Reich and were thus mostly immune to the deadly disease's effects. At first, the British Army did not come into contact with any of the locals who, unbeknownst to Lucas, were currently engaged in a war with their southern neighbors who were continuously being pushed out of their lands by those African tribes who were expelled beyond Germany's growing colonial borders. Thus, after making camp on the shores, Lucas gazed through his binoculars further inland with a look of utter contempt on his handsome face. With a click of his tongue, he voiced his disdain to his general who had accompanied him on this journey. "TSK? It is exactly as father said. There are no cities, roads, bridges, or basic infrastructure to speak of. These people are truly savages, barely even human if you ask me." The general nodded his head in agreement with his monarch's words before voicing his opinion on the matter. "I wonder if perhaps these savages have even discovered steel. This is truly pathetic. I suppose we have no choice but to follow the Germans' course of action. Forceful expulsion if not outright extermination." Lucas placed his binoculars back in their pouch before inserting a magazine into his G27 rifle. Once the 8x57mm round was fully loaded in the chamber, he switched on the safety. It was only after he was ready for combat that the British Emperor voiced something which the general was not expecting. "The Reich has an alliance with these savages somewhere in the east. He says that they are off limits. I have no doubt that the old lecher has managed to fuck one of these creatures and even sired a half-breed with her. So, do expel these beasts eastward when you begin burning their villages." The general saluted his emperor before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, your majesty." Hours passed as the British army secured a foothold in Ghana, and it was not until the next morning that they had begun their march beyond the coastline in search of natives to slaughter. As they stalked through the woodlands of the West African nation, the British soldiers eventually came across a peculiar sight. There was a village approximately 1,000 meters out, and after viewing through his binoculars, Lucas could see that it was under assault by another tribe of Africans. Though what the difference was between the two tribes he could not tell. Not that it really mattered, as this land now belonged to Britannia. Thus, he gave the order for the heavy machine guns and mortars to move into position before ordering an attack on both sides of the ongoing tribal conflict. "Kill them all." With this command given, the British soldiers began to fire their storm of bullets towards the unsuspecting village, which was already burning from the Southerners' attack. The African warriors from both tribes immediately halted their actions as the crackle of gunfire filled the air. They had never heard such a loud and destructive noise before and immediately looked to the skies in search of rainfall. But it was not water which hit their faces, but the blood of their kinsmen which spattered from the wounds of those hit by the copper-jacketed lead projectiles which the British soldiers fired en masse. While the heavy machine guns chugged in the distance, the British riflemen advanced further near the village with their bayonets affixed. They then hid behind cover, whether that was a rock or trees, before shooting the contents of their magazines towards the African tribesmen. It was not just the riflemen who advanced, but also the light machine gunners who wielded their MG-27T/S, which were based on the Czech ZB-30 machine guns from Berengar's past life. Bursts of automatic fire were shot from the light machine guns, which accompanied the sustained fire coming from the heavy machine guns. In doing so, the British army sent tens of thousands of bullets into the village. Even after bodies dropped to the ground, they continued to fire their shots at the corpses, whether for sport or simply to confirm the target was dead. It was only after 5 minutes of gunfire had passed that the whistles blowed, signaling the army to cease their fire. Immediately afterward, the soldiers reloaded their weapons, ensuring that fresh magazines and belts were in their guns before advancing through the village, clearing the small mud huts in search of any survivors which they might need to kill. However, what few natives were not slain by the torrent of bullets were fragged by the mortars which fired indiscriminately into the village, claiming the lives of men, women, and children. In the end, there were no survivors. Lucas gazed upon the carnage that his army had caused and that he himself had participated in, and found that he did not feel a thing. Normally, the man would feel remorse and empathy if he had inflicted harm upon his own people, whether that was the Germans or the British. But after massacring an entire village of Africans, all he felt was disgust over the gore which he was forced to witness. Despite the fires caused by the other invading tribe, the villages were not fully destroyed, at least not its structures. Thus Lucas gave a command to his soldiers. Dismantle every structure that still remains and toss the bodies into the sea. Soon enough, this land will be colonized by our people, and the last thing we need is a bunch of half-standing mud huts in the way of the construction companies. While you're at it, build a star fortress upon this land, whether it is made with stone or timber, I really don't care. All we need is some sign of habitation for this region to be legally recognized as British soil by the other powers. The British soldiers immediately accepted their orders and began cutting down trees to use as timber before making a crudely manufactured star fort, which they then began to construct a road between this star fort and coastal encampment which they had initially established upon landing in the region. Lucas waited nearly 2 weeks for these tasks to be completed rather impatiently. After all, his brothers had already made significant progress in northern Africa. If he did not conquer his own lands soon, then Britain would be left behind the Iberian and Byzantine empires, and as the eldest son of Berengar and Henrietta, Lucas was technically a bastard even if the world thought he was a legitimate child through Adela. Thus, he was quite competitive with his brothers who had already built mighty empires of their own. Lucas had gotten a late start due to being a few years younger than Alexandros and Ghazi, and because of this he was playing catch-up. However, now that he had a foothold in Africa, he could claim that the British Empire now had its first colony, which would allow him to have an easier time invading and annexing more land within the massive continent. After 2 weeks had passed, Lucas was on the march again, and he would not stop his conquest until all of Ghana, Togo, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Chad were effectively under British rule. Unfortunately, the British conquest of Africa would have to stop there because in a few years Hans would hold a conference among the European empires and divide the rest of the continent between them. This would ultimately leave everything under Nigeria and everything west of Tanzania directly under German control. Whereas the native Africans would either perish in the flames of war or flee into the Zulu Empire, which would be the last safe haven in Africa for its native peoples. The rest of the continent would be settled by a variety of European and Arab colonists, which would change the fate of Africa from being nothing more than an impoverished third world continent to a modern and thriving utopia for its foreign colonists, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1208. Stalemate in the Mali Empire Part 1. While Lucas had invaded the land that was once known as Ghana in Berengar's past life, his half-brother Ghazi had begun to expand his borders, which currently resided in North Africa southward. And while a substantial force of British soldiers were in Ghana, rapidly expanding with each passing day, a second fleet of the British Navy headed towards the coasts of the Mali Empire, which, unbeknownst to their emperor, was currently being invaded by the Iberians in the northeast. The British general who led the army as it landed off the coasts of the Mali Empire was a member of the previous ruling dynasty of England. John Lancaster was dressed in his military uniform with his semi-automatic pistol in hand as he watched his army deploy across the sandy shores of Mali. For some time now, the Mali had been in fear that the Western powers would come for them, and that day had finally arrived. Thus, while the Iberian Empire invaded from the northeast, the British Empire invaded from the southwestern corner of the petty African Empire. Like the Iberian army, the British army was primarily carried across the primitive landscape with horse-drawn carriages, many of which had a heavy machine gun mounted in the back. And while neither of the two European empires had officially declared war on the Mali Empire, as they did not consider it a state worthy of such a response, both had deployed tens of thousands of men to the region. And it was now a race against time to see who would come out on top. John Lancaster led his men through the territory of the Mali Empire, showing no mercy to the native population. They simply fired at any moving target regardless of the age or gender. At the moment, the British general was riding in the back of a carriage with his pistol pointed out the window as he fired a few shots at some fleeing locals, hitting a woman square in the back and ending her life and that of her unborn child. To the British Empire, which had only advanced so quickly with the aid of the Germans, these people were anything but. More akin to wild animals than human beings, and because of this, they did not have a shred of remorse for their vicious actions as they conquered the land which they saw as rightfully theirs. It was not until the British army had advanced halfway through the Mali Empire, and after razing every town and village they had come across, until they met an opposing force which was capable of not only resisting their aggression but also giving them a challenge. Yes, that's right, the Iberian army had advanced just as quickly as their British rivals and had engaged in a campaign equally brutal. Thus, both sides were rather surprised when they came across an opposing force that was equally armed and trained. Perhaps it was a mistake on the part of an English soldier who was only just a few years ago a filthy peasant who had never seen an Arab before. Or perhaps it was an Iberian soldier who had taken his orders to kill everybody they came across a bit too literally. For whatever reason, a single gunshot was fired within the engagement zone between the two armies, which immediately had a domino effect. All of a sudden, both armies were ducking for cover and exchanging machine gun fire with each other, as their bullets ripped through the torsos of their enemies and thus claiming their lives. Nobody knew how the massacre had begun, but soon even General Lancaster took a bullet to the gut, for which he immediately began to blow the whistle to cease fire. Once one whistle was blown, the general of the opposing side did the same, who was also struck by gunfire, whether it was his own man's or the enemy's nobody really knew, as the battlefield had turned so chaotic so quickly. But by the time the bullets had ceased flying, over 3,000 men lie dead in the African soil, with many more wounded. General Lancaster quickly made use of a white flag as he struggled through the no-man's land, which was littered with corpses, while applying pressure to his stomach, which was bleeding profusely. He was not alone in this regard, as the Iberian general did the same before both men met in the middle of their two armies who were in the midst of reloading their weapons and waiting for another conflict to occur. After so many years of German dominance, the language of the Reich had become the standard for international trade across the world, and thus the Moorish general spoke in the German tongue as he greeted the British general as an equal. "We were not expecting the British to be here in Mali. Why have you come here?" General Lancaster chuckled as he heard this before coughing a little. He then looked at his Iberian counterpart before making a rather grim joke. "I see we got you too." Apparently, the Moorish general did not appreciate John's sense of humor and was quick to reiterate his previous question. "Why have you come here to Mali?" Seeing as he had no other option but to answer the question, General Lancaster chuckled once more before responding in a defeated tone. "The same reason as you. For land and resources. The Byzantines have taken the Ivory Coast, so it was our monarch's brilliant idea to seize Mali above them and encircle their territory, leaving them no way to trade with the rest of their empire except through our colonies, which we would naturally impose a tax upon them for traveling through our territory." The Moorish general scoffed as he heard this before responding with a phrase that left General Lancaster surprised. "I wonder if it would be better if you did. Still, I have my orders to seize Mali for the Iberian Empire. After all, there is quite a bit of gold here, and the Sultan would be remiss if he did not take advantage of it. I humbly request that you and your men withdraw back to whatever portion of this god-forsaken continent that you are currently occupying and leave this land to us." Despite the polite request made by the Iberian general, General Lancaster sighed and shook his head before responding with a bit of pity in his voice. "I am afraid I can't do that." While General Lancaster continued to apply pressure to his wound, now with the white flag he had brought with him, his Iberian counterpart scoffed as he did the same. "So what now? Are we to resume firing upon one another and leave this land to the last whoever is left standing at the end of it all? You and I both know the only one who benefits from such heavy losses would be the Byzantines. So unless you have a compromise in mind, I fear that is our only option." General Lancaster wore a wry smile as he made another joke about the whole situation they were in. "Or you could just surrender." This time, the Moorish general actually laughed at the joke as the two men stood in a field of corpses while applying pressure to their bullet wounds via the use of their white flags. After several moments of silent thought, General Lancaster proposed an idea to his Iberian counterpart. "I suppose we should get on our radios and request clarification on our orders from our superiors. Wouldn't you agree?" The Iberian general sighed heavily as he nodded his head in agreement with this proposal before voicing his support of the idea. "That is beginning to seem like our best options. Shall we have a ceasefire until we receive word about what to do about this whole mess?" General Lancaster slowly nodded his head in agreement with these terms before the two men shook hands on it. Afterward, they slowly approached their own forces before getting on the radio where they would contact their respective monarchs about how they should proceed with this troublesome situation. Thus, without anyone being prepared for it, a stalemate now existed among the ruins of the Mali Empire, where two European powers fought for supremacy in the region. Whether or not it would escalate into a full-scale war or this brief exchange of gunfire was simply the worst if it, nobody would know until Ghazi and Lucas could respond, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 1209, Stalemate in the Mali Empire Part 2. Word immediately reached both Lucas and Ghazi's ears, who were both surprised to see that each other's forces were present in the Mali Empire, which they had both set their eyes upon. Blood had been spilled already, and this incident could easily turn into something significant. Perhaps this was the first test that the von Kufstein bloodline would have, with so many of its men being world rulers in their own right. However, both sides maintained level heads and ordered their troops to stand down until a proper negotiation could take place between the two monarchs. Thus, for the time being, what remained of the Mali Empire after getting attacked on two fronts was able to gain some respite, but it would clearly not be enough to save their fledgling civilization. Instead, Lucas and Ghazi immediately met in neutral ground to discuss this meeting. Where was this neutral ground? Kufstein, the city where the two of them had grown up. However, it was not Berenger who would act as the mediator between his sons' disputes. No, the Kaiser had actually considered this a major test for his sons, and thus he placed Hans, the current Chancellor of the Reich, to mediate the dispute between his two half-brothers. And while both the British Army and the Iberian Army had begun to dig trenches at the front lines, the monarchs of the two empires had begun to travel to their destination for these peace accords. Lucas stared down at his older half-brother with a rather confident look in his blue eyes. These two boys had grown up together in this palace, and though they were currently competing with one another over land in Africa, they did not let it get in the way of their brotherhood. Thus Lucas approached Ghazi and hugged the young man, as if he was the same brother he had always known, before discussing his lament that blood had been spilled over such a petty issue. "Brother, I am sorry that things have unfortunately led to this. And while I do not know who fired the first shot, I can assure you that you can expect me to pay for the damages that have been caused to your forces. I don't want there to be any bad blood between us simply because of a small political dispute like this." Ghazi was initially quite hostile when he saw Lucas, believing the man had come to fight him to the bitter end in negotiations to extract the most benefits. But when he saw how friendly his younger half-brother was being, even with the current conflict between them, he could not maintain his anger over the situation. And thus he was forced to smile as he accepted his brother's embrace before returning the man's generosity. If you are willing to pay for the damages I received, then I am more than willing to do the same. Come, let us sit down and come up with a compromise that appeases us both. Hans could only smile as he saw his two half-brothers immediately bury any sense of hostility they had for one another. He was beginning to suspect that his father was an absolute genius for uniting the world through bonds of blood and brotherhood. Thus, once both Lucas and Gazi were seated, Hans took his own seat before beginning the negotiations. As requested by the two of you, I, Prince Hans von Kufstein, Chancellor of Germany, will be overseeing these negotiations and moderating them to see that things don't get any worse. Now, I know that both of you have vested interests in the lands of the Mali Empire and have already begun to draw battle lines in case things get worse. So, I will be frank, I believe that the best solution to come to a proper compromise is to split the Mali Empire in two. If we give the southwestern portion of Mali to the British Empire and the northeastern portion of Mali to the Iberian Empire, then you both can get a decent amount of land and the vast deposits of gold that come with it. However, judging by the number of losses sustained so far in this conflict, it would appear the Iberian army has dealt more casualties, and in my humble opinion, after examining the military strength of both armies, I believe if this did come to a military engagement, then the Iberians would emerge victorious. Thus, after taking the strength of your two empires into account, I am advocating for 10% of the lands which the British Empire currently claims to be handed over to the Iberians. You two may now both discuss your opinions on this matter. While Lucas maintained a pleasant smile, his eyes had narrowed into a sharp gauge as he immediately found disagreement in his eldest brother's words. Absolutely not. If we're talking about military strength as the reason behind me having to give up 10% of my conquered territory, then I think this is a huge mistake. My army has more than enough power to contend with the Iberians, and it is entirely likely that if war were to break out that we would emerge victorious. I am not demanding 10% of the lands which the Iberian army currently occupies. I am merely requesting that all the territory that I have conquered is officially recognized as British soil. Hans looked over at his other brother Gazi, who had a stern look in his amber eyes. He had suspected that Lucas would resist such a demand, even if he was not the one to make it, and was quick to counter with a threat that Lucas found to be difficult to counter. Lucas, you might have constructed yourself a mighty navy, but it still takes time to ferry your troops from Britain to Africa. Meanwhile, I have a vast swath of North Africa already under my control. If I decide to move my troops who are currently garrisoned in Morocco and Algeria into Mali, your men will be encircled and defeated before you have a chance to mobilize your reinforcements. In fact, I have the exact opposite demands that either of you has voiced thus far. I want the western half of Mali. It would be good to incorporate the coastlines of both Morocco and Mali into my domain. I am already aware that Lucas has been expanding from his current colonies into the surrounding regions, and I believe that the eastern half of Mali where my men currently occupy would be more beneficial to his empire. But if I must settle for the east, then I will only do so if I get 25% of Britain's current occupied territory, not 10%. Hans could only sigh as he sat back in his chair and waited for his two brothers to debate amongst themselves. Like he expected, Lucas had become frustrated over this remark and immediately voiced his outrage. 25%? You must be joking. I have my own plans for the western half of Mali, which is why I invaded that particular region first. I will not settle for only the east. If you think I am scared of your ability to mobilize your troops quicker than I can, then perhaps I should remind you that my navy is more than capable of blowing you out of the water. If you dare to encircle my forces, then I will blockade your navy and your merchant fleet from ever escaping from the Mediterranean. I will cut you from having any and all access to the New World. Let us see how your empire prospers without those critical resources. Upon seeing that both of his brothers were becoming increasingly closer to an outright military conflict, Hans sighed heavily before whispering something in Lucas' ear that only the two of them could hear. Lucas immediately looked perplexed when he heard his brother's words before asking if the information was truly verified. You are certain? Hans simply responded with a silent nod of his head, to which Lucas immediately shifted his stance on the entire discussion and agreed to Gazi's immediate demands. Very well, with this new information, I believe it is tolerable if I accept the eastern half of Mali while conceding the western half to Iberia. However, in exchange for this, I want 1 million marks transferred to my empire's treasury. Gazi immediately narrowed his eyes upon hearing Lucas' sudden shift in behavior and looked towards Hans for guidance, who once more silently nodded his head as if informing the Iberian Sultan that this was the best outcome. Immediately after seeing this, Gazi sighed heavily and contemplated the offer for some time before finally reaching out his hand and accepting it. Very well, Lucas. I find these terms to be agreeable. We will transfer ownership of the lands we currently occupy immediately after signing this agreement. After saying this, both Lucas and Gazi signed a treaty recognizing the ownership of the lands they both agreed to, thus sealing the fate of the Mali Empire once and for all, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 12:10 Cross of Honor of the German Mother. Berenger sat in a booth in a restaurant in the city of Reykjavik. Everywhere he looked, men and women were wearing Mjolnir pendants. The Protectorate of Iceland had become a haven for Germanic paganism of all forms, which was undergoing a revival in the country. By the Kaiser's side was his unofficial wife, the Valkyrie Brynhildr, and the many members of their family. Siv was noticeably not present, as she had taken a liking to one of Berengar's sons and had decided to stay in Kufstein as his wife. Instead, these were all of Berengar's children with the mature beauty who never seemed to age, despite being millennia old. As for Berengar, he was in his early 50s and appeared the part. Despite this, Brynhildr did not stop pumping out kids for the man, as she was eternally fertile. In fact, by now the mature Valkyrie had the most children of all of Berengar's women, with 16 in total. Luckily, Berengar's other wives and concubines were not aware of this fact due to the isolated region which Iceland lay. The eldest son of Berengar and Brynhildr was already in his early 20s. The man named Bjorn was the spitting image of his father when he was of the same age. Except instead of golden blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, he had platinum blonde hair and ice blue eyes like his mother. Bjorn was now the king of Iceland and ran the daily affairs of the country. Since the day he was born, he would only see his father once a month for a handful of days, but he still regarded the man with the utmost respect. After all, he had heard of the amazing feats that Berengar had done in life and had witnessed Iceland's change in person. Because Iceland was a protectorate of the Reich and was ruled by one of his sons, Berengar did restrain the technology they were permitted to have. In fact, outside of Germany and Japan, Iceland was the most technologically developed nation on the planet. The reason for this was the same as Japan. Iceland had no military of its own. Instead, it was protected by the Reich, who maintained a constant military presence on the island with the forward deployment of one of its now 30 supercarriers. Currently, Berengar was enjoying a nice meal with the extremely large family he had with Brynhildr. It was Mother's Day and he had decided to do something nice for the woman, something which was not expected. Thus, while all the kids were playing around in the booth while eating their meals, Berengar handed something over to Brynhildr, which came in a jewelry case. At first she thought Berengar had bought her another expensive piece of jewelry, to which she rolled her eyes, before pushing the container back towards the man as a sign of rejection. "Keep it. I already have enough jewelry. Give it to one of your other women who is more impressed by shiny rocks." Berengar chuckled when he heard this, before assuring the woman that this was something that none of his other women met the requirements to possess. "Oh, believe me, I would, but this is a very special gift that we only give to the best of mothers in the Reich, and as much as I love my other wives and concubines, only you meet the requirements for such a treasure." Brynhildr's eyes narrowed towards Berengar with scrutiny before she grabbed hold of the container and opened it, where her eyes opened in awe at what she was seeing. This gift was not a standard piece of jewelry. Instead, it was a medal that the Reich awarded to its mothers who raised 4 or more children who would go on to become productive members of society. Each of his wives and concubines had earned the bronze tier of this award, which was the lowest ranking variation that required a minimum of 4 children. However, Brynhildr's was different. The cross she had in her hand was made of 24-karat gold and was encrusted with diamonds. The design of the cross was nearly identical to the Cross of Honor of the German Mother, which the Nazis had awarded to their best mothers during Berengar's past life, but instead of having a swastika emblazoned in the center, it instead had a solid gold medallion with Gisella's youthful appearance imprinted on it. The medal was not only Berengar's way of honoring mothers across the Reich, but specifically as a way to idolize his own mother who had given birth to him. So long as the Reich continued to exist in the world, this medal would be given to those mothers who had earned it. Brynhildr gazed upon the medal in awe for several moments, not knowing what to say. She had received all of the previous versions of this medal, bronze, silver, and gold, and she kept them all as treasured possessions, but she had never heard of a diamond-encrusted variant before and was quick to inquire about why she was so special. "I don't understand. I thought gold was the maximum variation of this award? So what is this?" Berengar chuckled when he heard this, before assuring Brynhildr that she had more than earned the award. "This is the maximum tier. Until now, nobody in the Reich has had 16 children, but you have. While it is true that it was much easier for you to achieve this award due to your eternal fertility, it is still something you have more than earned. After all, you could have said no and stopped having children after the 5th. Brynhildr was truly at a loss for words as she gazed upon the award with reverence and a wide smile on her gorgeous face. After a while, Berengar took the medal from her hands and pinned it onto the right breast of her lavish dress. It took some time, but eventually Brynhildr finally blushed before speaking of her thoughts. "Now, how should I repay you for granting me this prestigious award?" Berengar immediately got the hint that she was trying to say and then added to it with his own words. "How about when we get back to the palace we try to go for 17? Brynhildr simply giggled when she heard this, before chastising Berengar for his never-ending lust. "You are truly insatiable. All right, fine, I don't see why we should stop at 16. With this said, the food finally arrived at the family's booth, to which the family said their prayers to Odin before digging in. Throughout the meal, Brynhildr's many children would come up and give their Mother's Day gifts to her. Some of them were handmade with their own skill, while others were purchased from shops and craftsmen. To Brynhildr, this might very well be the most precious day of all, because it was the first Mother's Day that Berengar had spent with a woman, and the only thing that could make it better was if Siv was here to join them. But she would soon be a mother in her own right, and thus Brynhildr had no real complaints. The exceptionally large family enjoyed their meal before returning to the palace that had been constructed for them long ago in the city of Reykjavik. Berenger and Brynhildr would continue to make love from sunset until sunrise. In the morning, Berenger lay in bed with his Valkyrie lover where they talked about the future, particularly the one after Berenger had perished from the mortal world and entered his own personal afterlife. The look in the blonde MILF's eyes was one of concern as she felt like her man did not have much time in the mortal world. I wish we could be like this forever, here in the mortal world. But I feel as if every time I see you, you have aged beyond my recognition. I know you are only in your early 50s, but to me, who has lived for millennia, your small lifespan is truly heartbreaking. I want you to know that even though I won't be able to be there for you when you finally have your last breath in this world, I will be waiting for you on the other side. By then, our kids will be adults and will no longer need either of us. Thus, we can spend the rest of eternity together, and hopefully your other women won't be too jealous when they finally realize how many kids we had together. Berenger chuckled when he heard this before telling the woman the truth. Oh, they will be pissed, but it's their own damn fault for being mortal women. I mean, I tried to have more children with them, but the mortal body is so weak and fragile. After 4 kids, the odds of dying in childbirth significantly increase, but you don't have that problem since you are an immortal. They might be quite angry with me when they come to learn of this little secret, but they have all of eternity to come to terms with it. Meanwhile, I can have fun exclusively with you while they are all pouting. It will be a great reason to make up for all the lost time between us. After staying up all night fucking like rabbits, the two of them were extremely tired, and thus Brynhildr closed her eyes and fell to sleep, but not before making one last remark. I look forward to it. Bye. Chapter 12:11 The New Aztec Emperor. Quetzalcoatl stood by his mother's side as they watched the previous Aztec emperor's corpse be lit aflame. The entire city of Tenochtitlan had come out to watch the funeral ceremony of the man who had led them to conquer all their neighbors. By now, the Aztec Empire housed not only the surviving natives from North America but also those who had endured the conquests of the German army and been pushed out of their homes in most of South America as well. It was a massive native empire where various tribes and ethnic groups had gathered in one kingdom. The world had so rapidly changed in the past few decades with the white man coming across the sea and bringing with them weapons of war which the natives could simply not comprehend. It was a miracle that the Aztecs had even managed to survive and integrate so many tribes into their empire. The only reason this had occurred was because Berenger had found Tlexicli to be sexually attractive and had given her multiple children, the oldest of which stood before the massive pyre which burned his grandfather's remains with a solemn look in his eyes. Like Ghazi, Quetzalcoatl had light brown skin and golden hair, but unlike the Iberian Sultan, he did not have amber eyes. Instead, his irises were an emerald green. In many ways, his facial features were far more German than they were native Aztec, and as the crown prince of the Aztec Empire, he had a harem even larger than his father's. But today, he was no longer a prince but the new emperor, and thus after his grandfather's remains had turned to ash, Quetzalcoatl stood proudly before the gathering masses of his people, and wore the crown that his ancestors on his mother's side had worn before him. As far as his people were concerned, Quetzalcoatl was the son of the feathered serpent, a true god in the flesh, but he knew better. He had spent many years in the city of Kufstein in his mother's villa. His father would visit once or twice a week where after spending some time with his bastards he would make love to the Aztec princess in what was probably the most rough sex that Quetzalcoatl ever had the displeasure of accidentally witnessing. Still, Quetzalcoatl was no mere savage, but nor was he a full-blooded German, and thus he had returned to the New World upon reaching adulthood to help his grandfather lead their people with the knowledge he had obtained after growing up in the German school system. While the German army had nearly finished their conquest of North America, there was one area in South America which laid unconquered, and thus, Quetzalcoatl desired to incorporate the fledgling Inca Empire into his own domain before the Germans could bring war upon them. Thus, now that he wore the crown of his people, Quetzalcoatl made a shocking announcement to them all, one which had the men in the audience howling in support of. I am Quetzalcoatl, son of Quetzalcoatl, and the new emperor of the Aztecs. I hereby utter a new decree as my first act as the emperor. We hereby declare war on the Inca Empire to the south. We will invade their lands and annex their homes so that our empire may grow stronger. Glory to Quetzalcoatl. Glory to the gods. The Aztec warriors throughout the crowd raised their steel short spears and banged on their steel scale vests as they chanted a single war over and over again. War! 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 Tlexicli was immediately concerned over her son's declaration and quickly grabbed hold of his arm before asking him if he had gone mad. Did you even bother asking your father for permission to do this? If Berenger wants control of the Inca, then he will have it one way or another. That man is not afraid to put his sons in their places, and if you defy his orders, you will pay. However, unlike Tlexicli, who had witnessed just how devastating the German army could be when engaging in war, Quetzalcoatl was unafraid of his father, who sat on a throne across the Atlantic. Of course, he knew how powerful the Wehrmacht was. He had grown up in the Reich, but Berenger had a soft spot for his kids and wanted them all to be mighty emperors in their own right. Thus, Quetzalcoatl gently placed his palm on his mother's chin before assuring her everything would be okay. Father might be angry with me, but he would never harm me. He loves all of his children and wishes for his sons to be emperors like him. Now is the time to show that I am every bit as capable as my brothers. So mother, do not worry, I will return to you alive and well, and I will convince my father to accept my conquests. After saying this, Quetzalcoatl left his mother standing on the top of the pyramid while he descended its steps alone. Tlaxcicli did not hesitate to rush back to the Reich. Though her father had passed away, she was still the official ambassador of the Aztec Empire, and thus she had rushed into the palace with an urgent stride, before prostrating herself before her lover in the deepest kowtow possible. Berenger was not surprised to see the woman behave in such a manner, and thus he simply smiled before giving her the order to rise. Tlaxcicli, after all these years of being together, do you still fear me to the point that you think I am capable of harming my own son? I see no reason to prevent the Aztec and Inca Empire from unifying into one state. After all, with the massive influx of natives from other regions, your empire needs more land to expand. Our son knows this and was wise to take action before asking for my permission to do so. Tlaxcicli looked up at her lover with shock in her deep brown eyes. There were even tears streaming down her face as she had prepared to offer everything she could so that Berenger would spare their son for his insolence. She was so shaken by this whole ordeal that she could not help but question if this was reality. So you're not angry? Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this, before speaking of how he felt at this very moment. Angry? No, but I am severely disappointed in you. Even after all we have been through, you still see me as a monster. It is such a pity. Perhaps I should have bestowed you with more favor, then you would not be so afraid of me at this point in our relationship. Tlaxcicli averted her gaze, unable to even look at Berenger after hearing her words. She was quick to apologize for her actions. I'm sorry? However, Berenger responded in a way she did not expect him to. There was a hint of sorrow in his voice as he did so. You shouldn't be. I showed you a particularly monstrous side of myself when we first met all those years ago. At the time, I was so used to being in control of everything that the moment your people managed to kill a few of my men, I went crazy. You are one of the few women that I love who has witnessed what evil I am capable of committing when I am truly angered. Of course I knew you would have some lingering trauma, but to think that after all these years you are still so afraid of me that you would think I have it in mind to harm my own son because he did something which I disapproved of. If you are only with me because you are afraid of me, then feel free to go back to your homeland and stay there, I won't stop you. It was in this moment that Tlaxcicli realized the only thing she feared more than Berengar's anger was the idea of losing him altogether. Thus, she quickly approached the man and began to kiss him with a level of passion that she had never displayed before. Berenger was slightly surprised when Tlaxcicli did this. After all, he had been prepared to lose her forever after the fear she just displayed towards him. Still, he did not deny her. If she wanted to prove her loyalty to him was not one of fear, but genuine respect and love, then she was doing a good job of it. Thus, Tlaxcicli quickly undressed herself and Berenger before showing him her loyalty. The two of them would continue to fuck like rabbits well into the night, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 12:12 The Fall of Machu Picchu. Quetzalcoatl stood outside the gates of Machu Picchu with his vast army of Aztec warriors. The mighty Inca citadel was a proud symbol of what was perhaps the last bastion of sovereign native rule within the Americas. Over the last 30 years, the German army had swept through the New World and conquered nearly the entire landmass while incorporating all of it into their own empire. What few tribes that remained living after such a bloody and brutal conquest were pushed into the Aztec Empire, where they assimilated to the local culture and society. Only the Inca remained free from the boot of German tyranny. And though the Luftwaffe flew regularly above the borders of the Inca Empire, the German army did not trespass upon their lands. The reason for this sudden halt of military action east of the Andes was known only to Berenger. Or so most people thought, but Quetzalcoatl could understand his father's intentions even if he had never asked about them. After all, they were similar men in a lot of ways. The new Aztec emperor revered his father, so much so that he believed this war of his would be a tribute to the mighty Kaiser. The Inca Empire was left alone for one reason and one reason alone. For a bastard like Quetzalcoatl to prove himself worthy of his lineage by declaring war, invading and annexing a near peer. And there was only one nation left in the world that could be considered as such. Thus, the man stood before the gates of the might Inca citadel while dressed in a mixture of jaguar hides and steel-scale armor. In his right hand was a short spear made of a hardened wooden shaft and a sharp high-carbon steel head. In his left hand was a round shield similar in design to those which the Vikings wielded centuries ago, albeit painted in the colors of the Aztec Empire and adorned with beads. Quetzalcoatl did not intend to give his adversaries a way out. This was a war of conquest, one that would determine whether the new Aztec emperor was worthy to share the same lineage of his brothers who were emperors in their own rights, or was simply a backward savage living in a primitive society across the world. The weapons the Aztec Empire wielded were primitive by the standards of the rest of the world, most of which had moved on from melee weapons and instead now purchased firearms in bulk from the German Reich or its tributaries. There were no muskets, rifles, or cannons in Quetzalcoatl's army. Instead, they made use of torsion catapults, short spears, and bows, of which the Aztec archers were currently raining arrows upon the Inca citadel's inhabitants. While the arrows continued to rain down upon the foes of the Aztec Empire, the catapults flung large stone projectiles into the citadel in an attempt to damage its structures. All the while, a battering ram continued to pound at the mighty gates. With each passing second, the Inca warriors dwelling within their fortress began to say their prayers to whatever deity was listening and instead waited for the moment their enemies flooded inside. Soon enough, that is exactly what happened. The gates came crashing down while the heavily armored Aztec foot soldiers forced their way into the city with the mighty son of the feathered serpent, a demigod in the flesh and an emperor in his own right leading the charge. Quetzalcoatl bashed his immediate opponent with his shield, which pierced through the opponent's wicker defenses aside before he finally thrust his spear forward and into the soldier's belly. After ripping the spear from its new home, blood and guts poured from the man's abdomen, but Quetzalcoatl was not the slightest bit deterred. Instead, he ignored the man as he bled out and moved on to another target who came at him with a wooden club in his hands. Quetzalcoatl swiftly dodged the man's attack before digging his sharp steel spear into the man's throat, killing him on the spot. Violence surrounded Quetzalcoatl and yet believed in the capability of his army and pressed forward, believing that no harm could be done upon him. After all, his vitals were covered in steel, as was his skull, and no weapon the enemy wielded could possibly pierce such mighty defenses. Instead, Quetzalcoatl screamed like a madman in his people's native tongue as he thrust his spear into the femoral artery of an unsuspecting Inca warrior. Glory to the feathered serpent! All around the Aztec emperor, his warriors cried out, repeating the same words he had spoken. Glory to the feathered serpent! This caused Quetzalcoatl to smile as he thrust his spear forward and into the heart of another enemy. With each attack, he claimed another man's life, and his warriors were having a similar effect. The wicker shields of their opponents could not stop the weapons of the Aztec army, and thus they mercilessly cut through their enemies. Not all of the Incas' weapons were made out of wood and stone. A select few warriors made use of copper-headed maces and battle axes, and if these landed on a particularly vulnerable part of an Aztec warrior's body, then they would cause significant damage. Yet, it was not enough to stop the onslaught. Steel was a vastly superior material for weapons and armor, and the Aztecs wore it from head to toe. And because of this, few of the men in the Aztec army suffered any significant injuries from their Inca opponents. Eventually, Quetzalcoatl made his way to the center of the fortress, walking through piles of corpses which had fallen by the wayside as his army made their advance. The enemy general was standing behind a wall of his soldiers who hid behind their wicker shields and pointed their weapons towards the Aztec warriors who now surrounded them. However, just when the Aztec army was about to pounce like the vicious jaguars whose skins they wore, Quetzalcoatl raised his hand and spoke in the Inca language towards the enemy general, hoping to end the bloodshed before it went too far. I have a proposal for you. Your men have fought bravely even in the face of overwhelming odds. Join my army and hold this fortress for me as I force the rest of your people to submit. Kneel before me along with all your men and proclaim me your emperor, and I will spare you all. The alternative is death, whether at the hands of my army or the Germans who have no regard for your people, considering them less than human. I am a far more merciful God than my father, and if you choose to worship me, I will give you all the benefits you can ask for. What say you? At first, when Quetzalcoatl first spoke, the enemy general was hesitant to accept the Aztec emperor's offer, but after hearing the man so boldly claim himself to be a god in the flesh, the Inca general simply scoffed before spitting in the face of Quetzalcoatl's peace offer. You are not a god. You are a delusional man who has let his power go to his head. No, we will not surrender. We will die here in Machu Picchu defending the lands of the Inca Empire from any and all foes. Quetzalcoatl could only sigh and shake his head in disappointment before giving another order to his army, one which confused the enemy. Bring out the crossbows. Immediately upon receiving this order, the Aztec warriors brought out several hundred crossbows, all of which were more than capable of punching through the enemy's wicker shields and whatever padded textile armor they may be wearing for protection. With a simple order, the hundreds of crossbowmen let loose their bolts in a single volley, which indeed shredded the remaining enemies, turning them all into a pile of pin cushions as their bodies bled out from the dozen or so bolts that had pierced through each of their bodies. The Inca general was the last to die as he slowly bled out from a single bolt lodged in his gut, where he gazed in disbelief at the weapons the enemy wielded, which were so easily capable of piercing through his people's defenses. His dying words voiced his disbelief. How? Quetzalcoatl approached the dying general and snickered as he pressed his boot upon the bolt which was lodged in the man's gut. This only increased the rate that the man left this world behind. The last words he heard came in the form of a capricious tone in the Aztec emperor's voice. If you think crossbows are unbelievable, then I truly pity you. You sit here with copper and stone weapons and think that you can endure the test of time? While the rest of the world is armed with weapons that are simply unimaginable to your feeble mind. Sorry, man, the truth of the matter is the game was rigged from the start. After saying this, Quetzalcoatl thrust his spear straight into the man's brain before ripping it out. With this, the first major fortress of the Inca Empire had fallen into the Aztecs' hands. What was left was a swift and brutal conquest of an enemy which time seemed to have forgotten. Chapter 12-13, A Polite Conversation About Global Politics. It had been over 20 years since Berenguer first put an end to the war with the Japanese Empire and the brief but bloody conflict with the Shiba shogunate. And during this time, the world had changed in many ways. However, if there was one part of the world that had remained entirely the same, it was none other than the Ming dynasty, which had retreated from the international community and had begun a policy of strict isolationism. It was only 2 weeks again when Zhu Wudi had passed away. The Ming Emperor was already what many would consider to be elderly prior to the German-Japanese War, but after 20 years he was now what one would refer to as ancient. On his deathbed, the Ming Emperor said one thing and one thing alone: that he wanted his son Zhu Ji to continue the empire's policy of isolationism. To Zhu Ji, who had seen all which the Reich had to offer and on several occasions, he had never quite understood his father's stern refusal to reopen the borders. However, since it was his father's dying wish, Zhu Ji had intended to honor these words and continue to uphold the policy of isolation that had kept the Ming dynasty from contacting the rest of the world. Currently, the crown prince of the Ming dynasty was being crowned the new emperor. Many of his subjects had gathered for his coronation to witness the spectacle with their own eyes. For whatever reason though, Zhu Ji, who had always been considered a man of the people, did not hold the ceremony in the Forbidden Palace but amongst the streets of Beijing. Thus, just when the crown was about to be placed upon his head, a loud and thunderous echo spread across the streets, followed by a horrific scene. Zhu Ji, the prince who was beloved by the people, stared in disbelief at his chest, which was now bleeding profusely. He had been shot, and not by a simple matchlock. No, a precision rifle had ended this man's life, one that was acquired through contact with the outside world. Panic took control of the minds of the citizens who had gathered to watch what was supposed to be a monumental occasion, and perhaps it was, but for all the wrong reasons. Zhu Ji was dead, as was his father, and though there were several other members of the Ming Emperor's dynasty who could fulfill the position, none of them were strong characters or heroes of the people. Instead, what immediately resulted from the assassination of the Ming dynasty's crown prince was a power vacuum where all sorts of factions had begun vying for control of the isolated empire. Some wanted to open up their borders and modernize their society so that they could compete with their neighbors who had not followed them into isolation, while others wanted to maintain the policy which had been in place for 20 years. Regardless, the Ming dynasty was about to become a hotbed for the sale of arms, and many of its neighbors would soon be flooding their guns and munitions into the isolated region to determine what faction was left standing. Berenger sat in his office while sharing a drink with his eldest son. The two men preferred a fine vintage of single malt whiskey that had been aged for a perfect 25 years, and both of them were thoroughly enjoying the liquor while discussing some rather important matters of the state. Hans in particular took a slight sniff of the substance before swishing it around in his mouth, ensuring that the maximum flavor of the alcohol had spread to all his taste buds. He then swallowed that which had not soaked into his tongue before commenting on the ongoing geopolitical situation. I give it 6 months to a year for Altan subdues the other Mongol and Turkish hordes. As for Qualcoatl, I give him at most 5 months before he has incorporated the entirety of the Inca Empire into his domain. As much as you wanted the war to be a challenge for the boy, I must say the advantage of steel weapons and armor is simply too much for a mere Copper Age civilization to overcome. The only real threats that his soldiers face are from the copper maces, which only a few of the Inca wield. Berenger simply sipped on his whiskey before responding to his son's assessment with a slight nod of approval. After doing so, he responded to the man by questioning his opinion in regards to Africa. Have you drafted up your plans for the African partition yet? You brothers will soon come to blows once more if something permanent, which is agreeable to all sides, is not established. Hans simply scoffed in regards to his father's question. If push came to shove, he would just deploy the Wehrmacht, which had grown absurdly more powerful over the past 20 years. And he was quick to voice his sentiment. Our most powerful rival on the world stage is operating entirely via the use of water and horsepower. They lack any electricity or the means to properly manufacture their own arms and armor. We have sold the limits of our stockpiles for semi-automatic rifles, which, if tested in battle, are nothing compared to the small arms of our current soldiers. We need only deploy a single carrier wing of our F-18s and the enemy will be forced to surrender. Nothing came to harm the German army in this word, and certainly not our navy or air force. If my brothers decide that the land and resources in that god-forsaken continent is worth more than their bond as brothers, then I will remind them of who their true master is. So you need not concern yourself with these matters, father. I have everything under control, and I assure you that the partition of Africa is coming along slowly but surely. After all, you can't rush these things. As you know as well as I. Berenger slightly nodded his head in agreement with his son's assessment once more. Hans was as shrewd as his mother and intelligent as his father, or perhaps even more so than the both of them. By now he had been declared the crown prince and was proven to be a ruler who was even better at the game than his father. Thus, Berenger truly had nothing to complain about when it came to his son eventually succeeding him. But there was one more serious international matter which he wanted to speak about, which he was quick to give voice to. Imperial intelligence suggests that the assassination of the new Ming emperor was done by a faction of radical globalists. They no longer wished to be isolated from the international markets and had even been studying abroad in political theory here in the Reich. It will not be long before your brothers began peddling their arms to every single warlord in the Ming dynasty who wants to be emperor. How will you proceed? Hans narrowed his eyes. There were multiple pathways which the Ming dynasty could follow as a result of the recent assassination, and the one that best suited the Reich's global goals was the most difficult to obtain. Thus, he said something that slightly surprised his father. Allow the war to take its natural course, and in the end we will support the isolationists, who will no doubt be backing some other son of Zhu Wudi. No doubt a puppet, but still a legitimate contender to the throne. The last thing we need is for a legitimate monarch to be deposed by foreign interests. The Ming has decided they wish to withdraw from the world, and who are we to force their hand? My brothers will naturally each want a piece of the pie, and I will deny them all until they starve on their own ambition. For the time being, we watch and wait until we can arm and supply the loyalists and isolationists with weapons and supplies in a way that does not suggest we have even taken a side. Have I answered all your questions adequately, father? Berenger nodded his head and finished the rest of the whiskey before asking one last question, but only after complimenting his son for passing his tests. You have proven yourself to be a very wise and capable ruler, and soon enough the throne will be yours. But I have a bit of a curveball for you, one I do not believe you have ever thought about. What will you do with Eastern Europe and Siberia? There was a slight tremble in Han's hands, and for a second Berenger thought he had seen a flash of anger in the man's eyes, which he had never seen in all of his years as a father. But in the next moment this wrath vanished and was replaced with a confident and calm smile on Han's face before the man revealed his plans for the regions previously mentioned. I will annex it all for the Reich, of course. The Slavs have had their time. I will invade their lands and conquer their homes. I will Germanize them until the Slavic race is a long-forgotten footnote of history. Siberia is ripe with natural resources, and it would be foolish to leave them in the hands of a foreign power, especially one as unpredictable as the remaining Slavic kingdoms. After all, I have yet to fully repay them for what happened to Veronica all those years ago. Berenger simply chuckled as he came to an understanding about what his son was referring to before shaking his head in disbelief. Hans, I have never known a man to hold a grudge with greater ferocity than myself. Until now, that is. Do what you wish with the Slavs. They, like everything else in the world, are yours for the taking. You have answered all of my questions. I suppose the time will come soon enough for me to retire and for you to assume the throne, and when you do, I look forward to watching how you prove yourself to be greater than your father. The word Hans von Kufstein will surely be remembered throughout history, just as your mother and I have always hoped for you. Chapter 12:14, New Advancements in Military Technology. Over the past 20-odd years, the armed forces of the German Reich, along with the infamous Reichsguard, had grown increasingly more powerful. Currently, Berenger was inspecting his troops who were stationed within the borders of the fatherland as well as their latest equipment. Many years had passed since Germany fought and won its war against the Empire of Japan, and during that time, the German armed forces had a technological capability on par with late-war Germany during the Second World War of Berengar's past life. But over 20 years had passed since then, and the direction that Berenger took with the development of arms was a mixture of Soviet and Western doctrine. After all, Berenger had a lifetime of knowledge of what worked and what did not, and thus he was able to steer development in a way that simply did not waste resources and funding. Thus, during the current year, which was 1455, the average German infantryman had a kit that was essentially an improvement to the Russian Rannik II system, which was employed by the Russian army starting in the year 2014 during Berengar's past life. Not only did the German infantry have access to modern ballistic helmets that were capable of incorporating hearing protection and comms systems, but the men were also equipped with night vision devices, modern body armor, etc. All of which were made in a digital camouflage pattern based upon the venerable Flecktarn. The small arms which the Wehrmacht used were similar in design to many modern Russian weapons from Berengar's past life. AK-74 MS and AK-105S being the most common assault rifles, all of which were equipped with intricate rail systems, adjustable stocks, ergonomic pistol grips, electronic optics, ear illuminators, and weapon lights, etc. In fact, pretty much every small arm was modernized to such an extent, whether it was the SVD sniper rifles, RPKs, PKMs, or even double-stack polymer-framed pistols. The weapons which the German infantrymen wielded would have been on par with the most expensive and efficient loadouts on the modern battlefield. As for the vehicles which were common among the German army, the most prolific transport was without a doubt a JLTV, which was modeled after the American vehicle of the same name. But for when more firepower and armor were needed, the L-Winex infantry fighting vehicle seemed to get the job done. This was a modular chassis, much like the Panther system Berenger had used in his war with Japan, that could be used in a variety of roles for the military, from vehicle recovery to a 120mm mortar or even an ambulance. These were just a few roles which the Lynx was designed to fulfill. However, if a 35mm autocannon was a bit too feeble to get the job done for you, then the Reich offered an alternative, and that came in the form of the Panther II. And no, it was not modeled after the vehicle of the same name that was a prototype in the Second World War of Berengar's past life, but was instead primarily based upon the Panther KF-51, which had yet to see service on a modern battlefield, whether in this life or the last one. Since the army was the branch of service that saw the most combat within this world, Berenger had focused heavily on investing in the best technology that his empire was currently capable of producing. However, the Luftwaffe and Kriegsmarine were a bit behind the times, or at least so far as the world Berenger had come from was concerned. The primary aircraft of the Luftwaffe was the F-15E Strike Eagle. It was a multi-role fighter that could put just about all other aircraft designed for its role to shame. And yes, the Reich's engineers figured out a way to put this bad boy on the deck of a carrier. It would be a very long time before stealth capabilities were required for the German armed forces, and considering the cost of developing and producing these types of aircraft, Beringer had set a small set of funding aside to develop the technology so that they had it when they needed it, but did not bother advancing to a dedicated stealth fighter. As for the attack helicopter of the Reich, it was none other than the legendary AH-64 Apache, and yes, it saw plenty of combat against the current enemies of the Reich, though whether or not this was overkill, that was up for history to judge. Personally, Beringer was growing weary of not having a proper enemy to test his newest weapons against, but he supposed the piece that his almighty military created was better than the alternative. There were many more modern weapons that the Reich employed, but these were the most common combat vehicles, and thus, Beringer could only observe them with a hint of pride on his face. The world was rapidly getting to the point where it was an improvement on the one he had left behind, and his military would remain unchallenged for generations to come. Thus, after taking a brief trip through the military encampment, he returned to his home, where he sat down on his couch with a nice glass of whiskey in his hands. However, he did not receive the peace and quiet that he so desperately wanted. Instead, Zara came forward with what was perhaps the happiest smile on her face that Beringer had ever seen. The beautiful young woman made one comment, one that instantly caused her father to frown. "Daddy, Brandt has completed all the tasks you set out for him. All that is left for you to set a date for our wedding." Beringer nearly dropped his drink when he heard this. He had made an impossible list of demands for the kickboxer to complete in a span of 10 years, and it was not yet the deadline, but it was drawing near. To think that the stubborn bastard had actually accomplished the impossible, it boiled Berengar's blood. But then again, many of his other daughters were already married, and all that remained was for Zara to find herself a husband. Still, Beringer had always hoped that the veteran kickboxer would fail to achieve the goals that he had set out for the man, but it would appear that was not the case. As Beringer was about to demand to see the evidence, Zara pulled out a small electronic device which displayed all the information about Brandt's military service and his assets. Much to Berengar's surprise, the man had indeed accomplished the unthinkable, and thus he could only sigh and admit defeat before informing his precious little girl that she could indeed marry the man she had set her eyes upon. "Fine. Ask your mother to begin preparations for the wedding. You will be married sometime next year. In the meantime, now that the man is out of the military, you should really get to know him and see if that is what you truly desire. It has been 10 years, Zara, and that is enough time for a man to change." Zara, however, appeared completely undeterred as she smiled while nodding her head. At the same time, she hugged her father before running off to go see her new fiancé. "Thanks, Daddy. I will go inform Brandt now." With Zara's departure, Beringer slid back into his sofa and turned on the TV, all the while sipping on his whiskey. Though his face would not reveal it, he was now heartbroken that his favorite daughter was all grown up and would no longer need her beloved father anymore. After a while of thinking, Beringer chuckled as he pulled out his pipe and took a hit of his hash, where he then made a crass remark about the joys of being a father. "I cannot think or comprehend of anything more cucked than having a daughter." Beringer chuckled to himself as he said this, because in this entire world, he was the only one who could possibly understand such a reference. He then got back to drinking his whiskey and watching his TV without giving a second thought to the idea that he would once more have to give away one of his daughters at their wedding. As for Zara, she immediately met up with the man she had chosen to be with and informed him of the good news, where the two of them would spend the rest of the day discussing the future they planned to have with one another before retiring back to their respective homes for the rest of the evening, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 12-15, Partition Africa. Out of all the interested parties in the African continent, as well as its vast land and resources, none was perhaps more avaricious than the German Reich, which sought to control the entire southern half all for themselves. And while this had been Berengar's objective, Hans had decided to take things a step further and advance his colonial borders further north. Naturally, this resulted in a bit of a conflict between himself and his brothers, and thus, after much effort, the various emperors gathered in neutral ground to speak of their disagreements. What was this neutral ground? Well, there was not a wide variety of nation-states to choose from in this matter, as most were either directly subservient to the Reich or indirectly so. Thus, after a lengthy debate on where to even host these negotiations, Hans and his brother had settled on the Joseon dynasty. In the city of Pyongyang, 4 Western emperors sat at a table which was being moderated by the Joseon king, who watched these men with cautious eyes. They all sipped on their tea and enjoyed the silence that existed prior to the start of what each and every one of them knew would turn into a fierce debate. Until finally Hans spoke of his demands, and with the authority as the Chancellor of Germany. "All right, I'm just going to get right to it. From Nigeria to German South Africa, everything belongs to the Reich except for the lands that Father has recognized as an independent empire for the native peoples. This is non-negotiable, and if any of you decide to oppose the Reich's demands, we will be more than happy to test our newest equipment on the lot of you. This meeting is not to dispute the colonial borders of the German Reich, but rather to carve up what is left for the rest of you. So, you will each stake your claims, and I will determine what is the most fitting to achieve peace and stability. Emperor Alexandros, you have the floor." The moment the Reich put military force on the table as a valid way to retain in control of their claims, not a single other empire could very well disagree. After all, the entire world could gang up against the Reich and the Reich would win 10 out of 10 times. There was simply no comparing themselves to the juggernaut that was the Wehrmacht. Thus, Alexandros did not bother disputing any of Hans' claims and instead focused on what he could obtain for himself. As previously agreed upon with the Iberian Empire, we will be permitting the Horn of Africa to remain in their control. However, we demand the land that lies in between the Horn of Africa and the Zulu Empire, such as Kenya, Uganda, and Sudan. Hans immediately looked towards his brothers and posed a question that he knew at least one of them would respond to. Does anyone have any objections to these demands? Almost immediately Lucas objected to these claims that his half-brother Alexandros had posed while stating his reasons to do so in an almost fiery tone. You're damn right I do. Both the Iberian and Byzantine empires both have colonies with access to the Atlantic and the Indian Oceans. If you were to give this swath of territory to the Byzantines, then the British would not be able to have a port city with immediate access to the Indian Ocean. I demand all the regions claimed by the Byzantine emperor to instead belong to Britannia. The animosity that flashed through Lucas and Alexandros' eyes was no small amount, and thus Hans immediately came up with a compromise between the two of them before they could argue any further over this issue. The Reich will grant Kenya to the British Empire so that they have some coastal territory with access to the Indian Ocean. However, Uganda and Sudan will go to the Byzantine Empire as they already have military bases established in the region, and if you need evidence of this, I can give you photographs taken from our satellites. Are there any objections to this compromise? Both Alexandros and Lucas looked at each other with far less anger and silently nodded their heads in agreement. Thus, Hans was able to directly move on to the next disputed territory. Currently, the Byzantine Empire has colonies in the Ivory Coast, while the British Empire has colonies in both Mali and Ghana. Since the Iberians have already agreed to splitting Mali in half with the British, we must come to an understanding on the regions of Togo and Benin. I must state for the record that it is the opinion of the Reich that these lands should go to the British Empire, as they have already established military outposts in the region and have engaged in combat with the locals. We also believe that it is only fair that the British Empire gets control over the regions of Niger and Burkina Faso. As compared to the other European empires, they are severely lacking in terms of colonial land and resources. Are there any objections to these claims? Although both Alexandros and Ghazi wanted to dispute these claims, they could tell that Hans was not truly willing to debate them, and thus they sighed heavily and accepted their defeat. All right, I am glad we have come to an agreement on these matters. As a reminder, both Southern and Central Africa, aside from those lands which are recognized as a part of the Zulu Empire, are hereby annexed by the German Reich in perpetuity, with our furthest western colonial borders being the region that Father has identified as Nigeria. With this in mind, the rest of the territory that has not already been covered in these negotiations is up for a free-for-all, and I trust that you will use your best judgment in how you divvy up control. I must also remind you all that you are more than welcome to exchange land with one another based upon your needs if you can manage to come to such an agreement. If that is all, then these partitions of the African continent have been concluded, and thus we are done here. Thank you, gentlemen, and may we all have a safe trip back home? After saying this, Hans left the room without saying another word, while his brothers remained in awkward silence. Berenger sat in the living room of his giant palace in front of a television. A game console had been hooked up to the TV while several of his grandchildren, who were in their formative years, were playing an RPG that focused on capturing and battling cute little monsters. It took one look at this game for Berenger to have a vague sense of déjà vu, as it seriously reminded him of a game he used to play in his past life. And thus, while these young kids were busy arguing about what to name their most recent captures, their grandfather simply smiled and shook his head. By now, much of the Reich's internal affairs were looked after by his son Hans, and thus Berenger ironically spent more time with his grandchildren than he had actually spent with his own kids when they were growing up. Berenger was drinking a glass of whiskey and reading from the paper when he noticed one of his grandsons fighting with his sister about what type of monster was weak against another type, and if this game was remotely similar to the one Berenger had in mind, then he knew the answer, and thus in between sips of his whiskey he decided to inform his kids of which monster they should be using. If your opponent is a water type, then you might want to try an electric type monster. The young boy looked at his grandfather as if he had said something foolish, and mocked the man straight to his face, perhaps not realizing just how fearsome Berenger had been in his younger years, even if he was only currently in his 50s. Grandpa, no offense, but what do you know about video games? When you were my age, they didn't even have electricity, let alone computers. Just when Berenger was about to scold the little brat, his little sister clearly demonstrated her superior intelligence, not only as a gamer, but as a person. Grandpa is right. I read in a game guide that water monsters are weak to electric monsters and grass types. We should listen to him. Maybe if you paid more attention in science class, then you would know that water conducts electricity. After saying this, the girl snatched hold of the controller and swapped out the monster for an electric type, where she then took out the opponent with a single attack. She then stuck out her tongue at her brother, who immediately ran off and rage quit. Berenger simply chuckled when he saw this, and spoke in a curious tone, as he asked a question that he had never thought about before in his life. I wonder if my own children were this energetic when they were still kids. Chapter 12:16. A Stubborn Old Man. Berenger sat in the gardens of his imperial palace while dressed in a rather simple outfit. He was wearing nothing more than a silk dress shirt, a pair of nice tailored slacks, and some leather Oxfords. Meanwhile, the man sitting across from him was a dear old friend. Eckhard was a man well past the prime of his life at this point. In fact, he was in his 70s now, and had grown quite feeble over the years. In truth, he did not know how much longer he was for this world, and as a result, he wanted to visit the Kaiser one last time before finally entering the grave. It had been over 30 years since these two men first met, and at the time Eckhard was swayed by Berengar's vision for the future. But no matter what the man may have told him, the wayward knight never would have believed that within his lifetime, the world would change so vastly. The two men sat at a table in the gardens. The air was nice and warm, but cool enough that the small breeze was nothing but soothing. While sipping on some tea, the two men played a game of chess, which Eckhard could not help but curse with each move he made. Ultimately, as time passed, he focused less on the game, and more on the conversation he was having with the Kaiser, who seemed to be in quite a cheerful mood despite both of them knowing this was likely the last time they would ever meet. As the game came to a close, Eckhard sighed heavily, and gave voice to the thoughts he had kept locked away inside his heart and mind for so many years. I look around the world today, and I must admit that I do not recognize it. So much has changed, and in such a short time. I wish I had been younger so that I could see all that your children will accomplish after you have retired, but unfortunately I fear I am not long for this world. Berenger did not say anything for the longest time, and it appeared at first that he was focused entirely on the game of chess, and how to best his opponent. However, just when Eckhard thought he might never be able to beat the man in a noble pursuit, Berenger made a gesture of solidarity, as he advanced his king straight into one of Eckhard's pawns. Eckhard gasped as he saw the Kaiser make such a suicidal move, and was quick to voice his disagreement with it with a rather foul tone. I do not need your pity, Berenger. 30 years we have been playing this game, and I will be damned if the one time I win is because you felt pity for me and decided to give up. These were just the words Berenger wanted to hear, as he wore a bitter smile and posed a question to Eckhard that the man was not the least bit expecting. Are you sure I am the one giving up? At first, the meaning behind these words went straight over Eckhard's head until he realized just what Berenger was asking him. When he heard this, his expression turned into a frown before the elderly man scoffed in disdain. Is that what you call it? Berenger, from my perspective, I should have been dead a long time ago, and if not for your damned medicine, I would have. Are you trying to tell me to keep living when my body has practically given up on me? What would be the point of such suffering? However, upon hearing this, Berenger responded to Eckhard's remark in the same way he had done to him, a scoff filled with disdain. Yes, it is the medicine I introduced to this world that has allowed you to live well beyond that which men are supposed to. But does that mean you can throw yours away so easily? I know men in their 80s who are still vibrant and healthy despite being older than you are now. You have no terminal illness, so what is your excuse for wasting away these past 30 years? If I knew this was what you would become in your old age, I would have ensured you had a personal trainer whose entire job was to encourage you to maintain a strict workout routine. Your mind broke long before your body did, and that is where the problem lies. You retired at such a young age for a man with such a prominent position, and it was because of what you had seen in the wars I waged. Something which haunts you even now. Am I wrong? Eckhard did not speak. Instead he simply looked away from Berenger and clicked his tongue in disagreement, which Berenger immediately spoke up against. Try as you might to deny it, you have given up, and you did so decades ago. How many grandchildren do you have, Eckhard? As far as I know, you took 5 wives, and over the last 30 years you had several children with all of them. By now, some of them must have gotten married and started families of their own. Do you not look forward to the smiles on those kids' faces each and every day? Are they not a reason to get out of bed in the morning and ensure that you are healthy so you can see them grow up and get married? When I finally die of old age, I hope it is when I have lived to be 100, or perhaps even older, and can gaze upon 4 or 5 generations of my family and the world they have built together. That is my reason to get up each and every morning and fulfill the same daily exercise that I have been doing since I was 20. Have you ever considered that by allowing yourself to waste away to such a state, you were engaging in the ultimate form of selfishness? So, you have 2 options, Eckhard. You embrace your death and enter the grave at the age of 80, or you can get out of that damn chair and run across these gardens with me and live another 30 years and see just what this world has to offer, now that our people no longer have to worry about war or famine or disease like we used to. Eckhard stubbornly refused to answer Berengar's question, and sat still for several moments in complete and utter silence. So much so that Berenger thought perhaps death had come for the man at that very moment. But when he saw the man finally breathe, Berenger couldn't take it any longer and began to yell at Eckhard. "Damn you, old man. My father is even older than you, and he is still running around with his 2 wives, as if he could not possibly be happier. Even after all the guilt he has had to suffer through for the way that Lambert turned out, he still has the strength to live. So why don't you explain to me just what you have done that is so horrific, that you must embrace your death, when you could still live another 30 years. We did what we had to, against a world of enemies, to create the world as it is today. Look around you, Eckhard. And you tell me if the world would have been better off without the actions you took. Without the wars you fought. Would the world be any better under the tyranny of the papacy? Because I assure you, far more men would have died in the coming years if we had not stepped up and took control." After hearing all of this, Eckhard stood up from his chair and knocked the chessboard onto the stone tiles which sat beneath his feet. He then stared at Berenger in silence for the longest time, before saying the words that Berenger wanted to hear. "Damn you, Berenger. Damn you to hell for making an old man suffer through another 30 years of aging. All right, fine. You wanted me to run around this garden. I will show you just who has gotten old." After saying this, Eckhard began to jog at a pace that was considerable when taking into account his current feeble state. And though Berenger, who was in the peak of physical condition, even in his 50s, could run laps around Eckhard, he strolled by the man's side, matching his speed while taunting him, knowing that every venomous word he spoke would inspire the man to live and improve his condition. By the time Eckhard had run a single lap around the garden, he collapsed to his knees and stared up at the setting sun with a smile on his face. After 30 years of wasting away, he had forgotten what it was like to get his blood pumping so fiercely, for which he could not help but shake his head and sigh in lament, while commenting about his current physical state. So weak. How did I ever let myself deteriorate to such an extent? Damn that woman. Obviously he was referring to his first wife, who he had married for political purposes, and had caused him quite a bit of grief throughout their 20-odd-some years of marriage. When Berenger heard this he chuckled, before making a comment which Eckhard could not help but laugh at. "It's like I always say, a woman can either make or break a man. Clearly Martha has taken a toll on you. One you should not have had to endure. Well, you can't let the bitch have the last laugh now, can you? Live Eckhard. And together we can enjoy the peaceful world that we have created through our sweat, blood, and tears." Eckhard took a deep breath in order to get his heart rate under control, and after inhaling and exhaling for several moments, he finally responded with a single word. Chapter 12:17. Fall of the Rus. Hans had begun his plans to annex the Rus states. He had never quite forgiven them after what the previous Grand Duke of Moscow had attempted to do to his fiancée, and his grudge was one that could only be settled with blood. More than the minuscule amount he had already spilled. For years the Reich provided discounted alcohol to the Rus, to keep them drunk and complacent, and while the rest of the world had gone on to form mighty empires, or get conquered by them, the Rus had maintained their own small city-states and principalities. The first objective that Hans had regarding the annexation and Germanization of the Rus was through the Eastern Orthodox Church, whose priests were paid excessively to preach German propaganda. This would affect the people's view towards the way their noblemen mismanaged their kingdoms, and instead have them see the German Empire in a more favorable light. In some frostbitten corner of the Novgorod Republic, an Orthodox priest was speaking of the City of Gold, one where its people flew in the skies, and had even reached the heavens. His parish was in disbelief at these words, as well as enthralled by them as they listened with open ears. Now, let me tell you about a place called Kufstein. It is the capital of the German Reich, a land blessed by God with a powerful and benevolent emperor, one who has led his people to prosperity the likes of which the world has never seen before. The Germans do not travel by horse or cart like you and I, instead they fly in the sky, as if they had grown wings and soared to the heavens. They have even slipped the bonds of our mortal plane of existence and stood face to face with the Creator himself. All thanks to one man and one man alone. Yet this man is getting old, and in a few years he will step down and leave his eldest son in control of his throne. But who is this young man who will be the next Kaiser? Well, he is a man from which the heathens in Moscow have greatly offended. A man who will have no pity or remorse as his armies invade the lands of the Slavic people, and claim it for themselves. Hans von Kufstein is the crown prince of the German Reich, and unless we can depose those noble fools who have run Novgorod into the ground, then we will suffer the same fate as Moscow. Let me tell you, good people of Novgorod, the time of the sword and axe is nigh. If we do not repent for the sins of our neighbors, then we too shall be swept up in the wrath of God, and make no mistake, the Germans wield divine weapons imbued with the Creator's power. I have seen with my very eyes what has become of the land that once belonged to the Arabic Emirate of Tlemcen. They too had invoked the ire of the German royal family, and their entire kingdom was lit aflame, with all life having been snuffed out in a single instant. The Germans have been blessed by God in ways we cannot imagine, while our own masters drink themselves into an early grave. I say, Now is the time for revolution. Now is the time to prove to the Germans that we are repentant, and we are brothers in Christ who seek to atone for the sins of our neighbors, who have so thoroughly angered the royal family. The men in the chapel instantly threw their arms up into the air, in support of their priest's words, while shouting their own calls for bloodshed. Down with Moscow! Death to the boyars! The flames of war were rising in the Rus states, and it was not Novgorod alone whose priests had begun to spread the message of a holy revolution, one which would save the Rus people from a gruesome fate. A stunning blonde woman stood in Hans' office. The man had overtaken much of his father's work in recent years, and because of this, he required his own study. This woman handed Hans a document before complimenting his plot to destroy the Rus states from within. I must say you have done quite well, Prince Hans. It is only a matter of time before the Slavic monarchies, which are not yet under our direct control, are overthrown and replaced with factions who are friendly to Kufstein. Well played. Hans scoffed as he signed his name away on a document before looking up at the woman in front of him. She was the new director of Imperial Intelligence after Linda had stepped down from her position to spend more time with her grandchildren. Now that the Reich was no longer in a state of near perpetual war, it no longer needed its fearsome Spider Queen to protect it. Instead, this woman, who went by the name of Emma Wagner, had been selected as Lindy's replacement, and thus far she had been doing an excellent job. So much so that Hans could not help but comment on how it was truly through her efforts that things had progressed so smoothly within the Slavic states. Oh please Emma, you and I both know that without your assistance, I would have never been able to achieve such aggressive results, and so quickly, no less. You have learned a lot from your tenure in my mother's service, and you are more than worthy of filling her shoes. The only problem I have now is that women never seem to leave my home, and are instead constantly around my kids, who she treats as if they were her own, which at first might not seem like a bad thing, but there are reasons why she vexes me so. Emma chuckled when she heard these words, naturally understanding the difficulties that would result from such a thing. She then made a comment that surprised Hans, a suggestion that he had not previously thought of. Perhaps you should take a break, Your Highness. A brief vacation. After all, you are not your father. That man was a workaholic, and how he did not work himself into an early grave I will never know. He has built a solid foundation for you to take control over, and there is no reason to follow his example so religiously. I am sure your wives and kids would enjoy a visit to one of the many resorts that have been established across the colonies. I hear the beaches in Lindeberg are nice at this time of the year. Hans scoffed once more while he heard this suggestion. He had never realized how much he had idolized his father, and sought to follow his every example until this exact moment. But Emma was right. His father worked way too hard, and he was able to do so specifically because he maintained peak physical fitness, something Hans did not know how the man found the time to achieve. With this thought in mind, he placed the paper in his hands down upon his desk, and smiled as he leaned back in his chair before agreeing with Emma's suggestion. I think you are right. I am in need of a vacation. Hell, I haven't had one in at least 3 years. The Reich is in good hands, and I trust those who have been put in charge of it. Very well, I will inform my wives immediately that we are going on a family vacation. It will be a good chance for us to have some quality alone time, away from the prying eyes of my mother. This remark simply caused Emma to giggle. She had known Linda quite well while working beneath her, and understood why so many men were afraid of her. But to think that even her own son shared this dread, it was simply too funny. As for Hans, he would do exactly as he had said he would, and would take the rest of the day off, while planning a brief vacation for his wife and kids to the region of the world that was once known as Florida during Berengar's past life. Specifically, the beaches of Miami. And while Hans took this vacation, the flames of war would spread to the Rus states, as a revolution had only just begun. One which would see the fall of the complacent boyars, and instead place figures who were sympathetic to the Reich in control, which will be receiving my primary attention from here on out. Thank you all for the support you have shown me, and I look forward to writing novels for you all for years to come. Chapter 12:18. The Great Khan of Crimea. All across the world, small-scale conflicts were being waged between the empires which Berengar's children had inherited. However, as Altan led his Crimean horde into the lands of his neighbors, they soon realized that even with the weapons which they had purchased from the Indian Empire, the organization, strategies, and tactics of the Crimean horde were too much to overcome. By now, Altan's armies had marched well past the regions inhabited by the Uzbeks, and the other Turco-Mongol peoples who lived in the area. Instead, they were on the borders of the Oirats, Chagatai, and the Mongolian people themselves. Much ground had been conquered, and because of this, the 3 opposing khans finally decided to submit to this foreign power from the west. And they did this in the best way they could think of. After raising the white flag of war, the 3 Khan approached Altan's encampment, where the members of his armor were busy loading their weapons, cleaning their bayonets, and any other jobs which soldiers did in their downtime. It was not long before these foreign horsemen were spotted by the Crimeans. In fact, with their advanced equipment, they could have opened fire on the enemy at a vast distance. However, due to their own handling of these weapons, the three Khans and their caravan traveled with multiple white flags flying. Atlan was not surprised that these men had come to surrender. After all, he had viciously wiped out the Uzbeks and the other Turco-Mongol tribes that got in his way. All that was truly left were these three forces. All he needed was the slightest bit of bloodshed to convince these men to surrender, and that is exactly what he had done. Thus, the Crimean encampment had welcomed the Turco-Mongolian caravan with open arms, an act which surprised the three Khans, who were beginning to believe that they might have been driven into a trap. Still, they steeled their resolve and moved forward, as they opened up the exceptionally large tent, which had a massive furnace built within, and laid eyes upon the young Crimean Khan, who was dressed in relatively modern combat fatigues. As the man who personally led his horde into battle, Atlan did not care much for the shiny ornaments that the Germans wore on their dress uniforms. No, he admired a practical approach to uniforms, and thus he wore the same attire that all his soldiers wore. Perhaps this was the modern form of what a proper Khan should look like, utilitarian and martial rather than ornamental. As Atlan saw the three Khans enter his home, who were all dressed in far more primitive attire, he reached out to the nearby table that had been set up, and pulled out several packages of MREs, which he quickly prepared along with several canteens worth of rice wine. He then handed these portions over to his guests, and spoke to them, quite to their surprise, in their own tongues. I know why you have all come here on this evening, and that is to surrender. You wish to spare your people from my wrath, and though I welcome you into my tent, and allow you to feed upon my rations, and drink my wine, I can't help but wonder what you will offer me in exchange for my benevolence. Give me one good reason why I should not just conquer you all myself, and absorb your hordes into my modern state like I have done with the others? This was the perfect time to introduce the gifts which the three Khans had brought, and thus they whistled, allowing their troops to escort in three beautiful young maidens, all of which shared the same DNA that Altan himself had received from his mother's side of the family. These descendants of Genghis Khan entered the tent and kneeled before the man which their fathers had chosen to be their husband, with such grace, that Altan thought they might perhaps be Mongolian angels. He was just about to ask what these three old Khans meant by this, when the man who ruled over Mongolia spoke to Altan with a hint of respect in his voice. "O great Khan of Crimea, you have proven yourself worthy of leading our people from the Black Sea to the steppes of Mongolia. All of our descent should follow your example, and become something greater than we are now, than we have always been. It is because of this that we three Khans have decided to gift our eldest daughters to you, so that you may carry on your bloodline. Will not you accept our surrender?" Altan took another look at the three women who were kowtowing in front of him on the canvas of the tent, and decided then and there that he would accept this peace offering, and in doing so, annex the remaining regions which the Turco-Mongolic people resided in. "Very well, I accept your gifts, and shall take your daughters as my brides. You may consider us kin now, and thus I will drink to your health, as my new fathers-in-law. From this day forth the Crimean Empire is born." With this said, the last of the Turco-Mongolic regions had fallen to Altan's conquest, and he had built himself a mighty empire, where he would forever be known as the Great Khan of Crimea. However, there was much work that needed to be done, if he intended to turn his newly conquered territory into a modern society, and thus Altan would return to Crimea with his new three brides, where he would begin the expansion into the east, so that his people could live lives on par with the other empires which the sons of Berenger ruled over. It was not long after this that Berenger was in his office, seemingly alone. But in reality, there was a sexy little minx beneath his desk, who was currently giving him head. Ever since she had first moved to Kufstein, Korigin had spent every hour of the day which she could manage being intimate with Berenger. In fact, she was not alone, as many of Berengar's women who had been forced away from his arms, for whatever reason, were also now competing heavily for his affection. Itami was one of these women. As an Asian beauty of the highest caliber, she actually took great offense to the amount of time which Berenger spent with his Mongolian and Indonesian concubines. But she did not try to interfere in this regard. After all, she had long learned to accept the harem lifestyle, especially after moving in with Berenger when their oldest son had come of age to succeed her as the reigning emperor of Japan. Thus, at the moment, Berenger was spending some time with the Mongolian beauty, who he had given several children thus far. The woman continued to suck on his cock with fierce intensity, as if she was dying to drink his seed, something which she had long since gained a taste for. She eventually achieved what she was hoping for, and thus, Korigin wrapped her lips around the tip of her lover's cock, where she then drank his sperm, all while messaging the shaft with her dainty hands. Berenger seemed quite satisfied as Korigin swallowed every drop with a look of ecstasy on her beautiful face. After which the Kaiser dragged the Mongol beauty into his lap and began to speak to her about recent matters which he had discovered in the east. "You should be aware that our son is now proclaimed the great Khan of all Turkish and Mongolian peoples. He is marrying 3 women in Crimea within the coming months, and has invited us to attend his wedding. I think I will gift him with a 4th bride. After all, I can't let the German bloodline be bred out my son's lineage so quickly, so I might just gift a half-German woman to him. What do you think?" Corrigan smiled as she slowly inserted her man's massive cock into her moist twat, and moaned with intense pleasure as she felt its size deep inside her. She began to slowly bounce up and down as she answered Berengar's question with the answer he was hoping to hear. I think that would be wonderful. I would love to see my grandchildren with golden hair and blue eyes, just like their grandfather. Berengar chuckled when he heard this and continued to pound Corrigan's tight and moist hole with all the strength and speed he could muster. As he shot one last load deep into the woman's womb, he responded to her statement with one of his own. It is settled then. With this said, Berengar had set his son Altan, the great Khan of Crimea, on a path that would ensure the German lineage ever faded from his bloodline. Chapter 12:19. Disrespecting the scion of Berengar. The world was rapidly changing, as the major empires, which were now ruled by the sons of Berengar, began expanding their borders through military conquest. However, some of these empires simply did not have much room to expand to, due to the nature of their geographical position. India, for example, was smack dab in the middle of the Byzantine Empire, and the Ming dynasty whose sovereignty Berengar was respecting for the time being, leaving them with no chance to expand, not that they really needed to. However, after Arun came of age, and decided to marry the princess of the Ayutthaya kingdom to cement their relationship as suzerain and vassal, he was shocked to find that his request for betrothal had been rejected by the Thai king. Thus, at the moment Emperor Arun Tamara was sitting in the Ayutthaya kingdom's capital, with a small troop of his personal bodyguards, and the Ayutthaya king himself. There was a stern look on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head and declined Arun's most generous offer yet again. With all due respect, Emperor Tamara, it is not a matter of payment which I find sufficient for my daughter's hand in marriage. However, it is the bloodline which you descend from that I find so troublesome. I would never permit a member of my dynasty to marry a bastard, even one as powerful as yourself. This was perhaps the first time in his entire life that Arun had been openly referred to by such a disrespectful term. Technically, he was a bastard, as his mother was only a mere concubine of his esteemed father. Yet Berengar treated all his children equally, so much so, that the idea that anyone would think less of him, simply because his mother was a concubine, filled the young emperor with rage. So much so that he stood up from his seat and smacked the solid gold table with the palm of his hand. What did you just call me? Where do you get the nerve to speak to your suzerain in such a manner? Contrary to what Arun was expecting, his intimidating display did not have the slightest effect on the Thai king, who simply scoffed in disdain at his suzerain's remarks, before once more reiterating the troubling nature of the man's heritage. What did I say that was inaccurate which could possibly cause you offense? Your parents are not married, and you have only managed to obtain your throne because your uncle left no heirs to speak of after his untimely death. Daria was a man who understood respect and how to wield it properly. You are a boy who has not done anything to deserve my respect, and because of this, I will speak the truth where I see it. A bastard, no matter how respectable his father may be, is still a bastard, and my precious daughters are too good to be married to an illegitimate ruler like yourself. Arun could only gnash his teeth in rage as he heard such disrespectful words, before voicing his intent clearly to the Thai king who was technically his subordinate. Such words could be considered treason. Do you intend to rebel against me? There was a cold look on the man's face as he shook his head, and in doing so, revealed his thoughts to the Indian emperor. You have my loyalty, as I simply have no alternative to seek protection from. But you do not have my respect. The Tamara dynasty is dead, because there are no legitimate heirs left to sit upon the throne. The only reason your people have not rebelled against you is because they fear the power that the Germans wield, and they are a particularly violent race who would stop at nothing to cement their rule over this world. So, no, I do not intend to rebel against the Indian Empire, even if the legitimate dynasty died with your uncle. But you will never take one of my daughters as your wife, let alone multiple. I have shown you enough courtesy by entertaining you in my home, but I believe I have reached my limits. Be gone from my real and do not return again. Because the next time I see you at my palace's gates, I will not open them for you. Arun had suffered the ultimate humiliation from a man who was supposed to be his servant and was naturally outraged. Thus, after returning to the capital of his empire, he got on the phone and dialed his father, who at the moment was making love to his mother. It took Arun several attempts to get into contact with his father, and when he finally did, he heard a rather irritated tone in the man's voice. What is it? I'm busy, so make it quick. Naturally, Arun could hear his mother's moans of ecstasy on the other end of the line, and thus he sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose, as he struggled to cope with his father's never-ending lust, before finally voicing his concerns. The moment Berengar heard that the Ayutthaya king had dared to disrespect his son, he said one simple phrase before hanging up without waiting for a response. I will call you back in a few minutes. Sure enough, the phone rang 15 minutes later, no doubt after Berengar had finished fucking Priya, where Arun then heard a far more relaxed tone in his father's voice. All right, tell me in detail exactly what this little prick said to you. Arun then summarized the meeting he had with the Ayutthaya king, before he heard a tone of scorn in his father's voice as the man responded. But it was not towards the disrespectful monarch, but towards Arun himself. And you just let that fucker speak to you like that? I mean, you had armed guards with you, right? Men with machine guns? What exactly was that feudal prick going to do if you just started blasting? Son, you have the same weakness as your uncle. He relied on me to get his throne back and maintain his power. And though I loved the man as if he was my own son, I expect better from my actual blood. I thought I have told you this before, but in case I haven't remembered these words, my son. Nobody in this world ever freely gives you any respect, you have to take it. The answer to your problems is really simple. Our bloodline can never be disrespected by an outsider. So raise that army of yours, which I have invested so much into over the years, and teach that little fucker a lesson of obedience. It is unwise to tolerate a vassal who blatantly disrespects you to your face. Sooner or later he will turn on you. It is better to put that bastard in his place now before it comes to such a thing. Never forget, son, no matter what the world may say about your lineage, you are my son. And I have done enough in this life to ensure that you receive the respect that you deserve. And if an outsider dares to speak to you with disrespect, then you force him to curb his tone. Understood? Arun was slightly surprised that his father's first thought was to start a military conflict over such a petty matter. But when he thought about it, the man's entire history was forcing the world to bend to his knee via violence and bloodshed. Something he alone managed to achieve in human history. After thinking about this, Arun sighed heavily, before nodding his head. He then responded to his father's words with a newfound determination. I will do what is necessary. Thank you, father. I have learned a lot from this chat of ours. A slight chuckle emerged from the other end of the line as Berenger said the words that his son wanted to hear the most. Anytime, son. Now if you don't need anything else, I have to get back to my work. I will talk to you later, and when I do, I hope to see some results with this little problem of ours. Arun smiled and nodded his head, before hanging up the phone, but not after leaving one last sentence behind for his father to hear. Thanks, Dad. I will remember your words for the rest of my life. After hanging up the phone, Arun's gaze turned towards the globe, where he saw the Ayutthaya kingdom lying next to his empire as a mere vassal state. Berenger was right, respect is earned in this life, and more often than not through the spilling of blood. Thus, the Thai king may not have realized it, when he so blatantly disrespected a scion of the great Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, but he had just signed a one-way ticket to hell for himself and his people. Chapter 1220. The new Majapahit Emperor. It had been many years since the war with Japan had taken its toll on the Majapahit population, and during this time Emperor Suratman had been leading his nation to a new golden age. When Berenger found the Majapahit Empire, they were already headed towards a total collapse. But with the influx of trade coming from around the world, and the export of its spices, the Majapahit Empire had become one of the wealthiest states in the world. And while they maintained a rather sizable army to deter any would-be invaders, they did not actively engage in wars of conquest, unlike the realms which Berengar's sons currently ruled over. However, on this day an era truly came to an end. As Dharma and his siblings stood by their parents' side as they watched their grandfather, the great Emperor Suratman was lit ablaze on a mighty pyre. The old man had passed away, at the ripe old age of 83, leaving his throne not to any of his sons, but his eldest grand. Why would the mighty emperor do this? Because he was wise enough to see where the world was heading. Germany had become the center of Earth. They owned over half of the world's landmass, and all of its resources, while having a level of technology that the Majapahit emperor simply could not believe. Every time he had visited Kufstein over the past few decades, to see his daughter, he had nearly had a heart attack at how quickly it seemed to have developed. Finally, old age had claimed his life, and before he died, he decided to give up his prosperous empire to Dharma, who was the eldest son of Berenger von Kufstein and Princess Angrani. Angrani wept as she saw her father's pyre burn. She had aged quite gracefully. Now that she was in her 40s, she looked as if she were not even 30. Perhaps it was her Asian genes that allowed this, but when compared to her lover, who looked the proper age, it was quite the scene to behold, at least from an outsider's perspective. In fact, Berenger found himself spending much more time with Itami and his Asian concubines, simply because they aged so much better than his other wives. Something which irked Linda to no end. And naturally, he had come to Angrani's side when her people sent off her father to the afterlife. The tears streamed down the Indonesian Bowtie's face, causing her lover to grab hold of her hand, and hold it tightly in an attempt to comfort her. This seemed to have done the job, as she began to rest her weary head on the man's chest. As the fire turned Suratman's flesh and bones to ash, the funeral had come to an end, and all that was left to crown Dharma as the new emperor. Thus, the young man looked towards his new subjects, who gazed upon him with a hint of reverence, as a Hindu priest placed a crown upon his head. Dharma's gaze shifted to that of his father and mother, who looked at him with a mix of grief and pride. as he spoke his first words as the new emperor of the Majapahit people. As emperor, I promise to rule with a sense of justice and righteousness. As great as a man as my grandfather was, he was not nearly as educated as I am about how to run a country. For I have learned from the world's best teacher on exactly how to do this. I promise you this is not the end of our golden age. Rather, it is just the beginning. Under my reign, I will expand our wealth and power so that we, the Majapahit Empire, can stand toe-to-toe with the world's other major empires, in the hope that they will treat us as their equals. Glory to the Majapahit Empire. Having said this, the audience broke out into a roar of applause. They may have lost one of their greatest emperors, but they had gained a new hope with Dharma, and his words had given them the comfort they needed to know that the world had not suddenly come to an end. Berenger then approached his eldest son with Angrani, and shook the man's hand, before hugging him tightly. He then released the man and said in front of everyone in the Sanskrit language just what he was thinking. I look forward to working with you, Dharma, and your people for many years to come. There are very few nations on this earth who have fought beside the Reich when we found ourselves at odds with powerful enemies, and I take pride in knowing that you are among them. Together, as father and son, but more importantly, as two independent monarchs, I believe we will be able to make the world a better place. Especially in this era of peace and prosperity that both of our realms have managed to achieve. Once more the crowd broke out into cheers, perhaps none more so than Angrani, who was reflecting on the past 20+ years of her life, as if they were the most happy and fulfilling she possibly could have lived. Once the funeral and coronation ceremony was over, Berenger and his family returned to the Majapahit palace, where Dharma looked around as if he were slightly worried about his new life as the Majapahit emperor. It was so obvious that Angrani giggled before hugging her eldest son and smothering him like a proper doting mother. Oh, is my little Dharma perhaps anxious about finally leaving the nest behind? Well, it was about time you grew up and took your rightful place on my father's throne. You should find yourself a wife now that you are the emperor, or maybe 3. After all, you can't be a mommy's boy forever. This had naturally embarrassed the man who was already in his 20s, and he was quick to break free from his mother's grasp and blush as he averted his gaze. This only caused Angrani to become an even more doting mother as she smothered her son's forehead with her kisses. Eventually Dharma had enough and pushed Angrani away, while raising his voice. Enough, mother, I'm not a little kid anymore. Please stop treating me like one. This sudden outburst had naturally caused the woman to pout, as she fled back to her lover's side and complained about her son's errant behavior. Oh, Berenger? What am I going to do? Our son seems to be going through his rebellious phase. This caused Berenger to chuckle, as he shook his head in disbelief. Out of all of his women, the one who had always been the most doting mother, to the point where it was a bit excessive, was none other than Linda. But in all honesty, Angrani could give the red-headed beauty a run for her money, because even Linda had known when to stop treating her children as little kids. Thus, he gave Angrani a bit of a talking to. Enough, dear, our son is right. He is a man now. He will be living on his own here in Trauulan for quite possibly the rest of his life. You really should stop treating him as if he were a mere child. Though I do expect routine visits to the Reich. If not for diplomatic reasons, then naturally for vacations. Dharma chuckled as he looked around at the state of this primitive palace and shook his head in disappointment before voicing these thoughts. I never once thought that I would eventually become the emperor of such a backwards nation. Having grown up in the Reich, I became quite accustomed to certain conveniences and luxuries that I'm afraid I will never see here in the lands of my grandfather. But I will do my best to improve upon the empire which I have inherited. At the very least, I will make the two of you and grandfather proud. Berenger and Angrani both smiled as they heard this, before nodding their heads in agreement with their son's words. I am sure you will, but improving a nation is not a marathon. Takes many years, and I am afraid for many things you will have to start from the ground up. But your mother and I have raised you right, and I have given you the skills you will need to accomplish these things. So, my son, I believe this is time we part ways, at least until you decide to visit your homeland again. Dharma had to force back the tears that were forming in his eyes as he heard his father's words. After all, he knew how his father felt about men openly displaying signs of weakness, and thus, in order to ensure that now a single tear crashed around him, he raised his arm in salute, before shouting the old German battle cry he had heard a million times before. Sieg Heil. Berenger chuckled as he saw this before returning his son's salute. After doing so, he and his lover left the Majapahit palace, and returned to the Reich along with the other children they had together. Chapter 12:21. Lawrence of Arabia. The winds were changing, and over the last few years, many changes had come to the Arabian Peninsula. German oil companies had made their way into the region after Emperor Alexandros Palaiologos sold the mineral and oil rights of the land to the Reich. But perhaps the man most bewildered by these vast and sudden changes were the native Bedouin tribes, among which was a noticeably European man. Though his skin had been kissed by the sun above, after years of exposure. The features of this man were clearly English. It was none other than the previous King Lawrence Lancaster, who had ruled over the English throne during the days prior to the Catholic Church's last crusade. The man had abandoned everything after witnessing his army so spectacularly massacred by the German Reichsguard within the Sinai Peninsula, and as far as the rest of the world was concerned, he had died a long time ago. Yet in this foreign land he had found himself accepted by the locals, and had even converted to Islam, where he now lived the life as a desert nomad with his 4 Arabian wives. He had hoped by doing this that he would never have to see the German army ever again in his life. But were the ambitions of the von Kufstein dynasty so minuscule? For years, the Bedouin tribes had been forced out of the lands they once roamed, for the sake of German oil drilling, and by now many of them were getting fed up, believing that they should take action against these foreign invaders. Currently, while sitting at a campfire, there was a gathering of several tribes. Lawrence listened to their woes and sympathized with them as he did so. A particularly large Arab man was quick to spit on the ground as he cursed the Germans for being outsiders and non-believers. These foreigners come into our lands and kick us out of them, and now they dig deep within the earth, causing who knows how much damage to the environment. Well, no longer. I say we gather the tribes and force these filthy Kaffir off of our lands once and for all. This sentiment immediately gained the approval of most of the tribes, but Lawrence, who had gained a position of prestige among the Bedouin, due to his fierce talents in diplomacy, was quick to rise to his feet and voice the exact opposing position. My brothers, do not get so frustrated that you become blind to the power that the enemy possesses. Many of you know this, but I have tangled with the Germans before, and back then my army was far more vast and powerful than all the tribes combines. In those days, the Germans were still drawing their carts by horses, and not the machines they have now. They did not fly in the skies above, nor did they rule the world's oceans. What you are talking about will only result in the massacre of our people. I implore you to think this through, and negotiate with the Germans to have rights so that we may pass through and hunt on these lands. For if we were to take up military force, we would all perish, and quite horribly at that. Though the older generation practically venerated Lawrence as a wise man of their tribe, the younger generation was not so generous in their views, and were quick to speak against him. Your failures are your own, old man. Back then, you were a Kaffir just like the rest of them. You did not have the strength of Allah backing you in your wars. But we do, and there is no power greater than Allah in this world. Lawrence sighed heavily and shook his head as he tried to think of a way to explain to these people just how wrong they were, without coming across as blasphemous. He quickly thought about what happened to the Emirate of Tlemcen, and shook with horror, before speaking of that horrible incident with pleading eyes. I beg of you, think about what happened to the Emirate of Tlemcen. One man, in a privileged position, managed to offend the Kaiser, and he unleashed fire and fury across the entire nation, leaving no survivors. Please, my brothers, I understand your fury. I do. But the German army of today is so much more powerful than the one I faced decades ago. They do not even need to step foot into these lands if they wish to kill us all. I know the way the Germans think. If even one Bedouin tribe attacks their men, they will respond as if all of us are guilty, and will attack us with everything they have until we go extinct. Do not let our customs and culture pass from this world, simply because of one minor outrage. The older members of the Bedouin tribes quickly spoke up in favor of Lawrence's opinion on the matter at hand, and even went so far as to shame the younger generation for their disrespect towards their elders. Lawrence is right. We do not have the strength to contend with the Germans. Our swords and arrows would not even be able to pierce the chariots they drive around. In fact, you should all apologize to Lawrence for the way you have treated him. The man has settled many disputes between our people without a cause for blood, and I am sure he can do the same with the Germans. As the younger generation bowed their heads and apologized, Lawrence was practically shitting bricks. These idiots wanted him to go and engage in diplomacy with the Reich? Were they insane? He had no idea what happened to England after the war, but if he were to show his face to the Germans, then they would certainly consider him a threat to whatever puppet regime they set up in his former kingdom. There was simply no conceivable way he was going to do this, not when he had such a comfortable life, with his 4 wives and many children. Screw you, you go speak to the Germans. Though this was what he was thinking, Lawrence sighed heavily, and looked to the stars for guidance. The truth of the matter is, after what he saw on that fateful day, there was nothing he feared in this world more than the Germans finding out he was still alive. Why the hell do these people think he joined them at the first given opportunity? He never thought the Germans would make their way to Arabia. But they had, and by the look of their current weapons, he did not even want to guess what technological marvels these people had achieved over the last 3 decades. Ultimately, it was a voice of another tribal elder who interrupted Lawrence's thoughts. What say you, Lawrence? Will you negotiate with the Germans on our behalf, so we can freely enter the lands which we have roamed for centuries? Lawrence looked over at the pleading eyes of his new people, and could hardly believe that he found himself willing to do as they asked. He sighed heavily before nodding his head and accepting the job. All right, I will do it, I will speak to the Germans, but I fear they may kill me before I have the chance to make my case. The Bedouin tribesmen looked at Lawrence with curiosity as one of them posed the question he had avoided answering for the last 20 to 30 years. Why would they do that? Are they so barbaric that they would kill a messenger? Lawrence obviously shook his head and sighed once more before telling everyone the truth. No, it's because I'm the King of England, and because of that, I am a threat to whatever puppet regime they have imposed over my homeland. At first, Lawrence thought that these people would gaze upon him with astonishment and respect, but in the next moment, they all broke out into laughter as they heckled the man for making such boastful comments. One man in particular slapped Lawrence on the back before making a sarcastic remark. Right, and I am the Jalayird Sultan. Get the fuck out of here, Lawrence. You're the King of England? Good one. Naturally, Lawrence took offense to this, and immediately began to protest in response. Not it's true. My name is Lawrence Lancaster, son of Edward Lancaster. I was the King of England for nearly a decade. This only elicited further laughter from all the Arab tribesmen, who continued to heckle the man for his remarks. It was so bad that even his wives stepped forward to patronize him. My husband, the King of England, then that must make me a queen. What a lovely king. Eric could feel his tanned cheeks turning rosy as he endured the laughter that resulted from his wives' own jests. He could not believe he was going to risk his life for these assholes. But they were his family, and he would do anything for his family. Thus, he sighed heavily as he accepted his fate. Chapter 1222, Lawrence of Arabia Part 2. A group of German soldiers leaned against their JLTV as they drank from their hydration packs with exhausted expressions on their faces. They had been born and bred in the cold climate of Mother Europe. To be stationed in the sandpit was perhaps the most grueling outpost a German soldier could be assigned to. And yet, that was their job. So the two men continued to wait and guard the excavators which pumped Arabia's oil out of the ground and into the German war machine. Why they couldn't just do this while sitting in the vehicle with their air conditioning? None of them knew, but they were forced to patrol the area on foot. All the while a sniper sat in the guard tower, watching the horizon for potential hostile activity. Among these two soldiers was a young man, barely 18 years old, who was clearly just out of high school. The man could not help but complain about the heat, as he drank nearly half of his hydration pack in one go. God damn it. I wanted to be deployed to Africa so I can fight some savages. Why the hell am I here in this godforsaken desert? The other soldier simply smirked as he lit a cigarette and began to smoke like it was his last day. After doing so, he responded to the green soldier with a bit of snark in his tone. Guess your rifle scores were shit now, weren't they? How the hell do you suck that bad when basic marksmanship is part of the school system's curriculum? Since the war with Japan ended, the German Cadet Corps had been merged with the national school system as part of every male student's curriculum. It was no longer optional to join the German Cadet Corps, or the Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps as it was now known. It was mandatory. The man who was speaking to this fresh recruit was a veteran of several colonial dust-ups himself, and had taken a position in Arabia, guarding oil rigs, specifically because the pay was superior, and because he got sick and tired of being ambushed in the jungle every time he went out on patrol. With modern German protective equipment, it was extremely difficult to kill a German soldier with stone arrows. One would basically have to hit them square in the eyes, or in the femoral artery to do so, because not only were their skulls protected by modern ballistic composite helmets, but their necks and torsos were covered in ballistic protection, which was more than enough to stop an arrow in its tracks. The young soldier was just about to retort to the veteran's remark when he noticed something shimmering in the distance. He quickly ignored the veteran's taunts and pointed towards what he saw while expressing his shock. Hey man, do you see that? Something's out there? On a hot day like this, it was not exactly easy to see through the hazy air, but after squinting a little, the veteran confirmed something was out in the distance, which he immediately responded to by pulling out his binoculars and getting a proper visual. After doing so, he was shocked to see a rather small convoy of what appeared to be desert nomads. This caused the veteran to sigh as he got on the comms and reported them to the garrison. Potential hostiles spotted at the following coordinates. After saying this, the veteran listed off a number of accurate coordinates, where he waited for a response by his superior officer, which came shortly thereafter. Roger that. We see them. Weapons hot, boys. But do not fire unless the enemy engages you. You know our rules of engagement. Sure enough, after reaching a certain point, a man sitting on the back of a camel began to wave a white flag, which the German soldiers immediately took notice of. Sir, they're waving a white flag. How should we respond? A slight sigh emitted over the comms before the officer in charge of the base spoke up. Let's see what they want. Hopefully we can send them packing with some water. After saying this, the small military outpost which was formed around the excavation site opened its gates and waved the Bedouins in, who among them was none other than Lawrence. He had a particularly anxious expression as he got a close look at the weapons and uniforms that the German soldiers now wore, which looked even more advanced than the ones he had seen so many years ago. Lawrence immediately stepped forward and greeted the garrison commander in Arabic, hoping that the man had a translator around. Luckily enough, the man was also fluent in the language and thus they were able to communicate quite easily. "My name is Lawrence, and I am here to represent my people, who wish to roam freely in the lands of their ancestors once more." The German officer looked at the man with confusion before expressing his most immediate thought. "Your name is Lawrence. Isn't that an English name?" Judging by the fact that he still had his head intact, Lawrence sighed with ease as he nodded his head before informing the man of his situation, albeit while leaving out some critical details about his identity. "Indeed, it is. Years ago I was part of an army which attacked a canal quite some distance away from here, one that connected the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean. Those few men who survived scattered and fled with the winds. I found myself alone, in the desert without food or water. I was quickly approaching death when the Bedouin came upon me and offered me their hospitality. But enough about me. I wish to speak about my people and the rights they have to this land." The officer looked at Lawrence with a bit of confusion. He was naturally aware about the battle the man was speaking of, as were all German citizens. He just was not aware that anyone had actually survived the battle, as the report stated that there were no survivors left in what was clearly a one-sided massacre. Still, he supposed it was possible, so the officer did not disagree with Lawrence, and instead sighed heavily and shook his head. These desert nomads were speaking about rights to the land? That was way beyond his pay grade. And the last thing he wanted was to get up in a diplomatic mess. Thus, he simply pointed Lawrence in the direction of the nearest embassy. "I assume you know where Mecca is, yes? It is now under the control of the Iberian Empire, so I suggest you go to Mecca and visit the German embassy within the city if you wish to file a complaint about the land which we are currently standing on. I would try to deter you by saying how pointless of an endeavor this is, but it appears your minds are made up. I'm a soldier, not a diplomat, so unfortunately I can't help you. But the ambassador in Mecca can." Lawrence was immediately surprised that the Germans had not just shot them in sight, and even were willing to hear him and his people out. Because of this, he bowed respectfully to the German officer and said farewell before leading his people off to Mecca. Once Lawrence was gone, one of the German soldiers scoffed before voicing his shock. "Talk about going native. Goddamn, did you see that guy? I couldn't even tell he was an Englishman." After hearing this, the officer in charge snorted before calling the soldier an idiot. "That's because you're an inbred retard. Of course, he is an Englishman or at least a European of some kind. His skin may have darkened due to the climate, but you can't mistake those facial features unless your parents were siblings. Now stop lollygagging and get back to work." As for Lawrence and his people, they were debating among themselves whether this was a good or bad sign for their tribes. The fact that the German soldiers had not openly fired upon them and were willing to hear them out was a good thing. But to go all the way to Mecca to speak with someone who had the power to make a political decision, well, they just did not understand why the officer could not make a decision for them. But what would a bunch of desert nomads know about imperial bureaucracy and modern nation-states? Thus, Lawrence and his people began the long trek to Mecca, where they intended to bring their case before the German ambassador, who, at least on the surface, appeared to be a rather devout Muslim man. Naturally, due to the significance of the city, Berengar had elected to establish an embassy inside it, not to the Iberian Empire, for that embassy was within Madrid, but instead as an embassy to the Muslim faith. It was quite rare that the ambassador to the city of Mecca had to actually do any work, but today was not one of those days. Because immediately after waking up and opening up the facility, he and his staff found a group of desert nomads waiting for them. At first, the German ambassador to the city of Mecca thought that these men might have found themselves lost, but it became immediately clear after Lawrence spoke about what their intent was. "We have come to request migratory access to our ancestral lands, which your people have now built military bases upon." The German ambassador immediately looked at the delegation of the Bedouin tribesmen as if they had suddenly lost their marbles, and just when he was about to politely refuse their request, Lawrence became rather persistent. "Please, sir, we don't mean any harm. We just wish to travel through the lands we always have and perhaps hunt for the game we find within them. We do not know what you are doing, nor do we care to ask. I promise, no harm will come to any of your people." The German ambassador was flabbergasted by this sudden request, and thought that perhaps he was being pranked. But upon realizing that he was not, he quickly allowed Lawrence entry and sat down with him. In the meantime, tea and cookies were served to the ambassador and his guests, and only after he and the others had taken a few sips did he finally speak. "First off, allow me to properly introduce myself. My name is Ambassador Walter Kraus. Can I ask who do I have the pleasure of speaking with?" Lawrence nodded his head. Though he appeared a bit anxious to give his name, he ultimately decided to act in good faith for the sake of these negotiations and did as requested. "You can call me Lawrence." It suddenly dawned on Ambassador Kraus who he was speaking with, as a few weeks ago he had received a communication from the German military that there might be a possibility of some desert nomads coming to speak with him, and that their representative was named Lawrence. Needless to say, the military explained the background information that Lawrence had given the officer, and thus Ambassador Krauss now understood what was going on. Okay, Lawrence, it is a pleasure to meet with you. Now, I am going to pull out a map of the region and you can point to the areas which you consider being disputed, okay? Lawrence nodded his head and waited rather anxiously for the ambassador to do as he had claimed. Which only a few moments later, a large map of the region was sprawled out on the table, where there were plenty of markings that Lawrence did not understand. However, he did know where the disputed territories are, and thus he outlined them to Ambassador Krauss with a simple gesture. Right there. These are the regions we are requesting migratory access to. Ambassador Krauss sighed heavily as he gazed upon the areas that Lawrence had marked. They were large oil fields, and because of this, there was naturally a lot of work that was going on in the region. It would be entirely unwise to allow a bunch of desert nomads to just wander through and gaze upon the restricted areas. Thus, he immediately shook his head and rejected Lawrence's request. I am sorry, sir, but that region is filled with oil fields. To put it simply, with the amount of work going on there, it would be incredibly unsafe to allow your people to migrate through the area. I am afraid you will simply need to look for new routes to travel. The other nomads who had followed Lawrence immediately became outraged as they expressed their disapproval of Ambassador Krauss's words. This is an outrage. Our people have traveled through this land for hundreds of years. What gives you the right to take them over and prevent access to all others? Ambassador Krauss's eyes narrowed with slight hostility as he responded to this statement with one of his own. After the Byzantine Empire's conquest of the Arabian Peninsula, the Reich was guaranteed exclusive rights to the minerals and resources within the area for supporting their war. It was not just the Byzantine emperor who signed this agreement, but also the Iberian Sultan. I am afraid that land is bought and paid for by the Reich, and since we own it as private property, your people have no right to trespass. Ambassador Krauss immediately turned to Lawrence and then smiled before speaking in a slightly more friendly tone. Surely, as an Englishman, you know about property rights? Am I correct in assuming this? Lawrence could only sigh heavily in defeat. If what this ambassador said was true, then the land truly belonged to the Germans and there was nothing he or his people could do to force them to change their minds. Thus, he nodded his head before speaking his opinion on the matter. I understand. I will do everything in my power to convince my people to travel elsewhere from now on, as I know better than anyone what fate is in store for those who oppose the Reich. However, my people have wandered through those lands for centuries, and without them, many of us may die in search of a new oasis. Is there not something you can do to aid us? Naturally, as a career diplomat, Ambassador Krauss knew that Lawrence was simply asking for a token gesture so his people could feel like they had earned something valuable in exchange for their losses. With this in mind, Ambassador Krauss began to think about what was most valuable to a group of desert nomads and was quick to come up with an answer. Can I ask you how much water your people are capable of carrying during your travels? Lawrence thought about this question for some time before finally giving an answer in an ancient system of measurement which the Reich had long since stopped using. It took the ambassador several moments to transfer the units into the metric system before he finally responded. Since you are losing access to such a valuable oasis, I can perhaps offer you and your people as much water as you can carry. And for the next 100 years, if you ever find yourself near any of these cities where we have military personnel stationed, then I can guarantee free refills as well. Fresh water was indeed the most valuable resource for a group of desert nomads, but for a people who were capable of desalinating the world's oceans, it was practically worthless. Of course, Lawrence and his people did not know that the Germans were capable of such things, and because of this, they were more than happy to accept what they considered being a generous offer. Thank you, Ambassador, you are truly generous. Ambassador Krauss merely smiled before handing the desert nomads a list of Byzantine and Iberian cities where the Germans maintained a military presence, as well as a token which allowed them to request free refills for 100 years. And though this small gesture may not seem like much to the Germans, it had allowed Lawrence to gain quite a bit of prominence among the Bedouin tribes. Far more so than he had before. In fact, for the next 100 years, Lawrence and his descendants would be treated like royalty by the Bedouin people. Of course, Germany was naturally aware of Lawrence's identity ever since he first stepped foot into the military outpost. But they did not seem to care about a king from a long-forgotten era, one whose own people had given up on decades ago. So rather than assassinate the man for being a potential contender for the English throne, they decided to monitor him and his bloodline, and if they ever decided to press their ancient claims for England, it would simply be a matter of a drone strike to end the problem once and for all. As for Germany themselves, they thought of this incident as nothing more than a token gesture to a group of Muslims who were not yet accustomed to the modern world and hoped that in a few decades they would cease their nomadic ways and enter polite society once and for all. But most importantly, the Germans had ensured that the Bedouin tribes would stop poking their heads around the massive oil fields which the Reich now controlled. Because the last thing they needed was for a group of primitive nomads to stick their noses where they don't belong. Chapter 1224, Filra to Loch. Berenger stood in the middle of the Marshall Islands, which had been evacuated of all life except for a small number of German scientists and military personnel. In the middle of the island was a launch platform with an exceptionally large rocket. As the head of rocket design within the German space program, Zara was naturally by her father's side with a wide smile on her pretty face. Her wedding to Brandt was quickly approaching, and during this time she had made great strides towards creating a proper atomic propulsion rocket. Zara was more happy than usual today as she explained to her father exactly what he was looking at. Something which shocked him, perhaps more so than anything had ever done so in his life. The girl's alluring voice spoke aloud, explaining a brief summary about how this rocket functioned. Okay, so, Daddy, this is what Zara likes to call the Mjolnir rocket. It is the first prototype that we have made of a proper nuclear propulsion rocket. Zara doesn't want to go into too much detail, but essentially the nuclear fission reactor generates an insane amount of heat, which is then transferred to the liquid propellant that is then expanded and exhausted through a nozzle to propel the spacecraft. As always, when handling nuclear material, we have used the utmost caution to construct this rocket and have made sure that if something goes terribly wrong, that we are far enough away from any major civilization to cause any serious harm. There is a fortified bunker from which we will be viewing the launch from, so even if this thing explodes, we will be more than safe from the effects. If this rocket works, then we are one step closer to landing on Mars. Zara dares to say that if everything goes as planned over the coming decades, then it will be another 50 years or so before we have established mining colonies on the surface of the Red Planet. So, are you ready to watch the MJ6 take off? Berenger looked over at his daughter's excited expression before nodding his head in agreement with her words. He then pet her golden hair, which caused the woman to blush before voicing his own excitement towards this project. Show me what you are capable of, Zara. After hearing this, Zara wore a pretty smile and hugged her father before informing her team to send the rocket into space. And after a brief countdown, the launch had begun. The rocket instantly began to take off from the Marshall Islands and towards the sky above. There was a look of intense anxiety on Zara's pretty face as she watched the rocket climb higher and higher. Each passing second felt like a lifetime for both the young woman and her father as they watched the rocket continue to head straight for the barrier of space. However, something went wrong, and just before the rocket could pass the Kármán line, it detonated, creating a massive explosion within the atmosphere. This immediately caused Zara to curse out loud in a way that she had never done so in front of her beloved father before. God fucking damn it. I swear to fucking Christ. Just when I thought we had something fucking viable, it has to go and fucking explode. Fucking shit. Berenger looked bewildered at his daughter, who had so suddenly broken character, and when she realized this, she immediately put on cutesy display in a desperate attempt to conceal what she had just said. What Zara meant to say was, oh noes. Daddy, Zara's rocket exploded. The young woman then reached out to her father for a hug while wearing a pouting expression on her beautiful face. Berenger had decided to totally ignore his daughter's sudden change in character and instead hugged the woman, pretending that he had not seen a thing, which caused her to smile as she nuzzled her pretty little head into her father's broad chest. It was only after several minutes of silence passed that Berenger posed a question to the woman that dumbfounded her. So, has Brandt seen this side of you yet? A perplexed look appeared in Zara's eyes as she suddenly stopped hugging her beloved father, but it was quickly masked by her normal cheerful and childish facade as she avoided the question entirely. Zara has no idea what Daddy is talking about. Berenger chuckled when he saw this behavior before informing Zara that she had nothing to worry about. Don't worry, Zara, your secret is safe with me. This only caused Zara to smile and hug her father once more while expressing her familial love for the man. Zara loves Daddy. Berenger did not really care what kind of masks Zara wore, instead he was more concerned with just what kind of damage such a catastrophic failure would have on the world's environment. Well, I suppose you should figure out just how much damage that explosion is going to have on the world. Believe it or not, a single nuclear detonation within the atmosphere can have long-term effects on the planet, and I would be seriously pissed off if after all the work I had done preventing the weaponization of nuclear power, that we still end up with background radiation in all of our steel production. When Zara heard this, a look of horror appeared on her face as she immediately yelled at one of her staff members to immediately research the effects that the nuclear detonation would have on the world. You heard the man. Get to work and find out an answer. ASAP. As the local taskmaster of the German space program, nobody dared to disobey Zara's orders, especially when they considered the fact that she was perhaps the Kaiser's most favored child, and thus they immediately got to work searching for an answer to the question that Berenger posed. Zara then assured her father that he would have an answer soon enough before shooing him out of the facility and back to the Reich. Daddy, Zara promises to have an answer within a month's time, maximum, so just go back to your business in the Reich while Zara cleans up this mess. Berenger chuckled and kissed his daughter on the forehead before doing as she suggested. It was only after he was on the jet back to the Reich that she began to tear her team a new one. She had never shown her father one of her failures before, and she was previously assured by her engineers that this rocket would function flawlessly. Yet, it had blown up and had potentially caused quite the disaster for the world, at least in terms of steel production. This was perhaps the worst day of Zara's life as she was forced to clean up the mess she had made. Berenger, however, did not hold a grudge against his daughter for her failure. After all, a functional nuclear propulsion rocket was something that had not even been successfully produced even in his past life. The fact that the Reich now had a semi-functional prototype designed for such a device, and only after a decade or two of the German space program existing, was beyond impressive. The fact that Zara had been instrumental in its creation was more than enough for Berenger to be proud of her. And though this test had resulted in a failure, it would provide valuable data for the later attempts that the German space program would make in the coming years. And the next time Zara attempted to launch a nuclear propulsion rocket, she would make damn well sure that, at the very least, the damn thing did not explode within the Earth's atmosphere. Thus, the German Reich continued to invest heavily into the space industry, something which the United States of America had all but abandoned after defeating the Soviet Union during the great space race of the Cold War during Berengar's past life. After all, Berenger was a forward-thinking man, and he knew that the future of Germany was not earthbound but in the stars themselves. And though he would probably never see the day that humans began settling other worlds, much like he had failed to do in his past life, Berenger could take pride in knowing that he had set humanity on the path to achieve this, far earlier than they would do in that alternate timeline. Chapter 1225, A Generation of Excellence. While several of Berengar's sons had gone on to become world leaders in their own rights, and his daughter Zara had become the lead engineer at the German space program, the many other children of Berenger had begun to flourish in their adult lives. For example, in the city of Munich, Princess Helga von Kufstein lived with her husband, whose name was Prince Karl von Wittelsbach of Bavaria. If Kufstein had become the capital of the Reich, both in terms of politics and industry, then Munich had become a city renowned for its art and culture. This was largely in part due to Helga's influence, as she had spent years transforming the city into a den of artists, all of which displayed their projects in the many art galleries of the city. Currently in one of the exhibits, the Princess of Austria and Bavaria was currently walked hand in hand with her husband, who was an attractive young man in his own right, as both of their work were publicly displayed for free to the population. Helga had only improved as an artist over the years and was now renowned as one of the world's greatest painters, if not the greatest. Whereas her husband was particularly fond of sculpting, and had made many marble statues of his wife's most renowned family members. Gone were the days when Helga was timid and shy, like during her childhood. Instead, she had blossomed into a confident and intelligent young woman. This was noticeable when she was around her family and her work. For example, at this very moment, she was practically dancing around the art gallery she had helped establish with her husband and kids, all of which gazed upon their beloved wife and mother and the exceptional works of art she had created over the years. Everything from her very first painting when she was a small child to her most recent masterpiece was all on display for the public, free of charge. Karl in particular had always praised his wife's ability to bring fiction into reality with her work, and could not help but do so again as he saw how far she had come as an artist over the years. "Helga, my love, your work is always inspiring. I can't wait to get home and sculpt another statue, perhaps this time one of you." Helga simply blushed as she heard this before wrapping her arms around her husband's neck and kissing him on the lips. His sweet words, his kind personality, and his talent as a sculptor were what ultimately compelled her to marry the man. And she could not be happier with her current lot in life. While Helga was touring her art gallery in Munich, Catherine was in the middle of performing as the prima ballerina for the Austrian ballet. She had performed her dance moves all over the country to millions of fans, and today was no different. The stunning footwork which she made use of was enough to astonish even a layman who knew nothing about the higher arts that those among the nobility so prominently enjoyed. And as the performance came to a close, she took a deep bow with a wide smile on her exceptionally pretty face, all to the thunder of applause and the cheers of more than a few men and women. Roses were tossed onto the stage for the woman who had taken the breath of so many men, none of which she accepted. After all, Catherine's heart belonged to one man in particular, and that was her husband. He was also in the crowd, cheering for his wife's performance. Perhaps most peculiar of all was the fact that Catherine had chosen to marry the Prince of Prussia. That's right, Eckhard's eldest son, who was quite a few years younger than Catherine, was the man who could boast of being the prima ballerina's husband. Prince Berenger von Marienburg was named after the Kaiser, which was no surprise one when considered his father was none other than King Eckhard von Marienburg, the man whom many considered being Berengar's greatest general. And he waited patiently for his wife to descend from the stage and return to his loving arms, which she did so to an audience of many German noblemen who could not help but cheer for the princess of their empire, who had displayed her talents once more for them all. Standing by Berengar's side were three young children, all of which looked like they were proper members of the von Kufstein dynasty. When Catherine saw her youngest daughter, she quickly picked the girl up and clutched her to her bosom as the young and vibrant beauty kissed the little girl on the forehead. She, like Helga, was completely happy with her current life and would change nothing of it if she were given the chance to do so. Helena stood on the balcony of a particularly large mansion which was located on the coasts of Crane. She could gaze out into the Adriatic and witness the oncoming traffic of ships whose final destination was the port city of Trieste. During her years as an adult, Helena had chosen a quiet but luxurious life as one of the empire's most famous authors. But she valued her anonymity, and because of this she used the pseudonym Erika Kuhn when she wrote her romance novels, which were so incredibly popular among the Reich's female audience. As with the stories that she wrote when she was a teenager, the male protagonist was almost always based on her father in some way, and she had gone so far as to emulate this in real life by marrying one of her distant cousins from Gisella's side of the family. Helena's husband was named Wilhelm, and he looked considerably similar to Berenger did when he was young. Like his distant uncle, Wilhelm had even served as an officer in the German military and had been awarded many great distinctions during his tenure in the colonial conflicts. However, those days were long past, and now the man was actually a business partner with Zara's fiancé, helping Brandt run a brewery which had quickly become the premier choice of beer among the German population. Both Wilhelm and Brandt had been awarded with titles of nobility of equal standing, and because of this, the beer company they managed was simply called Freiherr, which meant baron in the German tongue. The Freiherr Brewing Company had made so much money that Wilhelm and Helena retired to the coast of Crane, within the Adriatic Sea, where they lived a quiet but luxurious life with their family. After taking in the fresh sea air and drinking a glass of wine, Helena heard her kids call out to her, and thus she entered the living room where she saw several happy children playing a popular multiplayer video game. With a wide smile on her beautiful face, the young woman sat down next to her children and joined them in this endeavor. Helena could easily be labeled a nerd, and she was passing this tradition down onto her kids. No matter how quickly the video game industry advanced, she kept up with it, and it was times like this where she had come to enjoy her life as she fell behind one of her kids in the race and then another, until finally they had all beaten her at her own game. To which she smiled and hugged all her kids and congratulated them on their victory. That was very good. Mommy is very proud of you all. You have come a long way, and in such a short time too. But do you think you will still be able to beat Mommy if we up the difficulty a little? A young girl wore a wide smile on her adorable face as she challenged her mother to another race with confidence that she would emerge victorious. Of course. Mommy sucks at this game. There's no way I can lose. When Helena heard this, she frowned before upping the difficulty to the maximum so that she could teach her arrogant child about the values of humility, and thus she began another game with her kids on their most favorite console. The stories of Berengar's many children were much in the same way as these. No matter what careers they chose in life and what paths they pursued, they all emerged at the top of their industries. Because of the strict way they were raised, not a single one of Berengar's children wasted away and relied on their family fortune to get by. Each of them managed to accomplish something significant and had proven that the von Kufstein dynasty had very strong genes. Something which would continue well into the next century and beyond. Chapter 1226, The Indian Empire Invades. Arun stood at the head of his army, who had just passed through the region that would one day be known as Burma and into the lands of the Ayutthaya kingdom. The young half-German and half-Indian man had never stepped foot on a battlefield before, nor had he ever declared war during his brief time as India's monarch. However, as an emperor in his own right and a son of the great Kaiser, there were certain things he could not tolerate, such as an insult to his lineage. And that was exactly what the Ayutthaya king had done to him. Thus, he had declared war on his own vassal state to earn the dignity and respect that a man in his position should be afforded. In all honesty, the Ayutthaya king had never expected that his suzerain would raise his army and march into his lands, even if he had insulted the man and his lineage. Thus, when he heard that the Indian army had entered the Ayutthaya kingdom, he nearly shit himself in fear. If this was a few decades ago, then he would have nothing to fear. After all, the Thai people were as hardy and battle-tested as one could be. But the powerful martial arts of the Southeastern Asian kingdom were no match when they were facing down the barrel of machine guns. Despite this, the Ayutthaya king knew he would have to order his army to defend his borders, and thus he dispatched his greatest general to intercept Emperor Arun Tamara and the Indian army at his western borders. At the moment, Arun was dressed in a military uniform similar to that which would have been worn by the British during the Second World War of his father's past life, albeit with stall helms instead of Brodie helmets. He gazed through his binoculars as the thunder of the Indian artillery pounded the medieval army of the Ayutthaya kingdom, who boldly but foolishly charged at their enemies with swords and shields in hand. The overwhelming power of the 10 centimeters high explosive artillery shells shredded their victims to bits, turning their bodies into meat paste as they detonated in the air just above the ground. Each explosion not only claimed the lives of several dozen Ayutthaya warriors but left a scar upon the earth. Craters formed in the wake of the artillery while Arun watched the weapons of his father so swiftly eliminate the enemy army. In truth, he did not even need to deploy the numerous heavy and general-purpose machine guns that his army were equipped with, because the artillery got the job done just fine. And he had thousands of these 10 centimeters K-17 field guns, all of which were lined up on his side of the border, where they continued to fire off 10 shots each per minute. A generation had come and passed since the last time the Indian Empire had marched to war, and though its army still wielded the same equipment as those days, they were by no means incompetent at their jobs. A constant influx of new recruits and old veterans to teach them left the Indian army in a battle-ready state, and thus when the call to war finally arrived, they were more than prepared to spill blood for the glory of their nation and its mighty emperor. It took roughly 5 minutes before the entirety of the Ayutthaya army and their generals to be completely obliterated by the Indian artillery, where Arun finally ordered a ceasefire. The artillery crews quickly ejected their live rounds and began to shackle up their guns onto the horses who would carry them further inland into the Ayutthaya kingdom. Despite his overwhelming victory, Arun somewhat felt a bit dissatisfied with the result. After all, he had heard from his father the stories of the wars which the man faced when he was approximately the same age as his son was now. And during those days, Berenger actually fought on the front lines as a cavalry officer and a rifleman in a multitude of exciting battles where he could have lost his life at any moment. But with such overwhelming weapons in the hands of the Indian army and while fighting a foe who at best had medieval technology, there was no grand battle to occur, there was no chance of defeat, nor a possibility of death. And thus, there was no exhilaration to be had. Instead, it was just a slaughter like wheat to the scythe as the Indian army marched forward into the lands of the Ayutthaya kingdom after having massacred their entire army in a single battle. The people did not resist their invaders, for how could they? Without access to modern weapons, it was impossible to stop an army like the Indians, who relied on German technology to stomp out their foes as if they were mere savages while facing modern European troops. And while Arun rode forward towards the capital of the Ayutthaya kingdom, he thought about how much more advanced the German army was today and how if he dared to oppose his father's reign or soon to be his half-brother's reign, then he would be in the same exact position as the Ayutthaya, who had no means of defending themselves against such overwhelming power. Luckily for Arun, Berengar's children were all on relatively good terms with one another, and he did not believe it was likely in the least that his empire should one day come to arms with the Reich. Thus, he continued to march forward until he reached the capital of his enemy. By the time Arun arrived in the Ayutthaya kingdom's capital city, the white flags were waving over the city's walls and the gates were opened, allowing full entry of the Indian army, and their mighty emperor who had obliterated the Ayutthaya army in a single battle. In fact, the Ayutthaya king had come out to greet Arun, a man he once called a bastard, while kneeling in the mud and presenting all of his daughters who were of age to the man so that he could pick which one he deemed worthy to be his wife. The Ayutthaya king was practically in tears as he spoke the words that Arun most wanted to hear from him. "I am sorry, my emperor, my master. I was wrong to insult you and your lineage. You are more than worthy enough to have any one of my daughters as your wife. Please choose whichever one you deem the most fitting in your eyes." However, Arun simply smirked with disdain on his face before jumping down from his horse and pressing the Ayutthaya king's head into the muds and in front of his three beautiful daughters no less. He then said the words that served as a great insult to the Ayutthaya king, ones which he did not expect. "You think your pathetic dynasty is worthy of my lineage? I no longer have a desire to marry your daughters, for they are no longer princesses. Your lands are now mine, your people are now my subjects, and I hereby strip you and your family of all titles and worldly possessions. Perhaps you might be able to survive if you sell the bodies of your wife and daughters, because that is all they are now worth." An intense sense of dread filled the Ayutthaya king's dark eyes as he begged for mercy. "Please, your majesty, I beg of you, do not throw me out into the streets with nothing but the clothes on my back. I want to survive." But it was too late. Arun had been thoroughly insulted by this man in a way that had even enraged his mighty father. The only way to repay such a debt was with an equal humiliation, and thus the Indian emperor was quick to reject the Ayutthaya king's pleas. "Clothes on your back? You think you will be afforded such a luxury? Did I not already say that everything you possess now belongs to me? So strip out of your clothes, you and your entire family, because you will be given nothing. And you will thank me for my generosity." The Ayutthaya kings broke out into tears, but he did not dare disobey, especially now that his army was so ground into meat paste on his western borders. Thus, he instantly stripped naked and ordered his family to do the same, all of which were crying as much as the head of their house because they had just gone from mighty monarchs to mere street urchins, ones who did not even have any clothing to call their own. After doing this, Arun sent the former royal family of the Ayutthaya kingdom on their way. He did not care what happened to them now, but since they had invoked his ire in the first place, then he had been sure to repay them for their kindness or lack of it. Thus in an instant, the Ayutthaya kingdom had been annexed by the Indian Empire, and in doing so had unknowingly created a border crisis with the Ming dynasty, who were currently undergoing a bloody civil war. Chapter 1227, A Generation of Excellence Part 2. Franz stood over the unconscious body of his opponent while pounding his chest like a barbarian and screaming at the top of his lungs. Had the referee not stopped the fight, then his victim would have been sent to the afterlife. After all, the German prince's wrapped knuckles were currently stained with the blood of the fallen. Immediately after emerging victorious in this contest of strength, a beautiful, young platinum-haired beauty rushed into the ring from the nearby stands and hugged this champion among men while kissing him passionately in front of the crowd. Siv could not contain the excitement in her voice as she congratulated her future husband and current stepbrother for his victory in the ring. "You did it. I knew you would be my champion." Franz could not believe his ears. He had fought hard to win the favor of the half-Valkyrie, but the only thing a woman like her would respect was martial strength. However, today's colonial dust-ups were hardly the proving ground of warriors, as it was incredibly easy to shoot a Stone Age savage from 1,000 meters out with the right weapon. No, those German men who wished to prove their strength did so in the ring. And there was one sport above all others that was considered the embodiment of the German warrior spirit, and that was Kampf. Kampf was essentially no-holds-barred fighting. There were only two rules: no eye gouging and no biting. Everything else was legal. On top of this, the only way to win was either by knockout, tap-out, or doctor's stoppage. There were no points in camp, and if neither fighter finished the fight, then it would end in a draw. But Franz had an unbeaten record of 15-0 and had earned the nickname of the Austrian warlord. Today, however, he had proven himself a champion among champions by fighting the national open-weight champion and decisively finishing the fight with a brutal head but knockout. Out of all of Berengar's sons, Franz was the only one who had taken up prize fighting as a career in life. In fact, he had just won a prize of what would be the equivalent of $500 million, which was more than enough for him and his future bride to live on for the rest of their lives. And yet, there was no way that such a young and hungry fighter was content with retirement. No, his legend had only just begun. Joseph was deeply entrenched in the jungles of Myanmar, though he carried a semi-automatic sniper rifle for his own protection. He did not intend to use it on this trip. After all, his job was to survey and study wildlife, not kill them. In fact, he was such a well-renowned naturalist that he even had his own TV show known across the Reich as the Tiger Hunter. Ever since he was a small child, he had gotten along exceptionally well with wild animals, notably his father's pet leopard Genseric. And though the royal gardens of the Kufstein Palace were infested with semi-intelligent leopards, this was not enough to satisfy Joseph's curiosity. Thus, he had studied wildlife biology at the University of Kufstein and had gone on to search through the world's most dangerous wildlands in pursuit of the Earth's most capable predators. Today, Joseph was looking for a legendary albino Indochinese tiger which locals had claimed to spot not long ago. As the man carefully stalked through the jungles of Myanmar, he heard a loud and ferocious howl, one which caused him and his cameraman to suddenly halt their movements. Joseph then looked at the camera with an excited look on his handsome face and spoke the words the audience most wanted to hear. "You hear that? That is the sound of wild Indochinese tiger. No doubt he has caught onto our scent and is feeling threatened by our presence. We have got to be extremely careful as we sneak up on the little bugger." After saying this, Joseph moved forward into the forest and saw a pale white tiger emerge from the nearby river. He then pointed with his free hand towards the magnificent beast and exclaimed in shock, before making a reference to a particularly popular cartoon which had previously made fun of him and his show. You see that? That right there is an albino Indochinese tiger. Now, this mighty beast has enough power in its jaws to rip my head right off. I've got to be careful, so what I'm going to do is sneak up on it and jam my thumb in its butthole." The moment Joseph said this, nearly his entire audience broke out into laughter as they knew he was referencing the parody cartoon that was renowned for its particularly foul language and crude humor. Naturally, Joseph did not actually sneak up on the beast and jam his thumb up its butthole. Instead, he simply got close and took a picture of it before scurrying off from the scene with haste. After all, sneaking up on a tiger of any size was a good way to get yourself killed. And it would be a particularly pitiful end to a prince of the German Reich if a tiger, of all things, managed to kill him. Nevertheless, Joseph continued to lead the way of studying the world's diverse wildlife and was an expert in the field. His show managed to inspire future generations to protect the environment and prevent the extinction of endangered species. While Franz was fighting in the ring for fortune and glory and Joseph was trekking through the world's harshest environments in search of the world's diverse wildlife. Another one of Berengar's children was leading the industry of the career which they had chosen in life. Ilse was Berengar's and Lindy's second eldest daughter, but growing up, she never seemed to display the intelligence and creativity of her elder siblings. However, if there was one thing she had more so than any of her sisters, it was beauty. Having inherited the best physical traits from both of her parents, Ilse was a beauty above all others. Even Linda had to admit that her daughter had grown up into a woman who could rival the goddess Freya in terms of looks. How did Ilse make the best use of her heaven-defying appearance? By being a runway model. Currently, she was strutting through the high-fashion industry of the Reich wearing a particularly exquisite yet modest dress. Modesty was a virtue which the Reich pushed on its people, and because of this, there were few instances of skimpy clothing being tolerated in public. Still, the dress clung tightly to the young woman's perfect curves as she made a gorgeous smile to the cameras with a slight wave of her hand. It was as if every aspect of her figure exuded femininity. No doubt there would be many young men who would be thinking about Ilse while making love with their wives. Especially after these photos were released to the public. After taking a few dozen more photos, the shoot came to an end and Ilse returned to her seat and sighed as she pulled out her cell phone and called a number. The man who picked up was none other than her husband, who was the Prince of Holstein-Mecklenburg and an exceptionally handsome man in his own right. There was an excited tone in the woman's voice as the man picked up his phone. "Hello babe, I was just checking to see if we are still on for dinner." The man's voice appeared to be equally excited to hear from his wife as he confirmed that they were indeed still on for dinner at Ilse's favorite restaurants, which was located in Hamburg where she currently lived. "Indeed, I look forward to chatting with you about how your day was while enjoying some nice Finkenwerder Scholl. But babe, I'm a bit busy right now with the board meeting. We'll have to talk later." Al sighed and nodded her head in silent agreement with her husband's words. As a member of the board of the Reich's largest naval contractor, her husband was very busy and thus she would have to wait until dinner to speak with him. Thus, all she really said was a brief farewell as she hung up on the man. "Okay, see you soon." The gorgeous young German woman then looked out the window towards the port as she gazed upon the ongoing construction project of the Reich's most ambitious naval vessel yet. She then shook her head before getting up and heading towards the restaurant where she would wait for her husband until he arrived for their meal. Chapter 12:28 Ongoing conflicts across the world. The thunder of guns echoed in the Ming capital of Beijing as multiple factions of warlords, despots, loyalists, and any number of ideological factions arose in the civil war. As the bullets whipped past the fact of a young loyalist, he quickly slammed the bolt forward on his rifle and pulled the trigger. In doing so, he returned fire with his 8mm projectile which pierced through his target's chest and thus claiming the man's life. Fighting had broken out all across the Ming dynasty and many of its citizens were now fleeing into the surrounding empires to escape the chaos and carnage that came with civil war. It was a disaster that sought to tear the mighty Chinese empire to pieces. And yet, the loyalists held on and waved their dynastic banners as they continued to fight against the rebelling factions with everything they had. Eventually, the loud chugging of the heavy water-cooled machine gun dispersed the rebels. Those who survived the bursts of lead dropped their weapons and fled into the crowd of cowering civilians, attempting to conceal their rebellious activity as they did so. Yet, these rebels, warlords, and brigands were entirely unaware that up in the orbit of the planet, a satellite had locked onto their position and recorded their appearance. This information was then given by German imperial intelligence to their operatives embedded within the isolated Ming dynasty, who would pass it on to the proper authorities. Within an hour, these rebels would be dragged out of their homes and shot in the streets as a public statement. A warning, if you will, to those who dared rebel against the proper emperor. Speaking of with Zhu Xi having been assassinated, the throne now fell to one of his younger brothers. A man who was particularly dull and easily swayable by his court of advisors. Zhu Bai sat within the safety of the Forbidden Palace, completely unaware of the chaos that was going on across his empire. According to his advisors, there was no civil war and his reign was perfectly secured. Since Zhu Bai had no reason to be skeptical about this claim, he continued to live a lavish lifestyle while his country burned around him in the flames of rebellion. Regardless of the fact that the fighting had now entered Beijing, the loyalist faction was not on the edge of defeat. In fact, aside from a few insurgents which were located in their territory, the majority of the rebellious factions were being pushed further and further out of the Ming mainland. After all, the enemies which the loyalists faced were being closely monitored by German satellites, reconnaissance aircraft, and field agents. Though the isolationists did not know it, the intelligence they received about their enemies actually came from the German Empire, which had proven to be the key aspect in their repeated victories against the rebel armies. Thus, with the way things were currently headed, it was only a matter of time before the Ming loyalists emerged victorious in their ongoing civil war. In another corner of the world, another civil war was being waged. In all the Rus states, the Orthodox Church had begun inciting the people against their rulers. Propaganda about a coming German invasion compelled many rational men to take up arms and attack their masters. The Rus had largely maintained a stance of isolationism regarding world affairs. They were still a very medieval society, one which was quite incompetent. After all, the German Empire spent an absurd amount of money on flooding the Rus states with cheap vodka every year. But the Berenger administration was coming to an end, and in its place, Hans was rising to become the next Kaiser of the German Reich. And Hans had a grudge to bear against the Rus that had not yet been paid in full. Thus, the current Chancellor of Germany, who was also its crown prince, was doing everything in his power to spill as much blood as possible within the Rus states. Currently, a young Russian boy, no older than 13, was carrying a semi-automatic rifle in his arms through the mud and snow of the frozen Russian wastes. His body was adorned in fur hides as he knelt down and aligned the sights of his weapon. He pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession, sending 3 8mm projectiles downrange and into the bodies of Russian boyar who sat on horseback with his sword in hand. The gunfire crackled in the air as the bullets tore through the man's chest, killing him on the spot. His armed guards did not even have time to react to his death as the enraged mob of Russian peasants rose up against their masters and began to beat them to death with farm equipment and large stones. Completely unafraid of their own deaths at the hands of the medieval men-at-arms who tried their best to repel their attackers. All around the Rus states, sights like this were common. A combined force of modern weapons and medieval arms were used to fight against the boyars and their feudal soldiers. All the while, the German Empire watched and stirred the pot, waiting for the violence to reach its boiling point before justifying their invasion. One other conflict was being waged in the world at this point in time. It was not a civil war like the other two, but the soldiers of the Aztec Empire descended upon the last stronghold of their Inca rivals with the ferocity of the jaguar whose hides they wore into battle. The steel short spears of the Aztec warriors were far too lethal for the wicker shields and padded armor that Inca bore, ripping through their primitive defenses and claiming the lives of those who dared to defy this foreign invasion. Qualcomm stood as a living god among his army, leading the charge as his steel-scaled armor prevented any and all attacks from harming his vitals. With a spear and shield in hand, he cut through the Inca resistance like a war god in the flesh. With each torso, his spear plunged into his victim's blood would splash across his tan skin and golden hair, further giving him the visage of a blood-grazed deity. One by one, the Inca defenders fell to the Aztec conquest, like wheat to the scythe, as their souls were ripped from their bodies. until finally Quetzalcoatl and his army stood victorious. This was the last stronghold that the Inca had left in their civilization, and now it, along with all of its inhabitants who yet drew breath, had been conquered. With a fierce and mighty roar, Quetzalcoatl screamed to the heavens as they blessed his victory with the rain. After ascending atop a mountain of corpses, Quetzalcoatl declared his victory so that the gods and men may witness his glory. The Aztec Empire is victorious once more. Though this land we have conquered is rich and fertile, it has yet to see the greatness of the feathered serpent. Thus, as of today, we will be claiming these lands for our people and will begin their resettlement. Glory to the gods! And glory to the Aztec people. Quetzalcoatl's warriors lifted their spears towards the sky amid the thunder and lightning which accompanied their victory and shouted their war chants in response. Glory to the gods! With this, one of the three major armed conflicts which were occurring around the globe had suddenly come to an end, and the Aztec Empire had doubled the size of the land which they now owned. Though how long they could keep it for before the Germans began to make their demands. This was something that only the gods knew. However, just because the Aztecs had ended their war with the Inca, that did not mean that those wars fought in Russia and the Ming dynasty were anywhere close to being completed. In fact, the war for Russia had not even truly begun, as the Germans still sat by and waited for the violence to escalate before commencing the slaughter which the Crown Prince had planned. This genocide would be waged as an act of vengeance on behalf of Han's wife Veronica, as well as the German people who suffered unspeakable crimes at the hands of the Russians in another world and on another timeline. After all, though time had forgotten this reality, Berengar had not, and he had passed on the tales of his past life and the grievances his people had suffered to his son and heir, who would soon be in a position of power to do as he pleased with this world. Chapter 1229, The Young Prince of the German Reich. Prince Ansgar braced his rifle against the barrier and aimed down the iron sights towards the steel target, which lay approximately 100 meters out. With the squeeze of the trigger, the bullet propelled forward and smacked against the steel plate, which was the size of a man's torso, disintegrating as it did so. After firing another 2 shots, one to the torso and one to the head, Ansgar quickly retrieved his rifle from the barrier and swiftly sprinted towards the next located, where he repeated the process on another few targets. Although he might be the son of the German Crown Prince Hans von Kufstein and the Princess Anne von Wittelsbach, Ansgar was not afforded any special treatment throughout the education system, and was expected like his peers to undergo combat and survival training at an extremely young age. Thus, the man wielded the older model of the AK-74, which in the Reich was known as the STG-942, as he continued to lay down a spread of precise fire on the targets within the training grounds of the local elementary school. Boys aged 7 and up were expected to be expert marksmen within the borders of the Reich, and Prince Ansgar was no exception. He had been training with firearms since the age of 5 and could now outshoot most soldiers outside of the Wehrmacht. After shooting all 30 rounds in his magazine, the young prince quickly swapped it out in a style that had become popular among German soldiers, which meant that he used the fresh magazine to eject the spent one before rocking and locking it into place, where he then racked the charging handle before laying down more semi-automatic fire at the targets. Despite only using iron sights, Ansgar's shooting was almost as precise as a laser, as he laid down the 5.45 by 39 mm projectiles with speed and accuracy that only the most veteran of shooters were capable of performing. In the end, he completed the scenario in under 2 minutes, which was a record for the school. As a result, the officer in charge of conducting the JROTC training programs pinned a marksmanship badge to the prince's chest, but only after he had cleared his rifle and placed it on safe. With a short salute, the officer dismissed Ansgar from the rest of his training for the day. Cadet Sergeant Ansgar von Kufstein, you have completed your training in the allotted timeframe and are now dismissed from service for the remainder of the day. Ansgar saluted the officer and returned to the locker rooms, where he changed out of his combat gear and into his school uniform. After brushing his hair into the fashion which he desired, his face was revealed in the reflection of the mirror. The young prince was a blend of his father and mother in terms of appearance. His hair was a very light strawberry blonde, almost like a golden blonde with a slight reddish tint to it, while his eyes were as blue as the sky, much like his grandmother Linda. Despite not even entering puberty yet, the boy had exceptionally handsome figures for his age and would no doubt grow up to be a lady killer, much like his father and grandfather. When Ansgar had finished getting dressed, he exited the locker room and entered the cafeteria. His next class was not for another hour. Thus, he grabbed some lunch and sat down at an empty table before whipping out a handheld game console, where he began to play a popular video game. Unfortunately for him, his gaming time was interrupted when one of his relatives sat down next to him. The cute young girl was none other than his cousin Elsa, who was the oldest daughter of Emperor Lucas von Kufstein and his wife. The young girl had been sent to Kufstein for an education just like her siblings. And though the Reich schools were segregated based upon sex, that did not begin until middle school. Thus, Elsa was able to interact with her male cousins while at lunch or recess. Elsa had an adorable expression on her doll-like face as she posed a question to Ansgar, one which he found to be utterly infuriating. "What's that? I see a lot of boys with the device you are using, but I have no idea what it is. We don't have those in England." Ansgar sighed heavily as he handed the device over to the girl who was several years younger than him and explained in detail what it was as she gazed in awe at the LED screen. It's called a GameSilt. It's a portable console which allows me to play video games while on the go. Naturally, you wouldn't have these in England because your people have yet to discover electricity, let alone the complex nature of computers that are required to build such a thing. Elsa ignored her cousin's comments regarding her homeland. If there was one thing she noticed since first traveling abroad to study in Kufstein, it was that Germany was a nation that was far more developed than her homeland. And though Lucas had done his best to modernize Britannia, it was a lengthy process to turn a feudal state into an early modern one. Unlike his father, who had focused on developing Kufstein first and then spreading those innovations to the rest of the Reich, Lucas had a balanced approach to developing Britannia, one that was nationwide rather than locally. Thus, it had taken him several years to get to a point where his empire was now agriculturally self-sufficient with a thriving, albeit primitive industry based upon the use of water and horse mills. Elsa seemed to enjoy playing the game that Ansgar had spent many hours on, that is until the boy took back the console where he then chastised the girl for messing up his game. Damn it all. I knew I shouldn't have allowed you to play my game. Elsa pouted when she heard these words come from her older cousin, not knowing what she had done wrong in the first place. However, she did not say a word in her defense. As the princess of a foreign empire, she knew better than to insult the potential heirs to the German throne, even if they were related by blood. After seeing the depressed look on the girl's face, Ansgar sighed and apologized for getting stern with her, where he then offered one of his cookies as payment for his misdeed. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Here is some extra pfeffernius as a token of my apology. Elsa happily accepted the offer of an extra cookie. After all, her home country did not have the culinary arts that the Reich had, and if there was one thing she enjoyed most about living in Germany with her relatives, it was that she was able to eat a variety of delicious foods. Ansgar simply watched the young girl snack on the cookie in delight with an exasperated expression on his face. He did not know what he had done to have this little tyke follow him around like a trained dog, but at every given opportunity Elsa would speak with him. It was fine at first, but now there were rumors spreading across the school that he and Elsa were engaged. And the very thought of marrying his cousin filled Ansgar's little heart with embarrassment. Although he knew such a thing was a common practice among the nobility in the olden days, there had been great lengths taken by the Kaiser to prevent inbreeding among the German noble families. Ansgar did not know exactly why this was the case, but over the past few years, first cousins' marriage had become a taboo, especially among the nobility. Thus, the accusations that he and Elsa were getting married filled the little prince with a sense of dread, as if his reputation was being ruined each and every time Elsa approached him. Yet, he could not turn the young girl away. After all, she was so cute and innocent, and she also appeared to desperately be in need of friends. After all, the noble scions of the German Reich were particularly snooty towards foreign exchange students, even if they carried the blood of the great Kaiser in their veins. Thus, Ansgar could only sigh and put up with the rumors that were surrounding him and his cousin, something which the young girl was apparently entirely unaware of. Instead, he offered more sweets to Elsa as an apology for snapping at her earlier. Chapter 12:30, Zara's Wedding. Another year passed, and before Berenger knew it, the day for Zara's wedding had arrived. He had awoken bright and early on this day as he dressed in his finest royal attire along with all the medals he had earned as his time in command of Germany's military forces. While Yasmin dressed herself in the most gorgeous purple dress she could find. Zara did not have too many friends, and because of this her bridesmaids consisted of her mother and her sisters, all of which were exotic beauties in their own right. Speaking of, after having himself a particularly anxious morning, Berenger knocked on his most beloved daughter's door just before the wedding was supposed to begin. Naturally, Zara opened it to reveal her stunning white wedding dress. It was a modern strapless design which revealed her substantial curves in a way that, while sexy, was also conservative. The girl did a quick spin for her father, showing off her expensive dress before asking for the man's opinion. "Daddy, what do you think of Zara's wedding dress?" There was an incredibly beautiful smile on Zara's flawless face as she waited for her father's opinion, which he responded with almost immediately after she asked. "Zara looks like an angel." This response caused Zara to blush as she hugged her father and kissed him on the cheek. She then looked a bit nervous for perhaps the first time in her life as she asked the immediate question on her mind. "So today is the big day, huh?" It is hard to believe it has finally arrived after all these years. Berenger understood his daughter's apprehension. She was about to get married to a man she had been infatuated with since they were both teenagers. To believe that her big day had finally arrived, it was truly shocking. Even Berenger could not believe that a man had met the list of requirements that he had set out for his most beloved daughter's hand in marriage. But Brandt was determined. Not only had he attended the military academy and received a degree in chemistry, but he had proven himself to be a valuable military asset for the Reich, becoming a member of the legendary Sturmkommandos, where he proved himself in battle on numerous occasions against the Reich's tribal enemies. In doing so, Brandt had earned himself a title of nobility and the respect of all veterans, while simultaneously he had started up a business brewing beer, which had, over the last 10 years, turned into the largest brewing company in the Reich, even more so than Berengar's personal brand, which he owned. In just 10 years, the man had become a military, academic and industrial success. One who had the means to protect and look after Berengar's most treasured princess. Thus, with a deep sigh of regret, the great Kaiser of the German nation nodded his head and grasped hold of his daughter's hand before leading her out to the car which was waiting to transport them and their family to the cathedral. Indeed, today is the day. Now, we must not keep your fiancé waiting. I am sure he is eager to say his vows in front of God and men. There was a bit of a bitter tone in Berengar's voice as he said this. He had given away many daughters to men he thought were suitable partners, but he had never truly thought the day would come where a man worthy of Zara would arise to the challenge. But he supposed it was better this way. Zara seemed to be happy with her choice in partner, and the two of them made a good couple. Berengar, Yasmin, and Zara arrived at the cathedral where Ghazi was waiting for the rest of his family. There was an incredibly large smile on the Sultan's face as he hugged his sister and kissed her on the cheeks. Before telling her how beautiful she looked. My goodness, you were like an angel in the flesh. Zara merely giggled when she heard this before responding to her brother's claims with a proud tone in her voice. That's funny, Daddy said the same thing about Zara. Ghazi then walked up to his father and shook the man's hand before greeting both him and his mother. Father, mother, it is good to see you both. It has been too long since I last stepped foot in the city. To think that things have changed so much since I last visited. I can't help but notice the trains seem to be improved. Just what kind of technology have your scientists invented this time? Berengar simply chuckled as he heard this before patting his son on the back, where he then responded to his words with a bit of pride in his voice. It's called a maglev. To put it simply, it allows the right to run trains that are capable of speeds over 500 kilometers per hour. But enough about such petty things. Today is your sister's big day, and I believe the groom is waiting for us as we speak. Ghazi smiled and nodded to his father's words before taking his place in the cathedral's seating, which was packed with important guests who had traveled across the world to witness the wedding of a girl who had caused the destruction of an entire country. Zara placed a veil over her head as she grabbed hold of her father's hand and smiled as the two of them walked down the aisle together while the traditional music played in the background. The look on Brant's face as he gazed upon the beautiful appearance of his lovely bride was priceless. Eventually, Berengar handed Zara off to Brant, where the two of them stood at the altar waiting for the priest to say his words. Brant and Zara both spoke their vows before saying the words I do. And in doing so, sealing their bond of matrimony with a wholesome kiss. The crowd erupted into cheers while Berengar slowly clapped, thinking about just how old he had become. Almost all of his children were now married, with families of their own. And Zara was the last among them to do so, despite being nearly 30 now. He had many grandchildren, which he loved more than anything, and believed that soon enough, his time as the great Kaiser of the German Reich would be coming to an end. Perhaps now that the last of his children were properly married, he would step down and allow Hans to take his rightful place as the new Kaiser of the German Empire. But that was a discussion for another time. Instead, there was a celebration to be had, and thus Berengar led the entire list of guests back to his palace, where he threw the grandest of wedding receptions for his favorite daughter. Much to the chagrin of his other daughters, who gazed upon Zara with a slight bit of envy. After all, she had always monopolized so much of their father's free time when they were all growing up. Nobody appeared happier for this day than Zara, except for perhaps Brant. After all, he had just gotten one of the most beautiful women in the empire as his wife, one who was the princess of two mighty empires. And though it was entirely unlikely that his bloodline would inherit either throne, it was a testament to the meritocracy of the Reich that poor farm boy from the colonies like himself could rise to such prominence in society that he could marry a princess. Thus at the wedding, the man made a particularly wholesome toast to the man who made all of this possible. Something that Berengar seemed to enjoy as he simply smiled and drank his wine. As for Zara, she maintained the dignity of a princess throughout the entire affair, entertaining all of her guests like the social butterfly that she was, while also showing submission to her new husband by allowing him to cut the cake and lead the conversations. In the end, the guests all returned to their homes, or at least their lodgings for their stay in Kufstein, while Zara and Brant retired to the man's luxurious villa out in the countryside beyond the city of Kufstein, where the two of them would consummate their marriage in a passionate display of love. Something which Brant would never forget until the day he finally passed away from this world. Chapter 1231, The Passing of the Torch. It was only a few years after Zara's wedding that Berengar had decided that the time had finally come. And thus on this day he stood at the center of the Reichstag and spoke not only to the German parliament but to the German people who had by now spread across the world. Berengar looked across the sea of faces of those men who had risen to prominence and become politicians representing the commoner class. Each of these men was wide-eyed and filled with hope, not knowing what their great Kaiser was about to say to them. But whatever it was, it must be important. The great Kaiser reflected on the life he had lived up until this point and the one had prior to being transmigrated into this world. There was nothing but a blissful smile on his aging face as he spoke the words that literally nobody wanted to hear. I stand before you all today, not only the politicians of who I am eternally grateful for their service to the Reich and fatherland, but before the people of Germany who have stood by my side for so many years to make a solemn announcement. One which I know will be met with condemnation from you all. But as my 60th birthday is only a few months away, I have decided the time has come for me to step down as your ruler and allow the next generation to shine. Because of that, I am hereby announcing my retirement, which will begin on my upcoming birthday. In the meantime, I will begin the peaceful transition from my administration to that of my eldest son, Chancellor Hans von Kufstein. There is no man in this world who is more suited to the tasks required of the Kaiser, and I can assure you all that I have spent a lifetime raising my sons to take the reins. Thus, I am now passing the torch on to Hans so that he may lead the Reich to a new era of peace and prosperity. The entire crowd of politicians broke out into roars of discontent, and they were not alone. All across the Reich, the people who watched this broadcast could not believe their ears. The great Kaiser was stepping down? What madness was this? He was still more than capable of fulfilling the role of the Kaiser, so why now would he do such a thing? Berenger noticed how frustrated the politicians were with the sudden news. After all, he had not alerted anyone other than Hans of his decision, and thus he raised his hand, commanding silence as he did so, which the people willingly obeyed. He then began to speak once more with a voice filled with pride. I know this news is sudden for everyone and that you may all be a bit disheartened knowing that I am stepping down from my position. However, I assure you that my son will be every bit as a capable leader as myself, if not superior. After all, over the past few years, most of the work that has been done from the executive branch has been conducted by Hans, not myself. This day has been a long time coming, but I will assure you all that if there is ever a need for my assistance, the doors to my estate will always be open to my son and successor, Prince Hans von Kufstein. I cannot thank you all enough for your understanding, but it is my belief that the elderly should step down from their positions of power so that the next generation has some time to shine. And I am indeed entering my later years. Thus, I plan to retire to the countryside along with my wives so that I can live the last of my days in peace. The German politicians and the people they represented immediately shifted from outrage that their great Kaiser was so suddenly stepping down to mourning, as if the man himself had suddenly passed from the world. More than a few women and girls broke out into tears over the idea that they had somehow lost the man who had built their great nation. But Berenger was not content to see such grief, and thus he stepped back and allowed his son Hans to take over. For this occasion, the man dressed in his own imperial regalia, which had all the medals and honors he had earned from his days in the military proudly displayed upon it. The young man was the spitting image of his father, aside from his strawberry blonde hair, which for this occasion he had even slicked back into Berengar's signature hairstyle. He then spoke to the politicians and the German people with a voice filled with determination. I understand your lament. I truly do. Nobody in this world admired my father, the great Kaiser, the father of the German nation and the blessed saint of the German church more than I myself do. But as he has expressed, our great Kaiser is getting on in years and has decided that the tasks which he is required to fulfill as the leader of our people are a burden he no longer has the ability to bear. And thus he has asked me, the Crown Prince of the German Reich, to take over. The torch has been passed to the next generation, and I promise you all that the future of the German people is not only contained here on earth but in the stars above. I will work tirelessly to expand the Reich's land and resources so that no entity may ever oppose our might again. Glory to the Kaiser, glory to the fatherland, and glory to the German people. Hail victory! Immediately after saying these words, Hans raised his hand in salute to the German people who stood up from their seats wherever they may be watching the speech and wiped the tears from their eyes before doing the same. The vast scream of the German people as they shouted back the battle cry which had been used to win them so much in this world could practically be heard around the world. Hail victory! With this, Berenger took a step back from the podium of the Reichstag and wore a bitter smile as he entered the hallways. While listening to his son's speech continued to inspire the German people to follow their new Kaiser. He had no regrets in life, but after spending his entire life in pursuit of power and authority, it was almost bewildering to suddenly become just another elderly citizen of the empire. At the very least, he now had more time to spend with his parents, who were quickly approaching the end of their lifespan, and his grandchildren, who were truly the future of the German Reich. Thus, Berenger exited the Reichstag with a far more joyful smile as he thought about the glorious future he had built for his people. Once outside, he was greeted by 10 out of 11 of his women, the only one not being present being Brynhilde, as they comforted their man as he sought a new venture in life and had thoroughly laid down his crown. Linda, Adela, Honoria, Yasmin, Rio, Henrietta, Priya, Tlexicli, and Granny, Corrigan all gathered together and hugged Berenger as he looked back upon the Reichstag and the civilization he had built nearly from scratch with a proud smile on his aging but handsome face. He then embraced his 10 women and stood together silently for some time before finally speaking the thoughts in his mind. Let's go home. There was nothing but agreement voiced by the man's 10 lovers as they nodded their heads and followed him into the armored limousine which would transport them back to the palace, where they all enjoyed a nice meal, a warm bath, and each other's company for the remainder of the evening. But what were the consequences of Germany's great Kaiser stepping down? What events would follow such a monumental event? Well, the story of Hans the Blackheart was about to begin as the new Kaiser led the German war machine against the Slavic peoples in a brutal conquest whose sole purpose was the Germanization of their neighbors. As promised, Germany would expand its land and resources and in doing so defeat a potential enemy that would never achieve the greatness it had in Berengar's past life because they themselves would become German. Chapter 1232, Annexing Poland. Almost immediately after Hans succeeded his father as the Kaiser, he declared that he would be annexing the Kingdom of Poland, which lied on the eastern border of the German Reich. The reasoning for this was simple. By now there were enough German citizens living in Poland who had migrated there after the Crusade to help rebuild that it could be considered a semi-German state. Thus, Hans planned to annex the territory in its entirety and Germanize its Slavic population throughout his reign as Kaiser. After all, one of his brides was a Polish princess and she had already been thoroughly Germanized. The annexation of Poland came as a welcome gesture by many of the people who lived in the backwards feudal state. Though they had been a vassal of the German Reich for decades, Germany had never bothered bringing their nation up to speed with the fatherland and its colonies. Because of this, they were operating largely with medieval technology, albeit with an improved agricultural system. But to be annexed by the Reich meant that they would enter a new era of peace and prosperity, one where they too could live the luxurious lives of the German people. The cost of which was their national identity, culture, and language, but that would come at a later date. For now, the Polish people were simply happy that they could bask in the wealth and power of the German Reich as its newest residents. Currently, Hans was meeting with the current Polish king, who was a relative of Natalia, who was obviously by her husband's side during these negotiations. The Polish throne had undergone several successions since Berenger first annihilated their army during the Crusades, and because of this it was now a distant cousin who was roughly Natalia's age who was their current king. This man was not what Hans expected from a king. He was particularly slothful, as if even attending to this meeting was the most tiresome chore he had ever had to deal with. He had mid-length amber hair and a clean-shaven face, along with pale blue eyes. In many ways, he was similar looking to Natalia. Despite his decent appearance, the man rested his head on the palm of his hand as he sat in a chair in his office. His words were laced with laziness as he spoke to Hans with a disinterested look on his face. "So, you wish to annex Poland and incorporate it into the Reich? Although I believe I already know the answer, I still feel obligated to ask why? And don't peddle me that propaganda of Poland basically being Germany 2.0. You and I both know better than that." A stern expression appeared on Hans' face. He flexed his fingers in contemplation for a few moments before finally voicing his intentions with a grim tone in his voice. "The answer is simple. I intend to annihilate the Rus and resettle their lands with Germans. Poland is in the way, and thus I intend to annex your kingdom and incorporate it into the Reich. As I am not a fan of disconnected borders for a myriad of reasons. You can remain the king of Poland for all I care, but Poland will be brought into the new age. We will invest in infrastructure, education, military outposts, airfields, you name it, and by this time next decade, Poland will become just another state of the Reich. Or we can invade your country, topple your dynasty, and incorporate Poland as a part of Greater Prussia. The choice is yours." There was not a hint of fear in the Polish king's face. In fact, all that really existed was an expression of complete and total exhaustion as the man sighed heavily and groaned before agreeing to Hans' demands. After all, there was no point in fighting against the Reich. Everyone knew how powerful their military was, and if they wanted Poland, there was not a thing that the Polish could do to stop them. "Very well, Poland is yours, do with as you please. Just make sure I retain my status of nobility and my family's fortune. I would hate to have to move out of this palace. Seems like a lot of work." Hans could not believe the man's reason for wanting his title and fortune. It was simply because he felt like moving was too much work. He had never before in his life met such a lazy king. But if there was one upside, this meant that the annexation of Poland would be a simple matter. Thus, Hans pulled out a contract, signing over the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Poland to the Kaiser of the German Reich and the von Kufstein dynasty. The man did not even bother reading the contract as he signed the dotted line, as if to do so was a hassle that was not worth the effort. Once more, this surprised Hans, who looked over at Natalia for an answer to why this man was the way he was. But the Polish beauty simply sighed and shook her head as if her cousin had always been this way. How this man had ever ended up as the King of Poland, Hans did not know, but he expected that either his father or mother was responsible for it, as if they were preparing for his ascension to the throne. With this said, Hans got up from the meeting and exited the Polish palace, where he immediately gave the green light for the German occupation of Poland. The Reich soldiers and engineers would ensure defense of their new eastern borders while also aiding in construction efforts so that Poland could be rapidly modernized into a proper nation-state. Within the hour, German troops had arrived in the tens of thousands, much to the surprise of the Polish people, who were naturally unaware of the Reich's plans to annex them, even if Hans had announced it shortly after claiming his rightful place as the next German Kaiser. As for Hans, he walked hand in hand with Natalia, who he had known since he was a young boy. The two of them smiled as they saw the German tanks and IFVs roll by. Walking in this Polish city reminded Hans of the way the world was before his father had begun to change everything. After all, Hans had a good enough memory to remember the early days of his life when his father had marched off to war with muskets and cannons. Poland was almost exactly the same as Austria was back then in its current technological state, something which Hans could not help but comment about. It is amazing what the Reich has become in a matter of decades. To think that I used to live in a world just like this. Many memories are now flooding my mind about the way life used to be back when it was simpler. Natalia nodded her head in complete and understanding. It had been decades since Eckhard had taken her from her father's side and dragged her off to Kufstein as a prize for the von Kufstein dynasty. Never would she have imagined that one day she would be the wife of the Kaiser, or that she would be happy to see her homeland have the banners of the German Reich wave so proudly above its castles. However, she had to admit after a lifetime of being raised in Germany, she was no longer a Polish woman even if she was technically a former princess of their kingdom. She had been thoroughly Germanized in culture and blood. After all, she had married a German man and gave birth to German children. And though Natalia's children were technically considered half-breeds by the Reich, her grandchildren would be considered German citizens, and that was good enough for her. She looked over at Hans with a happy smile on her pretty face before saying the words she had long meant to convey to her husband. "I'm glad that I was raised as your family's ward. I can't imagine what my life would have been like if I were to have been raised by my biological parents in Poland. And hopefully you can do for my people what your father did for yours." Hans hugged his wife tightly and kissed her on the forehead before expressing his intent for Poland and its people. In 2 generations, the Polish will be considered another German state. And by then, our children will be their rulers. But more importantly, Poland shall be the staging ground from which I shall strike at the Rus. After all, I have a debt that has yet to be paid in full, and I will not wait until the entire male bloodline of the Rus population is annihilated from this world. Natalia nuzzled her head against her husband's chest. Like his father before him, he was a vengeful man. However, unlike Berenger, Hans had inherited his mother's cruelty, and because of this, he did not consider his vengeance complete even after maiming the former Grand Duke of Moscow. No, retribution would not be paid in full until the entirety of the Rus population felt his wrath. Chapter 1233, Preparing for a Military Invasion. Field Marshal Adelbrand stood in the headquarters of the German Department of Defense. On his screen was a visual of the ongoing situation in the Russades. It had been well over a year since the Reich first annexed Poland, and during this time they had begun shipping weapons to the various factions who were engaged in the ongoing Rus Civil War. In previous conflicts, the German High Command had always met up within the Kaiser's palace. This was done simply because Berenger did not want to leave the comforts of his own home while commanding the war effort. However, after inheriting his father's throne and palace, Hans did away with this tradition and instead built a dedicated headquarters within the city of Kufstein. By now both the rebels and the boyars both had access to relatively modern firearms which they made use of to slaughter each other en masse. Hans had done this to ensure that the most blood was spilt during the conflict before he sent in his own forces to clean up what remained. Currently, the only German troops who were in the region were special operations soldiers who were performing reconnaissance roles and nothing else. While German jets were able to fly over the region and capture images of the conflict, sometimes it was best to have troops on the ground to properly observe what was happening. These soldiers were dressed in Flecktarn camouflage with modern plate carriers, high-cut ballistic helmets, night vision goggles with thermal clipons, and ghillie hoods. They blended quite well into the Eastern European environment as their body camera footage was displayed on the screen within the German version of the Pentagon. The leader of the squadron spoke softly into his comms as he aimed down the 414x magnified optic of his designated marksman rifle, one which resembled the SVCH sniper rifle, a weapon that was only a prototype during Berengar's past life. The weapon had an optic, a suppressor, a bipod, a white light, and an IR illuminator/laser. It was painted with a woodland rattlecan pattern and had ghillie netting over it, making it almost impossible to see from the distance which the sniper and his fire team were currently sitting at. While observing the ongoing chaos that was taking place in a nearby village, he was requesting permission to take out the local boyar who was hiding behind the wall of his castle, while his loyal soldiers fired onto the crowd of armed civilians who laid siege to it. Target is in sight approximately 800 meters out. Permission to terminate the objective? Adelbrand's voice could be heard on the other line as it denied the sniper permission to take the shot. Negative, you were there to observe and perform reconnaissance, not perform assassinations. This remark annoyed the sniper. He was watching a town lit on fire as the boyar's men massacred his uprising civilians by the hundreds. It was not something that most men could simply sit by and watch. And yet, he was ordered to stand down and observe the chaos. He could not understand what High Command was thinking and was quick to voice this confusion as gunshots echoed in the distance. Sir, hundreds of women and children lie dead and more are being killed every second. Give me the order to fire and I can end this massacre once and for all. Despite his protest, Adelbrand's words were cold and emotionless as he once more declined the order to eliminate the boyar. I'm sorry, Sergeant, but the Kaiser does not wish for that to happen. You will observe and report until the battle is concluded. That is all. After hearing this, the sniper let go of the pistol grip and pounded his hand in the dirt. He could not believe that the new Kaiser was willing to sit by and watch as these people were massacred. Wasn't the whole goal of this operation to annihilate the Rus males and take the women and girls back home for marriage and betrothal? If that was the case, then by the time the full-scale invasion began, there would be no women and girls left to marry. In the air above Novgorod, a reconnaissance drone flew proudly in the air. It was being operated by a member of the Luftwaffe who was sitting back and pounding an energy drink in the comfort of the fatherland. The drone continued to survey the city below and the fires that were waging across its territory. Riots had broken out in Novgorod for the 11th time this month. The people were armed and firing upon the boyar's men while the boyar's men returned fire. Looting was common and rape was around every corner. This was not exclusive to Novgorod. In fact, all the major Rus cities were suffering similar riots, as people behaved like animals in an attempt to overthrow the nobles who ruled over them with an iron fist. The information from this drone was reported directly back to the headquarters of the Department of Defense, which Adelbrand observed alongside the footage which was being streamed by boots on the ground. It was becoming increasingly clear that the civil war was reaching a climax, and when that happened, the Reich would initiate an invasion of the Rus states. This invasion would require at most 100,000 men to end things within a year's time. This allowed for absolute mobility, whether it was with light tactical vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, utility helicopters, or jet-powered transport aircraft. The Reich was already preparing its forces in the nearest borders and airbases. When the signal was given, 100,000 men would deploy in full force, while the 5,000 special operators who were already behind enemy lines would be given the order to act as the spearhead of the operation. They would invade the Rus towns and cities, laying waste to the male population, while the rank and file of the German army would capture the women and girls and bring them back to the Reich for processing. Once the war was over, German men would repopulate the region with their wives, while the Rus women and girls were spread across the fatherland and its colonies for Germanization. Naturally, they would only be married off once they were of legal age to do so. It would be a swift and brutal war, one that would end the Russian bloodline once and for all. Instead, a new breed of Germans, similar to the Prussians, would appear in the east. And the German Empire would not halt its conquest until all of Siberia was under its control. Chapter 1234, A Well-Deserved Retirement. Berenger sat in the countryside of Austria, far away from the hustle and bustle of the metropolis which he created. Living in the village of Hallstatt was a unique kind of peace, one which he was happy to experience in his old age. The small mountain village surrounded a beautiful crystal lake, one where Berenger would often sit at the beach with his wives, drink beer, and enjoy the outdoors, something which he had not been able to properly do for years. The stress of running the world's mightiest empire evaporated overnight as Berenger retreated to the countryside with his wives and concubines. Every day was bliss. He ate the finest home-cooked food, he made love to his many beautiful women, and on occasion his children would visit with their own families, where he would play the part of a doting grandfather. And despite all of this, his son and successor were currently preparing for the largest military operation which the Reich had engaged in for the last 30 years. But that was none of Berengar's concern. His son had not called asking for support, and since he had not done so, the retired Kaiser of the German Reich assumed that his son, Hans, had everything under control. At the moment, Berenger was laying face down on a towel while his wife Atami competed with his Corrigan and Angrani, all which were giving their man a proper message. Years of stress had accumulated in Berengar's body, which had even managed to seep into his bones. Because of this, his wives took turns each day, giving the man an oil message, which almost always ended up in an orgy. Though Berenger was already 60 years old, he did not appear that way. His body was in phenomenal shape and his six-pack was well maintained. The lines on his face were not as excessive as they would normally be, and his hair had only recently begun to gray, with many streaks of golden blonde throughout it. However, the moment he handed over the reins of the German government to his son, he had carved out his Eye of Horus and gave it to his son, though Hans had yet to perform the ceremony to enable himself with the powers of the ancient deity. Berenger was left with only one eye. Or so one might think, but to heal his wounds, he was once more given permission to dip in the mystical waters at the secluded Norse village within Iceland, healing all the wounds and scars he had suffered over the year and increasing his vitality. That was partially why he appeared so much younger than a man his age should be. Of course, this only caused his women to become jealous, and thus they too bathed in the mystical waters, giving them the appearance of 40-year-olds despite already being in their 50s and 60s. So long as Berenger and his women took a trip to Iceland once a month and bathed in these waters, they could forestall the aging process of their body, at least in terms of appearance. The wear and tear on their bodies could never fully be replenished, at least not here in the mortal world. Thus, even though Yasmin was nearly 63 years old, she appeared like a 40-years-old mature beauty. This allowed Berenger to be sexually aroused by his women's appearance, even if they were getting up there in years. While enjoying the message from his women as he lied naked on the private section of beach that was afforded to his villa, Berenger gazed up at the bright blue sky, which was completely devoid of clouds, and could not help but think about his old job. I wonder how close Zara is to reaching Mars. Itami instantly leaned down and kissed Berenger on the lips, which was her way of taking the man off of work now that he was enjoying his life of retirement. This only caused Berenger to chuckle as he grabbed hold of the mature albino beauty, before rolling into the dirt with her. The oil on his flesh naturally attracted the sand, which glued itself to his skin as he kissed Itami with a fierce display of passion. The woman could not help but allow her husband to do as he pleased, much as she had always done ever since she first learned that he was the same man she had loved in her past life. Berenger simply smiled as he peeled the woman's bikini bottom aside and thrust his length into her tight, moist cave. Despite giving him 5 children, Berenger did not ever seem to get sick of his wives and concubines. all of which he loved with a fierce degree of passion. The moment Berenger began to pound Itami's snatch while on the beach, his other wives realized it was that time again and began to strip out of their attire before joining their husband and rival in the sand. Their little orgy ended after 2 hours of nonstop sex, where they then retired to their villa's washroom for a second round. Once they were fully clean and their lust had been exhausted, the 10 women and their man sat down at the dining room table. As the 3 greatest cooks in the harem prepared a large and delicious meal for them all to eat. Berenger sat with a liter of beer in hand as he gazed upon the many beautiful women he had collected over the years before making a toast. One which all the women were quick to agree to. To a well-deserved retirement. The women clanked their glasses together and drank whatever fluid they were feasting on for the night. Most of them drank alcohol like their husband, but as a devout Muslim, Yasmin had not done so. Instead, she drank grape juice to simulate the flavor of wine. At the head of the table sat Berenger as he enjoyed his meal, while to his left was Itami and to his right was Linda. The reasoning for this was clear to every woman in the dining hall. They were Berengar's 2 favorite wives and they had all become well accustomed to this rule. As Berenger dined on the home cooking of his wives, he could not help but smile. He had never imagined what the retired life would be like, but thanks to the powers of the ancient gods of his ancestors, he was able to enjoy it in a way he had never thought was possible. And although they were all retired now, many of the women could not help but think about their old jobs just like Berenger. Henrietta was among them as she voiced her concerns about the ongoing state of the economy. With the transfer of power between Berenger and Hans, I wonder how the stock market is looking right now. I haven't been on a computer for days. Big Brother has kept me and Adela incredibly busy lately. Do you think the people have faith in their new Kaiser? Or do you think that the markets took a hit knowing that the man who had built this great nation has suddenly decided to step down? All the other women glared at Henrietta. They were all trying their damnedest not to remind their husband that he was retired and had nothing meaningful left to do. That was why they all spent so much time making love to the man these past few days. It was their best way of keeping his mind off the past. After all, Berenger had lived a lifetime of politics and war. To suddenly step aside and devote his entire time to hedonistic pleasure, it was not an easy thing to do. And thus, Henrietta immediately realized her mistake and blushed. But it was too late. Berengar's mind had shifted to matters of state and he had already reassured the role of Kaiser as he spoke about his opinions on the matter. It took a slight hit, but Hans has showed that he is as capable as I was. In fact, he might be even more capable. I was never born for the role of a monarch, nor was I explicitly trained in government management. I made a lot of shit up on the path to victory and luckily had many talented people to take care of matters that I did not understand. Hans, like all of my sons, was born and raised to lead the German nation. Even my sons, who had no chance of claiming the throne for themselves, were all raised that way. And I suspect they will raise their sons that way as well. So, although his ascension to the throne is recent and it will take some time for people to gain faith in his rule, I suspect that he will lead the Reich to a bright future. Berenger then immediately returned to his schnitzel, much to the surprise of all of his wives and concubines. Normally when they got him started on the subject of politics or economics, he would go off on an hour-long rant, as if he was reliving the days of his youth. But after nearly a year of this retired life, it was starting to seem like he had finally begun to accept it. Thus, while Hans was busy preparing for a war with the Rus states, Berenger was enjoying a peaceful and hedonistic life at his lakeside villa. Chapter 1235, How Can I Possibly Compare to You? Hans sat at the dining table within the royal palace of Austria along with his entire family. The man had inherited a vast domain, both physically in terms of the Reich's sheer volume of land and also the family fortune, which was practically a second treasury in its own right. Along with this came the grand place of Kufstein, which Berenger had established in his hometown after growing it from a small agricultural town to a thriving metropolis and the center of the modern world. Along with his 5 wives, Hans' many children sat around the table. Although Hans had married 5 different women, only 2 of his wives who were capable of producing offspring which met the requirements to compete for the German throne. The rest would have to follow a similar path as their uncles. Ansgar was the son of N von Wittelsbach and Hans, and the moment he was fiercely competing with one of his half-brothers. Little Berenger was the child between Hans and Veronica. The young boy was not to be confused with his grandfather and uncle, both of which shared his name. Though he was the same age as Ansgar, little Berenger was in fierce competition with his half-brother. Both of these youth had inherited their father's intelligence and spent their every waking hour improving their skills in every field they trained in. Whether it was martial arts, firearms, history, mathematics, science, politics, economics, etc. These 2 boys competed in every way they could think of, and currently, even now, while at the dinner table, their blue eyes did not falter from each other's childish figure. That is until Hans asked his son Ansgar a particular question which stumped the boy. So, Ansgar, I hear that you and Elsa have become quite fond of one another. That is good. Family is important, but you should remember not to get too attached to her. After she completes her education here in the Reich, she will be returned to her family, who will undoubtedly marry her off to the most appropriate suitor. Ansgar flushed red in embarrassment when his father said this and was quick to protest, which only further revealed the thoughts he had towards his younger cousin. It's not like that, Dad. Elsa and I are friends, that is all. Little Berenger witnessed his rival's flustered expression and went in for the kill, all while cutting up his schnitzel with the civility of a prince. Oh, how cute! Ansgar likes Elsa. Ansgar flashed his half-brother a vicious look which only cemented the smug smile on the boy's face. Hans simply shook his head. He had no idea how his father had managed to raise all of his siblings to be so harmonious with one another. He was overwhelmed with his preparations for the invasion of the Rus, so much so that this was his first time which he could eat dinner with his family in over a week. And yet every time he saw these two boys, they were always at each other's throat. In all honesty, Hans did not ever remember competing with any of his siblings for the throne in any meaningful capacity. They all seemed to just be aware that he was the oldest and most intelligent of them all. But perhaps that was because his father and mother had him years ahead of his half-brothers. As for Ansgar and Little Berenger, they were born on the exact same day and were equal in intellect and wit. Thus, they were natural-born rivals. Before Ansgar could respond to his half-brother's taunt, which judging by the expression on his face he clearly wanted to, Hans put a stop to his son's petty disputer. That's enough. Berenger, quit instigating things with your brother. So what if he likes Elsa? You're both still children, and for many reasons which I do not wish to get into right now, I won't be betrothing any of you to your cousins. There was a visible look of disappointment on Ansgar's face as he heard that he would not be betrothed to Elsa, which Little Berenger took satisfaction in. The obvious instance of schadenfreude only further convinced Hans that his wives were doing something wrong when it came to raising their children and that despite his burdens he would be forced to take a more active role in their parenting. Thus he sighed heavily before taking a swig from his chalice. Once he was finished, Hans commanded his son to apologize. Berenger, apologize to your brother. You were clearly in the wrong by teasing him, and I will not stand for your little rivalry. I know you both wish to inherit my throne, but this is supposed to be a friendly competition, not one of personal animosity, and if neither of you can understand that, then I will consider you both unfit to rule this nation, and will instead confer the title of my heir to one of your younger siblings. The young boy who shared the same name as his illustrious grandfather immediately panicked when he heard that his chances of inheriting the throne would be forfeit if he failed to bury the hatchet between himself and his brother, and thus he bowed his head before apologizing, despite feeling aggrieved by his father's words. Very well, I'm sorry Ansgar, I should have treated you with more respect. Ansgar looked at his father, the Kaiser, and understood that he was also being implicated in this, thus as much as he wanted to dismiss little Berengar's so-called apology, he did not do so. Instead he accepted it with the grace befitting a prince such as himself. Apology accepted. Anne and Veronica gazed at each other in disbelief as they saw their sons become amicable to one another for the first time in years. They had tried non-stop to discipline the cheeky little bastards for years and yet nothing worked. Yet with one quip from their father, they suddenly fell in line. How is this fair? Despite their feelings on the matter, the two beautiful women kept their thoughts within their heads, allowing Hans to properly take care of their children's discipline from now on. After all, he was the only one who could threaten these little kids with something that they actually feared. The dinner remained respectful after this, with Hans speaking to each and every one of his kids in a desperate attempt to catch up with their lives. And after the meal was finished, he sent them back to their rooms to prepare for the rest of the evening, while he himself entered his bedroom with a glass of wine in his hand. The 5 women who were Hans' brides gathered together to help the man remove his tie and dress into something more relaxed. As they did so, he could not help but comment on the current state of their family. I don't know how he did it. This remark caught the women off guard, and it was finally Noemi asked the question after several moments of awkward silence. Are you referring to your father? Hans nodded his head as he downed the rest of his wine before placing the chalice on a nearby end table. He then began his rant about his father and his true thoughts about the man. When I was young, the old man was absent from my life quite often. I mean, it was a different era where a king could ride on horseback at the front of formation if he was so daring. And my father was the best at it. The man was in the fucking trenches at Vienna along with his men, eating the same food as them, living in the same brutal conditions, and even staying up on watch at night so they could sleep soundly. Yet, whenever he returned from war, he never let whatever horrors he had witnessed affect any of us. And he tried his best to make up for lost time. But the work of a Kaiser is never finished, and he spent most of the days secluded in his office overseeing the development of the Reich. And yet, none of us ever had any of the problems that our sons and daughters do. I just don't understand how he was able to provide such a stable direction for us all while still running the nation so effectively. Meanwhile, here I am drowning in paperwork and barely managing to keep those boys from tearing each other's throats out. Hans then gazed upon the portrait of his father, which hung proudly in his room, and could not help but question himself as a ruler, especially when compared to a man who was now revered by the German people. How can I possibly compare to you? The 5 wives of the Kaiser gathered together and hugged the man as they comforted him. None more so than Veronica, who told him exactly what he needed to hear. If you're struggling, then perhaps you should speak with the man. I've been a part of your family long enough to know the truth about what happened between your father and his brother. As much as we don't like to speak about it, I can't help but worry Ansgar and Berenger might follow the path of Lambert. Your father may be retired, but he is just a phone call away. I am sure he would be more than happy to speak with you. Upon hearing this, Hans wore a bitter smile and looked up at his father's portrait one last time. He had tried his best up until now to distance himself from the old man in an attempt to build his own legacy, but it was clear that he was in need of some proper fatherly advice. Thus, he decided that the time has come to visit his father and interrupt the man's peaceful retirement. Chapter 1236, Lessons from One's Father. Hans stood outside the gates of his father's mountain villa. The village of Hallstatt was established around a lake which was surrounded by mountains. Because of this, there was very little land to actually be developed. Yet Berenger had purchased most of what he could get his hands on to construct his retirement home. In fact, it was the perfect secluded paradise, one which Berenger seemed to enjoy himself in. However, Hans not actually announced to his parents that he would be visiting, and thus he knocked on the door when Berenger and his wives were being intimate with one another. At first, the man's knock was not acknowledged by the residents of the villa. But after pressing the doorbell a number of times, his mother answered the door with only a nightgown covering her voluptuous body. Hans could hardly believe his eyes when he witnessed his mother's appearance. Linda was supposed to be 56 years old at the moment, but she looked 16 years younger. This was truly shocking, but not as much as it was when his father's voice rang out from the halls before revealing his own figure. "Linda, dear, who's at the door?" A pretty smile formed on Lindy's beautiful face as she called out to her husband, who was dressed in nothing but a pair of compression shorts. "It's Hans. I think we should probably get dressed." Berenger stared at his own son, who was looking at the man as if he were seeing things. Berengar's appearance was not that of a 60-year-old man, but someone who was 20 years younger, and the missing eyeball that was supposed to exist had been replaced with a clear sapphire iris. Hans felt as if he was having a stroke and was quick to ask just what the hell had happened to his parents. "Why the hell do the two of you look so young? The last time I saw you, you were ancient. Why do you look roughly my age?" Berenger chuckled as he approached the door and slapped Lindy's ass before letting his son inside. An action which caused Linda to blush and hug her man with a pretty smile on her face. But Hans looked at it with horror. Must his father always be this way? Realizing that his son was speechless, Berenger spoke to his wife and commanded her to prepare some tea and cookies. "Linda dear, be a doll and fetch Hans and I some tea and cookies. There are some things we need to discuss." Linda bowed her head in deference to her husband as she obeyed his command. After which, Berenger pulled on a nearby robe which was sitting on the coat rack and covered his shame. He then led his son to the dining room where he offered him the seat across from himself. Once seated, Hans felt he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked the question that was most important to him. "How? How the hell? What the fuck happened to you two?" Berenger chuckled as he heard this before explaining his situation to the boy. "There's a pool in Iceland which has miraculous effects. I told you about the gods already. Well, this is their blessing to me. Although my body is still aging, the process has been slowed down and your mother's and have regained the last 20 years of our life. Who knows, we might live to be 100 and still appear to be half our age when we finally pass away from this world. It's not important. The only thing it has really done is allow me to be more sexually attracted to your mothers. I'm still going to die in 40 years. Oh, speaking of, I made a deal with Odin a while back that makes it so our family and yes, all of our descendants will end up in our own personal afterlife. I may have forgotten to mention that to you earlier. Anyway, none of this is really important. What brings you here, Hans? It has been months since I last saw you and now you show up unannounced. Is everything all right?" Hans gazed upon his father, who appeared roughly the same age as himself, with complete and total shock on his face. If he had been skeptical about the existence of ancient deities before, he was now a full-fledged believer. However, he quickly recollected his thoughts and spoke about the troubles he was having. "It's about my sons. They are a bit too competitive with one another, and I fear that it is only a matter of time before they end up like Ur and Lambert." Linda walked in on this exact moment where she handed her husband and son their tea while placing a plate of cookies on the table. She then chose to sit in Berengar's lap while the man eyed his son with a concerned expression on his face. It took Berenger several moments to think through his thoughts, which he then began to express aloud. "Hans, what happened between your uncle and I was the failure of my parents. My only regret in life was that I could not share everything that I have built with my little brother. He died hating me more than anyone, and I have no doubt he continues to have that resentment in the afterlife. If your sons have developed a fierce sense of rivalry already, one which is starting to become worrisome, you need to spend time with them and teach them what I taught you and your siblings when you were young. Our family matters more than anything. My grandsons are of my bloodline and they need to be reminded of this. It doesn't matter which of them sits on the throne, what matters is that we all work together. It is the von Kufstein family against the world, it always has been, and so long as my descendants continue to understand this, it always will be. Let me ask you this, Hans, how many hours a day do you work?" Berenger began to take a sip from his tea when Hans answered the question with a nonchalant expression on his face. "About 16 hours a day on average." "Why?" Berenger nearly choked on his tea as he heard this answer, and even Linda had an uncomfortable expression on her face. Something which confused Hans, who was only following his father's example. It took Berenger some effort to swallow his tea, where he then chastised his son for being an idiot. "Why the fuck are you working 16 hours a day? You're the fucking Kaiser. You can work 4 hours a day and nobody would give a shit." This response startled Hans, who looked at his father and mother, who both had disapproving expressions on their faces. He could not understand this and was quick to voice his disagreement. "What the hell do you mean? You always worked 16 hours a day?" Berenger suddenly realized where the problem lied and immediately sighed and shook his head before explaining his reasoning to his son, who appeared to be confused. Hans, I worked 16 hours a day because I was building an empire from scratch. The Reich is already built. There are no enemies for you to fight that worth such effort. The world belongs to Germany. You don't need to follow my example. You can work 4 to 8 hours a day and it will be sufficient to get your work done. No wonder your children are at odds with one another. You are never around to parent them. I could get away with that because you all had a strong maternal figure like your mother to rein you all in. And as much as I love my daughters-in-law, you don't have a strong supportive figure like Linda to glue the family together. That is your responsibility as the head of the house. Hans, you need to cut your hours in half and spend some proper time with your family, especially your sons. You need to guide them on the path to manhood. You may be teaching them the qualities that a ruler must have to be capable, but without your guidance they will end up as treacherous and backstabbing fiends. A father is essential for his children to grow up with proper character. And the only thing more important for a ruler to have than his ability is his character. Hans suddenly felt as if he had been an idiot. His father's words made sense. There was no reason for him to perfectly emulate his father. He needed to do things his own way, and ensure that the empire his father built was not only maintained but expanded at a healthy rate. The major wars which the German Empire would ever fight had already been won. Now what was needed was to maintain its hegemony, and that was easy, at least compared to the goal of conquest. Thus, he had only just started his conversation with his father but had already learned so much. It was true what they say, one's journey was never complete in life. And despite already being an adult and the new Kaiser, there was still much his retired father could teach him. Not only about how to be a monarch, but on how to be a man as well. Chapter 1237, A Hatred That Transcends Time and Space. Hans sat in the chair which his father had granted him permission to use. In one hand was a glass of tea and in the other was a cookie. He appeared to rather enjoy the conversation which he was having with the old man at this moment, though he still had a hard time believing his eyes. After all, both his father and mother appeared 20 years younger than they should be, something which was definitely abnormal in this world. But despite his astonishment, Hans maintained his professionalism as he spoke about the ongoing situation with the Rus states. Currently, the Rus kingdoms are engaged in a series of bloody civil wars. We have provided weapons and munitions to both factions. Basically, anyone who wants to get their hands on a submachine gun can do so. And this had increased the casualty rate among Rus men, who seems more than happy to kill each other. Berenger nodded his head in understanding. The Rus were never really a problem for him simply because he had kept a constant supply of dirt-cheap alcohol into those lands. But Siberia was a vast wasteland filled with natural resources. Why would Germany be content to hand over those resources to the Rus? Once they finally managed to industrialize in a few centuries, it could be a serious problem for the balance of power on the global scale. Thus, he approved of his sons deciding to take some preemptive actions to prevent this from happening. But it was abundantly clear to the man that his son harbored a special kind of hatred for the Rus, one that would not be extinguished until he had genocided their people from the world. Thus, Berenger could not help but inquire about the origins of this hate, something which he was all too experienced with. After all, in his past life, his family was particularly disdainful of the Russians for the atrocities they committed during the Second World War and the Bolshevik Revolution. But neither of those two incidents occurred in this world's history, thus he could only presume this had to deal with that little incident with Veronica all those years ago. I take it you plan to wipe out the male bloodline of the Russian population and integrate their women into our empire as the secondary wives of German men? Am I correct in this line of thinking? Hans was not surprised that his father had seen through all his plans. After all, he had never met someone with an intellect which was on par with his own. Besides his own family, and undoubtedly those genes came from his father, as they were also present in his half-siblings like Zara. Thus, he smiled and nodded his head before confirming this was the case. I can never hide things from you, father. Yes, that is the plan. Berenger nodded his head as he took a sip from his teacup before replying to his son's statement with a question that was deeply personal. And I presume this hatred you have towards the Russian people stems from what that little cunt tried to do to Veronica? Far be it from me to condemn your actions. The gods know that I am guilty of my own purges. I'm just trying to understand where your anger towards the Russians stems from. After all, unlike me, you are not aware of what they did to our people during my past life. Hans narrowed his eyes when he heard this question before responding with one of his own. There was a flicker of rage in his eyes as he spoke with a vicious tone in his voice. What did they do? Berenger scoffed as he informed Hans about some particularly brutal affairs that he would never be able to forget despite not experiencing them himself. In the year 1918, the Russian Empire collapsed on itself after being defeated by Germany in what was at the time known as the Great War. A civil war occurred. And during the civil war, the Bolsheviks, who were a group of Russian and Jewish communists, targeted a group of people known as Volga Germans. These were Germans who migrated to Russia to help them with their agriculture and had lived there for several decades. Many Volga Germans were persecuted and killed, which only increased in intensity after the Second World War broke out, where the Russians massacred about 1.5 million Volga Germans. Of course, we lost that war, and as a result, the Russians raped anywhere between 2 to 4 million German women and girls, some as young as 8 years old and as much as 60 times per woman. Naturally, we are not entirely innocent in this matter. I mean, we killed plenty of Russians during the war, so much so that I can't help but believe the massacre of the Volga Germans was a poor attempt at retaliation for this. Still, the deaths of civilians during military operations is not the same as an organized rape and massacre of millions of our people. I am telling you all of this specifically because the animosity between our people and the Russians transcends timelines. And I would not be surprised at all if this existed in every conceivable timeline. So, if you can end this animosity once and for all, then you have my full support. Especially if it means you can finally put an end to the hatred that you have in your heart. Although, I doubt Veronica cares as much about that past incident as you seem to. Hans was surprised to hear that all of this had happened in his father's life and was quick to ask the immediate question on his mind because of it. Father, did you witness all of this? If what you say is true, I can't imagine why you did not get rid of the Russians yourself. Contrary to what Hans was expecting, Berenger simply scoffed and took another sip of his tea before shaking his head. He then explained his opinions on the matter. No, I was several generations removed from these matters. In fact, by the time I was born, most people seemed to have either forgotten about these grievances or simply did not care. Only the most nationalistic and stubborn of German families, most of which existed outside the fatherland, would still harbor such hatred over matters that happened before they were born. I was raised in one of these households, but I must admit the hatred towards the Russians that my parents had seemed so foreign to me. Partially because I was born and raised in another country, and partially because my political ideology was more in line with the Russians of the modern world than the country I fought for. It is specifically because of this that I did nothing more than keep the Russians down by drowning their society with cheap liquor. If I shared my parents' disdain for the Russians, perhaps I would have taken your approach. So although I can understand your justifications for the actions you are about to take, and I support them, I personally do not share your hatred. Now Hans, if there is nothing else that you wish to speak about, I believe it is time for you to return to Kufstein. It is getting late and your mothers and I have plans for the evening. So I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming campaign. Though I know you do not need it. Hans immediately rose from his chair and shook his father's hand. He then expressed his thanks for the chat, which cleared up many of his misunderstandings before heading out the door. Thank you, father, for the discussion. It was enlightening. After hearing what you have to say about the Russians from your past life, I believe I will be doing the world a favor by getting rid of their barbaric bloodline once and for all. Goodbye, father, I will be sure to visit you and mother more frequently from now on. Berenger smiled and sent his son on the way with a wave of his hand. After Hans was gone, he looked over at a nearby globe and shook his head before expressing his thoughts out loud. It is a pity that the Russian civilization will come to an end before it has time to flourish within this timeline. But I suppose it is necessary for the continued survival and stability of the Reich. After saying this, Berenger placed his teacup on the table and walked away from the living room, where he enjoyed the rest of his evening in the company of his many wives and concubines. Chapter 1238, The 12-Hour War. Nearly 6 months passed from the time that Hans first inherited the throne from his retired father. And during this time he had been closely monitoring the civil war within the Rus states. What became abundantly clear to the man was that the longer this war waged on, the more women and children that would be killed. Thus, after 6 months of constant bloodshed, Kaiser Hans von Kufstein took the podium in the Reichstag, where he made his first declaration of war since ascending to the throne. The man was nearly 40 years old, but like his father had inherited good genes that made him look as if he were 5 to 10 years younger. Thus, he was still quite handsome and unfettered by age as he made his speech that would send the German army into the lands that would one day be Russia. My fellow Germans, there is an ongoing humanitarian crisis within the various Rus states that lie on our eastern borders. The Orthodox Church has inspired a rebellion from the masses, and the boyars continue to buy weapons from our allies to support their own cause. But who is to blame for this crisis? The Church, which compels men to go out and kill their masters, or the nobility who selfishly hoard the profits of their people's labor? That is something that only the Lord God Almighty can judge. As the son of a living saint and the leader of the world's most supreme military power, I see it as my responsibility to interfere in this conflict so that the women and children may be spared the wrath that their men now inflict upon them. Thus today, I hereby declare war on the various Rus states and will be sending a force of 100,000 men into their lands to maintain the peace and to eliminate those elements which seek to harm the innocent. It has been some time since our people last went to war, and though our enemies may be primitive, they currently wield weapons purchased from our allies. I trust that each and every soldier will protect themselves to the best of their abilities while putting an end to the suffering which our Eastern brothers and sisters now find themselves in. Glory to the Reich. And may God be with us in this dark hour of human history. After saying this, Hans descended from the podium and left the Reichstag. War was officially declared, and now 100,000 German soldiers would be marching to combat. This was something that he personally did not worry too much about. The German military was vast and powerful, more so than any other nation on the planet. Every other nation on the planet could go to war with the Reich, and every other nation in the world would be defeated. So sending their forces into Russia against a bunch of knights and boyars who fired semi-automatic rifles with zero training and precision. It was not too much of a threat. What did matter to Hans was his genocide and how he would get rid of the entire Russian male bloodline, and he would do it in a way that made him look like the good guy. Thus, he returned to the palace and waited for his troops to do their thing. As soon as the order to invade was given, 100,000 German soldiers deployed via land, sea, and air to the Rus states. Whether it was the Baltic fleet launching a bunch of Marines via its landing craft, or it was the German army traversing from Poland's eastern borders in light tactical vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and tanks, or perhaps it was those paratroopers and air assault employed by the Luftwaffe descending from the skies via planes and helicopters. There were a multitude of ways in which the Germans were able to deploy their forces, and thus within 3 hours 100,000 German soldiers were within Russia's borders. The attack was swift. The previous methods by which Germans waged war, in other words achieving peace through superior firepower, were not employed in this conflict. The war was supposed to be humanitarian, and because of this, the German soldiers did not simply bombard villages, cities, and castles with artillery and bombs. Besides, such methods were obsolete now that the Reich had precision-guided munitions. Instead, they send in armored columns to enter each inhabited area, where they would then eliminate or arrest any man they found. The men who were not initially killed in the ensuing conflict would be taken by the German armed forces to labor camps where they would help develop Russian and Siberia for a German annexation. Meanwhile, the women and children were secured and protected, ensuring that no harm came to them. Combat was entirely one-sided, with the advanced body armor, communications, firearms, and other equipment which the Germans had. They could easily surround and eliminate hostile targets, and with much greater precision than their enemies. If the Russian rebels and soldiers made the mistake of hunkering down in fortifications, a smart bomb could be dropped on their heads with either the use of a dedicated bomber, a multi-role fighter, a self-propelled artillery vehicle, or even aerial drones. The level of technology that the German military now had at its disposal was on par with the society that Berenger had left behind after dying in Afghanistan in his previous life. And because of this, it was all too easy to annihilate the male bloodline of the Russian population. And though the German army stormed its way through Russian towns, cities, and castles, it managed to prevent the outside world from finding out about their ulterior motives. As far as the rest of the world was concerned, this was truly a humanitarian operation. One which Germany had taken responsible for, despite the weapons used by the Russian rebels and boyars supposedly coming from Germany's allies, all of which purchased their weapons from the Reich. Thus, the German propaganda machine was working in overdrive as they sent images across the internet and television broadcasts of heavy fighting and the supposed massacres that were the result of the ongoing civil war. Of course, what could a water-cooled machine gun do against the hull of a Lynx IFV? Not much, and because of this, the German soldiers were able to safely deploy to battlefields without fear of being blown up, while receiving the support from a 35mm autocannon. This was more than enough to shred the meager medieval defenses which the Russian rebels and loyalists hid behind, resulting in what was clearly a one-sided conflict. The German war machine was so brutally efficient that within 12 hours the German flag was raised over Moscow and Novgorod, announcing an end to the previous regimes which had failed their people. And though some fighting occurred after this, the remnants of the Russian rebels and loyalists were quickly cleared up. Thus, Russia had now entered a transition into a state of Germanization, where over the next generation the Russian male population would slowly dwindle and be replaced with German citizens who would take the Russian women to be their brides. By the time the world woke up the next day, they were all surprised to see that the war had ended so quickly. Although many of the world leaders suspected such a scenario might occur, it was an incredibly easy task for the German military to wipe out the hostile governments and occupy their territory with only 100,000 men. Thus, men like Ghazi, Alexandros, Lucas, and Christopher were all too aware of how little of a chance the Russians had in defending their lands. The German war machine was absolute and was centuries beyond the rest of the world. With this in mind, Hans, many half-brothers who now ruled over the world's most powerful nations, all congratulated the man on the speed at which he was able to finish the war. Meanwhile, the Germans were able to celebrate the fact that for the first time in their history they had fought a war without suffering a single death. Sure, some men were wounded, but not a single German soldier had died during the 12-hour war which saw the Rus states become annexed by the Reich. And this overwhelming victory had secured Hans' prestige in the eyes of his people. After all, no matter how great his father was, he had not accomplished that which Hans had just done. Chapter 1239, How Will I Be Remembered? The war between the German Empire and the Rus states was over before it even really began. Within 12 hours the German banners were raised above the smoldering cities. And though the world did not know it at this time, the new Kaiser had already begun enacting plans which would eliminate the Rus bloodline from this world's history. As for Hans himself, after his first war as the Kaiser of the German Reich was well and over, he felt as if all the anxiety which he had been enduring over this past year had suddenly disappeared. He did not even know why he was so worried to begin with. With the swift victory without even a single death among his forces who were deployed, Hans' popularity immediately shot through the roof with the German people. Even his naysayers were chanting his name in their toasts within the Reich's many beer halls. He had proven himself capable of presiding over the German Reich during a time of conflict, and that was good enough for most of the German people. Currently, the man's father sat on a beach with a beer in one hand and a newspaper in the other. Though the tried and tested form of media was coming to an end, he still preferred to have a physical copy of his news. Of course, as the man who had ruled over a massive propaganda machine for several decades, Berenger could immediately spot what was bullshit and what was reality. The German media was in overdrive, exacerbating crimes against humanity which the Russian population allegedly committed against one another. Although, from what Berenger could see, these incidents were likely the result of the German armed forces and they were merely shifting the blame on their adversaries. After all, he was already aware of his son's plan to wipe out the Russian male bloodline and to integrate the female bloodline within the German Reich. After taking a sip from his beer, Berenger felt the warm hands of one of his many lovers wrap around his back and grab onto his broad and muscular chest, which he quickly grabbed onto and kissed. Judging by the skin tone, there was only one woman who these hands belonged to, and thus he was quick to call out the woman's name as she interrupted his reading session. "Linda, my love, is there something in particular you want, or are you just feeling horny?" The red-headed beauty simply scoffed as she heard her husband's shameless words before speaking about the matters which bothered her. "How long do you think Hans will be able to keep his actions concealed from the rest of the world?" Berenger simply sighed before taking off his sunglasses, where he then looked deep within his wife's sky-blue eyes. "That depends. Theoretically, he could hide the extinction of the Russian male bloodline from the world for at least a century. But if he slips up and allows people without a proper security clearance to record what is happening, then it could be exposed at any moment. How he handles this matter will determine his reputation for the rest of history. Eventually, we are all judged for our actions in life. And though I have fought hard to create a society that puts its own needs above those of the rest of the world, it is not impossible that such weak and naive ideals, such as human rights, eventually infiltrate our society. If that were to occur, then Hans would be despised by future generations even more so than myself." Lindy's brow raised as she heard the phrase human rights. It was a concept entirely alien to her, and she was quick to ask for further information about it. "Human rights, what are those?" Berenger simply scoffed when he heard this question before answering Lindy's question with a particular hint of disdain in his voice. "A concept from my past life. One which evolved from Enlightenment thinking and by extension liberal values. Essentially, the argument was that all human life is of equal importance and that human beings have certain inalienable rights which their governments can't strip from them. Obviously, this notion was complete and utter bullshit, but nearly everyone in my country believed it. The truth of the matter was that by the time I died, the overwhelming majority of humans were utterly worthless. A significant minority of them contributed nothing to society and instead relied on the aid of others to survive. Fucking parasites. Hell, I guarantee you that when I died, nothing changed in that world. Society moved on without me and only a few people mourned my death. The sad reality of this world is that only the lives of a handful of extremely capable men actually fucking matter. These men are the only ones capable of making any real change in the world, and if they die prematurely, then the fate of the world would be forever changed. But those men are 1 in 100 million at least. In my past life, I was not one of these men. But in this world, I was the most important of them all." Linda listened to Berengar's every word and dwelled on it carefully. She knew very little about his past life as he did not like to often speak about it. But every time she learned about what the world was like, she felt as if it were inferior to the one that Berenger had created in this life. After listening to this rant about how much Berenger hated the world he had initially come from, Linda asked the immediate question on her mind, one which she felt needed an answer to. "Assuming this concept of human rights eventually develops in our society, how do you think you will be remembered?" Berenger simply scoffed once more than he said this. He took another sip of his beer before actually bothering to respond to the question. But Linda could tell by the tone in his voice and the look on his face that he really did not want this to be the future of the world he created. If society eventually progresses in the direction that was the norm in my previous life, then future generations of Germans will refer to me as by terms like that of murderer, warmonger, war profiteer, colonizer, racist, etc. None of which really has any meaning to me. Which, if you ask me, is worth all the effort I have gone through in this life to build a thriving society. Linda nodded her head in understanding of Berengar's words. What would decide how he was remembered by his people was whether the beliefs that Berenger had instilled with them all stood the test of time. Or if somehow the ideals which he despised emerged in a world where the Enlightenment never developed. Needless to say, Berenger was fairly confident that imperialism and monarchy would last much longer in this world than it had in his previous life. But the future was not set in stone and could be changed at any given moment. Still, he did not worry about such petty matters. As far as he was concerned, he did what he felt needed to be done and would not care if, in the distant future, when Germany was on the verge of collapse, the common people thought poorly of him and his actions in life. After all, he was fairly certain now that the Germanic pantheon were regaining popularity in followers, and because of that, they were growing in strength. That they would be able to prevent the world from following a similar path which it had in his past life. Thus, Berenger continued to spend each day in absolute hedonism. Until his dying breath he would enjoy the retirement which he had worked hard to deserve. As for the future of this world, that was not his problem. He had done everything he could to set it on the right path, and that was all he could do as a mortal man. After all, he was not an immortal god-emperor who could sit on the throne for eternity and guide humanity as its eternal leader. Chapter 1240, Released from Service. While Berenger was enjoying his retirement, one of his women was currently on a journey of her own. The busty and mature Valkyrie was kneeling before the leader of the Germanic pantheon while reporting on the growth of their followers over the past few decades. Iceland's conversion is nearly completed, and the faithful have spread our religion to the rest of Scandinavia and even parts of the German Reich. Give it a few centuries and we may even see the numbers of our followers reach the millions or perhaps even the tens of millions. But our pantheon is not the only one which has been growing. In Egypt, the Ennead appears to be growing in popularity, with many of the local people converting from Islam to the religion of their ancestors. Undoubtedly this and thanks to your champion's efforts, who had made a pact with the god Anubis earlier in his life. I fear if they continue to grow at their current rate, they might become a powerful threat for us to deal with in the distant future. Odin did not seem too concerned by this revelation. Instead, he sat upon his throne looking happier and healthier than he had been in nearly half a millennium. The man who was once on the brink of death was now in a vibrant state as he boasted of Berengar's accomplishments. That man has done more than I ever could have imagined. Never would I have thought that after your tragedy you would be compelled to bear so many children for a mortal man. How many is it now? 20, 25? Your eldest son, he is the king of Iceland now, is he not? Brynhildr had a proud smile on her face as she nodded her head before confirming how many kids she had with Berenger. Excluding sir, I have 26 kids. For which Berenger is the father of them all. And yes, my eldest son is indeed the current king of Iceland. My lord Odin, I must confess that I have been allowing Berenger and his other women to bathe in the sacred pool. Though it has not increased their lifespan, it allows them to remain youthful in appearance. I hope this is not a problem? Contrary to what Brynhildr was expecting, Odin simply chuckled and dismissed the issue entirely. He quickly took a drink from a horn of mead before saying the words that the beautiful Valkyrie had never expected to hear. That's fine. We have more than enough power to restore its properties 100 times over. In fact, with all the success that Berenger has achieved, Freya has been in a rather foul mood. The man rejected her all those years ago and took one of her Valkyries as his bride instead. I would be careful around her. She is quite envious of you. Brynhildr simply blushed when she heard this and averted her gaze. The very idea that the Queen of Valkyries was jealous of one of her humble servants was simply unbelievable. But when she thought about all the times she had spent with Berenger, Brynhildr was able to understand the sentiment. In fact, with each passing day, Berenger came closer to death's door, and though he likely had a few decades left to live, Brynhildr wanted to be the one to carry the man's soul to his own personal afterlife. Until now this had been assumed, but she could not help but request permission from the All-Father himself. Lord Odin, I was wondering if you might permit me a selfish request? Odin wiped his beard, which was dripping with mead, before granting permission to the woman so that she may speak her mind. Go ahead. What is it that you desire from me? Brynhildr lowered her head and fell to her knees as she made a request which she had been brooding over for some time. When Berenger finally passes away from the mortal world, I wish to be the one to lead him to the afterlife. I know you and the gods have spent quite a bit of time and effort to ensure that a proper paradise is in place for your champion and his loved ones. But as his wife, I feel the need to personally lead the man through his journey. And if you permit it, to retire there with him for eternity. Odin's eyes narrowed as he heard this request. Brynhildr had been in his service for as long as he could remember, ferrying the valiant dead across the Rainbow Bridge and to Valhalla's gates. Yet she was suddenly asking to put her responsibilities aside so that she may live a peaceful life with her lover for eternity? It was indeed a selfish request, but he could tell by the determined expression on her face that the only thing she now had on her mind was her family. Thus, the mighty deity sighed in defeat as he allowed Brynhildr this selfish request. Although I would be lost without you in my service, I can tell that you are serious about this and will have to find a proper replacement for you. Very well, go my child and be with the man you love. I free you from your responsibilities. Brynhildr's ice-blue eyes lit up in excitement and disbelief. At first she thought she had heard incorrectly. But was she now free to be by Berengar's side, in this life and the next? Words could not express the joy that she currently felt, and thus she fell to her knees and bowed her head to the floor as she thanked the powerful deity for his benevolence. Thank you. I do not know how I can ever repay you for this kindness. Odin simply grunted and dismissed the woman's claims before sending her on her way. You have already done enough. Go, child, and be free. With this said, Brynhildr flew out from Valhalla's gates and descended upon the mortal world, where she quickly found herself outside the door to her home. Most of her children with Berenger were adults and had gone on to support their elder brother in his pursuits as the king of Iceland. All she really needed was to take the youngest of their brood and sail off to the Reich, where she hoped to be with Berenger until the day he finally passed from this mortal world. After packing up her things and gathering her youngest children, Brynhildr took one last look upon the village which had been her home for decades and wore a bitter smile, before setting off on her journey to the Austrian village of Hallstatt, where her husband now rested in his retirement. Berenger sat on the lake's sandy beach as he drank from a bottle of beer. He was in a particularly good mood as he enjoyed the sight of his many wives and lovers playing a game of volleyball while dressed in nothing but micro-bikinis. The way their curves moved as they played the game was an enticing sight indeed. However, as he was taking in a scene which could only be described as heavenly, Berenger heard the voice of a woman who he was not expecting to see for another few weeks. He quickly looked towards the origin of the alluring voice and dropped his beer in the sand the moment he gazed upon Brynhilder's divine figure. What this woman was doing here in the Reich he did not know. But he also did not really care. Instead, Berenger ran towards his wife and lifted her in the air while kissing her passionately as he did so. He was just about to question what had happened when she wore a lovely smile while informing her husband of the good news. I have been released from service to the gods. From this day until the end of time I will henceforth be by your side, my love. Berenger was in complete disbelief at what he had just heard but was happy nonetheless. He once more kissed the women in front of their youngest children before noticing something terrifying. All 10 of his other women were gazing upon him with a fury that only a woman scorned could muster. As they realized that their man had over a dozen children with another woman. It was at that moment that Berenger realized he was well and truly fucked. After all, he had utterly failed to mention to his wives just how many children he and Brynhilder had together, something which would undoubtedly be a source of envy to them all. Especially Linda. Chapter 1241, A Woman's Fury. Berengar's elated smile immediately fell by the wayside as he heard one of his wife's shrill voice call out to him. Without a doubt, the red-headed beauty was pissed at the sight of over a dozen little kids following their mother, who was an exquisite beauty in her own right. Berenger. Of course, Linda knew who this woman was, the Valkyrie Brynhilder, who was the mother of Siv. But she was unaware that her husband had been breeding with the woman nonstop for over 20 years. This was something that pissed off the woman like nothing else because she always prided herself on the balance that existed within her husband's harem. She herself had 5 kids, as did all of her rivals, but now all of a sudden a woman came into the picture who had completely thrown this balance of power out the window. This caused not only Linda to be outraged at this sudden betrayal but at all of his other wives and concubines, who gazed upon the platinum blonde and blue-eyed children with fury. Berenger led Brynhilder over to his other wives and introduced the woman properly, expecting that they would be distracted by the beauty of the Valkyrie. Ladies, this is my wife, Brynhilder. Though our marriage isn't recognized in the eyes of men, the gods have seen fit that we are indeed married. And these little tykes are some of our children. Lindy's mouth fell agape when she heard the word some, and she was quick to interrogate the man about the actual number of offspring which he had with the Valkyrie. All the while, Brynhilder wore an awkward smile and said nothing. Berenger, just how many children do you have with this woman? Berenger honestly did not know the answer to this question, and because of that, he looked over at Brynhilder, who seemed mildly disappointed over this, but nonetheless answered for him. Berenger and I have 26 kids together so far. This news shocked all the women, who gazed upon the medal which Brynhilder had received for siring so many offspring with awe and envy. After all, they all had 5 children, which meant they only qualified for the bronze tier of the Mother's Cross of Honor. Yet Brynhilder's was not only made out of solid gold but was also encrusted in diamonds and enamel. It was truly the most envious Linda had ever felt in her life, and she was not the only one. Itami was also aggrieved by this news. She quickly stepped forward and voiced her disbelief over this shocking news. 26. You have 26 children with this woman? How's that even possible? Did you start fucking her the moment she became fertile? Itami seemed to be unaware of Brynhilder's supernatural identity, and because of this, Berenger was quick to explain her unique situation. No, AI, you misunderstand. Brynhilder is a Valkyrie. She is immortal, and because of this, she is eternally fertile. When we met, she was already thousands of years old and looks the same now as she did then. Naturally, AI was aware that the gods existed in this world, as she had personally had a run-in with them herself. She was also indeed aware that Berenger had a mistress in Iceland, but she had never actually been informed that the woman was practically a goddess in her own right. This naturally made Itami extremely angry at Berenger for keeping such a thing from him, which she was quick to voice. You slept with what is essentially an angel and didn't tell me? What else do I not know? Berenger felt extremely awkward at the angry stares he was given and the shouts that multiple of his women who immediately began to bicker amongst themselves about who was truly his favorite. Big brother, I thought you loved me most of all. This comment by Henrietta immediately caused Linda to flash her sky-blue eyes at the woman. She quickly scoffed before expressing her dissatisfaction with Henrietta's words. Oh please, everybody knows that I am Berengar's number 1 and always have been. I compromised with 5 children to keep the rest of you happy, but this bastard went out of his way to have 26 children without even letting me know. Words cannot be expressed how pissed I am. Yasmin immediately butted into the conversation and staked her claim. You're his number 1? Funny, I remember you being threatened by my position and learning how to cook for yourself only because our husband treasured my abilities as a wife beyond yours. Berenger immediately realized that this sudden realization threatened to bring down his harmonious harem he had painstakingly built over the last 30+ years, and thus he quickly shouted at the top of his lungs to get them all to cease their bickering. Zero. Be quiet. All of you. I have something to say. The women immediately ceased their bickering and did as they were told. Decades of conditioning had led them to behave themselves around their husband when he raised his voice, and Linda was no exception to this. Berenger then looked at all of his wives and lovers with a bit of pity in his eyes before explaining his reasoning. You are all mortal women, and as each of you should be aware by now, the chances of a fatality occurring when giving birth drastically increase after the fourth child. And I could not bear the thought of losing any of you, so I limited the amount of children we may have together as 5 per woman. But Brynhildr is immortal. It's impossible for her to die. She is practically a spirit in corporeal form. We decided not to use protection and to roll the dice. And thus, we have the large family that you are gazing upon. I never brought this up because I knew it would have this effect on you all. Now you're all trying to compete for first place? Hasn't this already been settled? You are all my favorites. I value you all equally, and though this hasn't always been the case, it certainly is now. So quit your bickering and accept reality for what it is. Maybe if you were all immortal avenging angels like Brynhildr, we'd all have 100 kids together, but that is not the reality we live in. So I don't want to hear another thing about it. Now, accept your new sister properly before I get angry. Berenger then grabbed hold of Brynhildr's hand and kissed her in front of his other wives and lovers. His speech had a large impact on their minds. After all, Berenger had never admitted that he had learned to love all of his women equally over the past few decades. Luckily, he had chosen to store that card for a time when it was needed, because these words seemed to cause all the women to blush in embarrassment. Although Linda was still bitter about not having as many children as Brynhildr, she understood Berengar's reasoning after some time with her thoughts, and thus she sighed before approaching the man and hugging him. Where all 10 of his other women began to do the same. One by one they approached Berenger and hugged the man, accepting this new reality that was suddenly forced upon them. And once they were all together, Berenger finally smiled before saying the words which forced all the women to forgive him. You know what this means, though? You all now have another dozen plus kids to raise. After all, my kids are all of our kids. Isn't that the way it has always been? The sudden realization that they could all be doting mothers to a bunch of little kids again, even in their old age, was an idea that kicked the maternal instincts of Berengar's harem into overdrive. They were quick to forgive their husband and fawn over all of his kids with Brynhildr. An act which surprised the beautiful Valkyrie, who thought she might need to keep her kids away from Berengar's other women. With this said, Berenger brought the kids into his beachside villa and began raising an entirely new generation of his offspring as their father. He and Brynhildr would continue to reproduce until the man was on his deathbed. By then, there would be several dozen demigod-like beings running around Germany, many of which would go on to make a name for themselves as some of the Reich's most promising talents. Even more so than Berengar's first generation of children, which he had with his 5 wives. Chapter 1242, Unification of Francia and the German Reich. It had been decades since the de Valois dynasty was executed and the Kingdom of France was partially annexed as the Dominion of Francia. And during this time, the German Reich had spent an enormous amount of effort and resources converting the local population into Germans. By now, plenty of German men had moved to Francia and married French wives, where they imported their culture and customs to the French people. And after nearly 30 years of this process of Germanization, the Kingdom of France and the French culture were nearly dead. What remained was a strictly German populace, speaking the German language and partaking in German customs. And because of this, Hans now stood in the city of Paris, where he raised the flag of the German Empire over the old castle where the previous ruling dynasty lived. It had been decades since Aubry and his siblings were executed, and by now, the name King Aubry de Valois was a name spoken only with disgust by the Frankish people. A dark page in Francia's history when they were ruled by degenerates of a foreign culture. Or so the German propaganda machine had led the youngest generation to believe. Hans was standing among a crowd that was no different from those within the fatherland. He stood on a podium with a wide smile on his face as he announced the deconstruction of the border defenses between the German Reich and the Dominion of Francia. And when this wall fell, it would symbolize that the Franks were truly German once more. Decades ago, my father came to this land not as a foreign conqueror but as a friend of the good people of Francia. He supplied the rebellion of the masses against a corrupt regime ruled over by a house of degenerates. I need not say what went on within the hallowed halls of this castle, but many of you know the truth. In the time since, Germany had done everything it could to help rebuild this mighty kingdom and restore the legacy of your ancestors who share the same blood as my people. And after 30 years of this process, I can successfully say that the day has finally come for the wall that stands between us to finally be dismantled. Over the coming weeks, I will have my corps of engineers dismantle the wall, remove the barbed wire, and get rid of the landmines which have plagued our borders for years. And though it may have been a necessary measure several decades ago when the possibility of war between our two people was very real, today such extensive measures are no longer necessary and only act a way to keep a united people apart. Along with announcing here today that I will be opening the borders, I will also be declaring that the full annexation of the Dominion of Francia is now complete. From now on, the Frankish territory will be split into a series of small duchies, counties, and principalities, much like the fatherland is. Furthermore, we will be investing in the reconstruction of Frankish infrastructure so that it is at a level comparable to that of the fatherland and the rest of the German Reich. I believe you will all enjoy the many benefits that come with such a transformation, one which will take another 5 to 10 years to complete. Thank you all for coming here today, and to show my appreciation to you all for your years of effort, I will be throwing a massive feast for the entire city of Paris to enjoy. You have all earned at least this much. The crowd that had gathered went wild with applause for the German Kaiser and the promises he had made on this day. No doubt turning France from a society that was at the pinnacle of pre-industrial technology to a modern state with technology on par with the early 21st century was no doubt going to be a massive undertaking. But it was a necessary measure that the German crown had long since prepared to make, even prior to Hans' ascension to the throne. The German Kaiser enjoyed a feast with his new people before departing back to Kufstein, which had become the center of the world. Once within the thriving mountain metropolis, Hans returned to his family's home where he was greeted by his 5 wives and many children. Since taking his father's advice several years ago about working less and spending more time with his family, the rift that had formed between his children had since begun to mend. And currently Hans' eldest sons were no longer on the verge of potentially killing one another and had instead begun to compete in a more friendly manner. With France's Germanization completed, Hans had concluded that which his father had set out to achieve decades prior. This, along with the former Kingdom of Bohemia, were the 2 regions that had been fully Germanized as a result of Berengar's interference within the timeline. But this was not the only places which Hans had set his eyes upon. Poland would be the next to lose its distinctive culture, language, and ethnicity. And after that, the Rus and Baltic would follow shortly thereafter, creating what was essentially a Germany which spanned across most of Europe. After stepping foot into his palace, Hans immediately got out of his ceremonial attire and dressed in something more comfortable before visiting the dinner table where his family was waiting for him with a rather substantial meal. The house cooks had gone out of their way to prepare a feast to celebrate the big occasion, not being aware that Hans had already filled up while in Francia. However, for the sake of entertaining his family and making sure their hard work did not go to waste, he decided to sit down and have a small bite, along with a flagon of lager. There was a particularly warm smile on Veronica's face as she asked her husband how his day was. So, how did it go? Did the people of Francia rejoice for this day of unification? If there was anyone akin to Linda among Hans' harem, it would be Veronica, who had practically been raised by the red-headed temptress since a young age to be her successor. Even still, Veronica did not actually succeed Linda as the director of intelligence and instead spent her entire day looking after her exceptionally large family. Thus, she was naturally unaware of the celebration that was happening across the border. Hans gazed upon his loving wife and matched her smile with one of his own as he nodded his head before confirming that indeed the people of Francia were content with the new order. Of course, they were practically weeping with joy as I announced that the border would soon be opened and that we would be investing into the modernization of their lands. It is honestly hard to believe that most of the world still lives such a primitively lifestyle. It was like stepping in a time machine and going back to my early childhood when the only lands my father had under his control was the county of Tyrol. Sometimes it is hard to believe all that has been accomplished in such a short time. The fact that we are now repeating this venture in Francia is interesting, to say the least. But I suppose we have gained enough experience in construction to finish modernizing the region within a decade rather than the 4 it took to build Germany into what it is today. But enough about me. How was your day? Veronica smiled and began to explain how her day was, which was followed by Anne and the Noemi and Natalia and finally Claudia. They all shared the details of their day along with those of their children, and Hans, who was the most powerful man in the world, took the time to speak with each member of his large family about their lives. In that regard, he had most certainly surpassed his father, who spent most of the years that his kids were children either at war or in his office. It was only later in life, when they were all teenagers, that Berenger had made any real effort to get to know most of his children. Because of this, there were several who were his favorites. But Hans did not have this mentality. He loved all of his wives and children equally, and because of this, he ensured to be a part of each and every one of their lives. All while working 6 to 8 hours a day to run the world's largest and most powerful empire. Chapter 1243, Conflict over Tibet. As the Reich continued to develop and the reign of Hans continued, years went by, and for a while things across the world were mostly peaceful. Having been united under the prodigal scions of Berenger, most of the world's leaders were slow to anger towards their brothers and because of this were more tolerant over offenses. However, as time passed, one region in particular became disputed between 2 major players. The Crimean Khanate had extended to the borders of Mongolia and shared its borders with several major powers, and though they had spent the last decade or so trying to establish a proper and modern nation-state, they were in many ways behind those who got an earlier start. For example, the Indian Empire had entered the age of steam power. It was not exactly difficult for them to achieve after reaching a peak pre-industrial society, and with his father's blessing, Arun, as well as many of his peers, entered the age of industry. Because of this, many weapons were now being domestically manufactured to supplant those German firearms which were purchased in bulk for the last few decades. These designers were less advanced. For example, they made use of black powder and much simpler repeating designs. But they were advanced enough to get the job done and could be locally produced, meaning the reliance on Germany for military matters was starting to come to an end. As a result of India's growing industry, they had naturally become at odds with the Crimean Khanate, who wanted to expand into Tibet, a region that had previously been a tributary to the Ming dynasty. But it had been many years since the Ming Civil War had begun, and there were no signs of it ending anytime soon. Millions had perished already, and undoubtedly millions more would die in the future. As a result of this chaos, however, two emperors began to eye Tibet as the next piece of their realms. Emperor Arun of the Indian Empire had long since desired to expand into the region but had been met with hostility from his little brother, Altan, who also desired the region for himself. After all, it would allow him to get his hands on many precious minerals that could be used to fuel his own industry when the day finally arrived that his people were producing machines. Currently, two armies sat at the borders of Tibet. The great horde of the Crimean Khanate sat on one side, while the Indian army sat on the other. Both were armed with an equal degree of firepower, and both were prepared to engage in a war to claim this land for themselves. Altan knew that Arun would be a superior foe to those he had previously faced. After all, the Indian army was organized and based upon previous standards that Germany had maintained prior to the invention of mechanized and aerial warfare, while the Great Horde was still largely based on cavalry, tachankas, and mobility. Clearly, if war were to break out between the two powers, then Altan would not be able to lead his troops like he had done in years past. After all, the Indians actually knew how to effectively wield their artillery, and if he were so foolish as to lead the charge, then he would be a dead man. Nonetheless, he had still shown up to command his army in this dispute as had Arun. Thus, the two half-brothers gazed through their binoculars and spotted one another. Whoever raised the white flag first would be the one to initiate negotiations. But neither of these two men wanted to do so. Thus, they stood in the snowy mountains, dressed in their warmest clothes, while the cold, icy winds of Tibet kissed their cheeks. Eventually, 3 days passed as the starting contest continued. And then, on the fourth day, something peculiar happened. Both men received a phone call within minutes of one another. After all, Hans had left satellite phones in the hands of his brothers so that if he ever needed to contact them, he could. Clearly, German intelligence had been alerted to the standoff between the Indian army and the Crimean horde, which forced Hans to intervene. The call was one simple message from Hans before he hung up and dialed the other line. Lay down your arms and come to Kufstein so we can negotiate this peacefully, or I swear to the gods I will annihilate both of your armies. Knowing that Hans would damn well follow through on this threat, the orders to withdraw from the region were given to both armies and they left Tibet without ever having fired a shot. Arun and Altan both arrived in Kufstein and were treated as prized guests of the German Reich. It had been a long time since either of the two half-brothers had been here. Arun had the luxury of growing up in Kufstein during his formative years and later moved to India to replace his uncle as its emperor, whereas Altan was born and raised in Crimea. Because of this, the two men had very different feelings about their father or the von Kufstein family in general. This was clearly shown by the way Arun greeted Hans with a hug as if the two men were truly brothers, whereas Altan just simply shook the Kaiser's hand with a rather stoic expression on his face. Hans was smiling as he asked the two emperors to enter his home. He was clearly excited to see Arun as he did so. Please come in, brothers, it has been too long since the three of us have gotten together. And I fear the reason for your visits is not exactly the most kind of circumstances. Nonetheless, I know we can put our differences aside and come to an understanding which each of us will accept. Altan simply scoffed at this remark, which caused Arun to frown and shake his head. Clearly Arun was thinking that his half-brother should have more respect for his brothers. But this did not seem to bother Hans, who led the men into his office, where a servant was quick to serve some tea and snacks. Once the servant had fled the room, Hans finally brought up the dispute that had brought his two half-brothers to his house. I understand that you both want Tibet for similar reasons. And although the Ming dynasty may be in a civil war, we must also take them into account while we have this discussion. Our father has always shown the Ming a certain degree of respect, and he would not want any of his sons to violate the treaties that he had established with them. So, what I am about to propose is something that I believe will satisfy all three of the parties involved in this petty dispute. Altan stared at Hans in disbelief. It was unreasonable to give the Ming anything when they were in a state of civil war. To hell with what Berenger had promised. This was a matter of securing land and resources while the iron was hot, and he was quick to discuss this sentiment. You want me to abandon my claims in favor of the Ming dynasty? What nonsense is this? I have the right of conquest to take that which is available. To hell with the promises our father has made. Since when did Crimea agree to such nonsense? Both Arun and Hans frowned when they heard these words of hostility come from their brother's mouth. And just when the Indian emperor was about to speak up in Hans' defense, the man raised his hand and voiced his offer. Whether you agree or not, a promise was made by the Reich that the Ming dynasty will remain independent and in control of their own sphere of influence. This is a promise I will not go back on. So, the way I see it is, until this civil war is over, the both of you can operate your mining corporations in Tibet. There are more than enough resources for the both of you. However, once the civil war comes to an end, then Tibet will re-enter the Ming sphere of influence. That is, assuming the Ming dynasty emerges victorious and not one of the pretenders who seeks to claim the throne for themselves. If that were to happen, then by all means we would have to renegotiate this deal, as I would not recognize the legitimacy of the warlords and rebels who each claim to be the next emperor. So, do we have a deal? Upon seeing the stern resolve in his brother's eyes, Altan knew he would not be able to actually get his way. After all, might be right, and while the rest of the world had only just begun to enter the age of industry, the Germans were already sending men into space. Soon enough, they would operate on other worlds than Earth. And when faced with this overwhelming power, Alten had no choice but to humble himself before the Kaiser. Thus, he sighed heavily before agreeing to Hans' proposal. Naturally, Arun did the same, and thus Hans had ended the war for Tibet before it had truly begun. Chapter 1244, A Manned Mission to Mars Part 1. Berenger sat in the living room of his lakeside villa with a beer in his hand. So far, retirement had been a nice change of pace, even if he was now the father to a dozen or more little ones from Brynhilder's litter. However, today was a day that he could just sit back and relax, and that was exactly what he was doing as he flipped through the channels of his 80-inch LED 8K TV. By now, the Reich had progressed to a level of technology that was roughly the same as the world he left behind. But in many ways, especially in terms of space technology, it was even more advanced. For example, at this very moment, Berenger stopped on a news channel which was displaying something incredible. The headline was bold, big, and so shocking that Berenger nearly dropped his beer. The man was quick to shout across the house in the loudest voice he could muster. "Everyone get in here, now." At first his family thought that perhaps the head of their household was angry, and thus they all immediately dropped what they were doing and ran into the room with anxious expressions. Only to see the man smiling and repeating a single phrase over and over again as if it were a mantra of faith. "She did it. I can't believe she actually did it." On the screen of the television was an exceptionally large rocket, one which was currently being boarded by several astronauts. These men would boldly be taking a journey in space farther than anything humanity had ever achieved before, whether in this life or his last one. The words written on the screen were enough to explain Berengar's sudden shout to his entire family, and they were as follows. Manned mission to Mars waiting underway. Yasmin was as shocked as Berenger. For years, she had watched her eldest daughter go out of her way to study space and rockets. In fact, the German space industry was as advanced as it was today, particularly because of her efforts in the field. The last time Berenger had seen one of Zara's rockets, it was a prototype for a nuclear fission propulsion rocket. Something which detonated in the atmosphere just below space. To Berenger, this was a disaster, one which he was immediately forced to mitigate. But it now seemed like in the years since then Zara had finally perfected her project. Because as of right now, the Reich was making its first attempt to send men to Mars in a daring bit of space exploration that had not even occurred by the time Berenger had died in Afghanistan during his past life. To Berenger, this was truly unthinkable, and yet it was clearly being displayed in front of him. He honestly did not know how to feel as his family found their own seats on the sofa, chairs, and love seats. Some of them even laid down on the carpet with eager looks in their eyes. As the mother of the woman responsible for this project, Yasmin sat directly by Berengar's side and held his hand. Berenger immediately felt the woman tremble. She was clearly anxious about her daughter's potential success and the odds of failure. To help comfort the woman, Berenger wrapped his arm around her and kissed her on the neck. Something which caused her to snort in exhaustion and pushed the man away. "Not now. Look, they are about to begin the countdown." The entirety of the Reich, which now spanned across the globe, sat in front of their TVs, computer, smartphones, tablets, etc. as they eagerly waited for the 10-second countdown to begin. Everyone was at the edge of their seats as it finally began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Immediately after this word was said out loud, the rocket ignited and began to slowly make its ascent. Berenger could feel his heart stop beating for a brief second as he gazed upon the massive rocket fly further and further into the sky, counting the distance it made as it slowly escaped the bonds of Earth and entered space. The words of his most beloved daughter, who was now the head of the German space program, resounded across the entirety of the Reich, and Berenger could hear the tears of joy that she was undoubtedly crying at this moment as her alluring voice spoke. "We have a liftoff." Berenger and all of his wives immediately jumped out of their seats and began to applaud and scream towards the television. The youngest members of their family gazed upon them with confusion and a bit of fear, not understanding the significance of this moment. But Berenger understood it better than anyone. The dawn of the space age had finally arrived. And soon enough, the German Reich would expand to the rest of the solar system, which was filled with near unlimited resources. Yasmin was not exactly the most educated woman. She had grown up in a medieval society and had not really kept up with her studies over the years, preferring to perform the role of doting mother and loving housewife. Thus, she was quick to ask her husband, who she knew was much more knowledgeable on the subject, about the question which currently racked her mind. "Husband, how long will it take for the rocket to reach Mars? I mean, it took 3 days to get to the moon, so clearly this will be longer, right?" However, the bronze-skinned beauty was stunned when Berenger shook his head and explained in layman's terms the reality of the current situation. "Not at all. That was much older technology than what we are witnessing now. With the current engines that this rocket makes use of, it will be only about 2 days before our brave astronauts land on Mars. I can't believe it. It's finally happened, and all it took was 2 lifetimes." Berenger struggled to keep himself from crying at this moment. He had never seen something so nerve-wracking. Something so unknown to himself. Throughout his entire life in this world, he had fought tooth and nail to create a thriving society. One which he never expected to catch up technologically speaking to the one he had left behind. But today that limit had finally been passed. This was the first step beyond the technology he knew and understand. From this day forward, Berengar's knowledge was now officially obsolete. For a man who had turned a fractured medieval state into a modern global empire, this was truly a monumental occasion. One with Berenger thought perhaps he was merely dreaming about. But Lindy's voice shook him from reality as she came to a sudden realization, one which she was quick to voice aloud. Are you telling me that during your past life, your people never reached Mars? Berenger immediately shook his head as he cleared up the misunderstanding with a particularly proud tone in his trembling voice. No, that's not entirely correct. You see, we had sent unmanned drones to Mars for decades by the time I died, well before I was born, actually. But we had never sent a man to Mars. In fact, it was projected to happen decades after I passed away. The world had largely given up on space after we got to the moon, and we actually regressed in this field in many ways. It was only about the time I died that there was any significant interest in revitalizing our space program, and by then it had basically been handed over to the private sector. It's honestly astonishing to see this happen. Almost as if the goal of humanity in 2 of my lifetimes has finally been achieved. But it's honestly still too early to celebrate. Any number of things could go wrong now that they are in space. We will simply have to cross our fingers and pray to the gods that the astronauts make it safely to Mars and back. Linda had felt that she had learned something interesting about her man's past. After all, he rarely opened up about his life in that world. But she finally understood something. In half a century, Berenger had created a society that was capable of surpassing the one he had come from, and that was perhaps the most monumental achievement that any man had ever made in history. One that might never be surpassed. Chapter 1245, A Manned Mission to Mars Part 2. Berenger and his family had celebrated the Reich's first official attempt to land on Mars with a manned mission. But they still held off from enjoying themselves too much until 2 days later, when the success or failure of the mission would be determined. Once more, Berenger and his women were gathered near the television while watching the footage of the rocket and its crew getting ever closer to Mars. Each passing moment was one of intense anxiety, especially for the man who the Reich still referred to as the Great Kaiser. Though it had been many years, Berenger personally oversaw the creation of the German space program and had continued to fund its development throughout his reign. Evidently, his successor agreed with his actions because Hans also ensured that the space program received everything it needed to be successful. In Berengar's lap was a giant bowl of buttered popcorn, while in his free hand there was a beer. He could not take his eyes off the broadcast which depicted mankind's first attempt to put a man on Mars. Slowly but surely, the rocket approached its destination, where the landing pod detached and began to float down towards the surface of the red planet. Berenger could not help but feel like he was about to have a heart attack because the time it took for the landing module to touch down seemed like it would go on for an eternity. And then finally the Mars landing was completed when an astronaut who bore the surname von Kufstein stepped out of the landing pod and placed his foot on the surface of the red world. Berenger completely forgot that there was a bowl of popcorn in his lap and jumped up and shouted in an overly excited voice as he complimented his people on achieving a dream that had transcended 2 lifetimes. Glory to the Reich. Glory to Germany. The popcorn, which spilled all over the floor, landed on the backs of several of Berengar's children, but even then they did not seem to care. Instead, they were quick to jump to their feet and dance around in joy at the sight of this monumental occasion. Mankind had now taken its first step on Mars, and that was something to celebrate. The recording contained the voice of one of Berengar's youngest sons, who was the man who had stepped foot on Mars before all others. For Kaiser and Fatherland. After saying this, the man placed the banner of the German Empire on the red world's surface while looking around at the barren wasteland with pride on his face. This world contained innumerous resources which the Reich could now take advantage of. Mars officially now belonged to the Reich. A new world to settle, a new world to conquer, a new world to call home. For the first time in Berengar's 2 lifetimes, humanity now had 2 worlds to call home. And though it would take a few more decades to establish a permanent presence in the red world like humanity had begun to do on the moon, Berenger knew that by the time he drew his last breath, this dream would be realized. Words could not express the excitement Berenger felt in his heart at this moment. And he was not the only one. Those of his more educated wives and concubines knew exactly what this meant for the German race. They had conquered Earth and Mars, and next would be the rest of the solar system. Perhaps in a few hundred years, humanity would have a second star to call their own. It was truly impossible to know how long it would take to accomplish such a thing. But regardless, humanity, or more specifically Germany, was now an interplanetary state. Something which Berenger and Linda both found to be truly unbelievable. However, before the red-headed beauty could properly react, Berenger reached for his cell phone and dialed a number which few men in this world had access to. Immediately, the sound of his eldest son's voice appeared on the other end, one which seemed to be filled with joy. Before Hans could speak, Berenger congratulated his son with a voice filled with pride. Congratulations, Hans, you have accomplished something extraordinary on this day, something which humanity will remember until the death of our race. Hans smiled when he heard this, even if his father could not see it. He then spoke in a tone filled with admiration towards the man who made this all possible. Me? Seriously? You are giving me credit for this? Even I am not that shameless. I merely continued the policies which you have put in place. This achievement is the result of one man's efforts. Yours, father. Sure, Zara may have built the rocket which sent our men onto Mars, but she would have never have been able to do such a thing if you did not educate her about science and physics. Something which you and I both know did not exist until you came into this world. I should be the one congratulating you. In fact, I have a question I wish to ask, if you don't mind answering, that is? Berenger simply smiled and nodded his head as he gave his permission to ask whatever question was currently burning in the man's mind. Go ahead, Hans, ask me anything. I am in a good enough mood that I will answer any question you ask of me. These were the exact words that Hans wanted to hear, and thus his voice became rather meek, as if he were suddenly not confident in himself as he asked a question he had been meaning to speak in quite some time. So tell me, father, have we finally done it? Have we surpassed the world which you came from? A proud smile emerged on Berengar's face as he nodded his head once more and answered his son's question with an even prouder tone of voice. Indeed, we have. When I first came into this world, I never thought it would be possible for such a thing to happen. But today we have taken the first step beyond the world I came from. I believe the Reich has a bright future ahead of it, and so long as the von Kufstein dynasty remains in power, then I believe our empire will last. Thank you, Hans, for showing me something which I never thought I would ever be able to witness with my own eyes. However, Hans' words shocked Berenger, as he did not expect them to come from his proud and stubborn son. No, father, it is I who should be thanking you for creating a world where this is even possible. Enjoy your retirement, you have more than earned it. You can rest easy knowing that the Reich is in good hands. Unfortunately, I'm getting a call from Zara, so I need to go. But we will speak again soon enough. Goodbye for now and have a good evening. Oh, and do be sure to give mother my love. After saying this, Hans hung up, where Berenger saw the anxious expression on Lindy's face, who was dying to know what her son had said. Something she was quick to express out loud. Well? What did he say? Berenger chuckled as he recalled the conversation he had just had with his son before informing his wife of what their boy had said. He said credit for this triumph of humanity goes to me, and that he wanted to thank me for creating a world where it was possible. Oh, and he also wishes to express his love for his mother. Linda smiled and hugged her husband while nuzzling her head into his broad chest. She was quick to speak her thoughts regarding their eldest son. Our baby boy is all grown up now, isn't he? Berenger simply chuckled when he heard this ludicrous statement while stroking his wife's silky red hair. You're just noticing this now? This caused Linda to pout while remaining silent. To her, Hans would always be her precious baby boy, her firstborn child, the boy she had raised to be an emperor. How could she possibly view him as a man? As for the rest of the evening, Berenger spent it with his wives and concubines, as well as the many children he had with Brynhilde. After throwing a massive celebration for this triumph of humanity, Berenger would retire to his bedchambers with his 11 women by his side, where they would have a grand orgy before falling to sleep in each other's arms. Chapter 1246, A Loving Romance. Standing in the garden outside of the lakeside villa that was Berengar's new home were two of his wives. It had been many years since Honoria first came to the Reich in search of a life away from her father's control. When she left at just 16 years old, she had no idea that she would come across not one but two lovers. One was her husband Berenger, and the other was the man's second wife, Linda. Over the years, Linda and Honoria's relationship had grown from one of casual experimentation while their man was away at war to deep and intimate love, one which in many ways resembled the one the two women shared with their husband. While Berenger was spending some alone time with his first wife Adela, Linda and Honoria were standing together in the garden while hugging each other and kissing quite passionately. Only in their own home could they show their true feelings for one another, for homosexuality, even among women, was deeply frowned upon by German society. There was a rather anxious look in Honoria's eyes, as if being intruded upon in this very moment by one of the villa's staff could thoroughly ruin their reputation, and yet there was a deep sense of longing as she posed a single question to her other lover. Honey, do you really think it's a good idea for the two of us to be out here in the garden? Linda did not immediately respond to Honoria's question, at least not with words. Instead, she moved her hands deep into Honoria's panties and grabbed hold of the woman's soft and voluptuous bottom before lifting her into the air and kissing her on the lips once more. She then moved her lips towards Honoria's neck, where she marked the woman as her own with hickey before moving further down to Honoria's large bosom. It was only then that the two were interrupted by an old friend. Heraclius, the pet eagle of Honoria, landed on Lindy's shoulder and squawked. The intelligent glint in his eyes showed that he knew who was in charge, and thus Linda simply scoffed before commenting on the bird's unnatural intelligence. Rhea, dear, have you ever wondered why Heraclius and his brood are so intelligent and long-lived? By now, Heraclius was reaching his 50s, with even for an Eastern imperial eagle was up there in terms of lifespan. In truth, Honoria had never really thought about this question, and thus she simply giggled as she made a slight jest which might very well be reality. Perhaps he's descended from a god's familiar? This would not be the first hyper-intelligent animal that the lesbian couple had come across. In fact, there was a pack of leopards which lived in the massive gardens of the Kufstein royal palace, all of which were descended from an African goddess familiar. And because of this, the idea that Heraclius was of a similar origin made a lot of sense. Evidently, the bird did not seem to acknowledge the statement. Perhaps he did not know of his origin, or perhaps he was being a little shit and would not reveal this secret even if asked. Either one was possible. After Heraclius took flight once more, Lind led Anuria over to a park bench where she sat down before lowering the Byzantine princess into her lap. The golden lockets which the two women wore, both of which were shaped in the form of a heart and contained a picture of each other and their husband, swayed past their necks as they did so. Silence prevailed between the two women as they affectionately rubbed noses while gazing lovingly into each other's eyes, then began kissing on the bench. Before Linda stroked her hand through Anuria's chocolate hair, there was a slight pause before Linda made a request, one which she knew her husband would approve of. "Ria, why don't you dye your hair purple again? It has been many years since I last saw you with such a striking color, and I know that Berenger would also be interested in witnessing its splendor once more." Anuria blushed when she thought about such a thing. It had been many years since she had dyed her hair a deep Tyrian purple, and during those days she was the most fearsome pirate queen this world had ever seen. It was an expression of her youth and her desire to be free. But she was no longer that young girl who wanted to sail the seven seas. In fact, it had been many years since she thought about the girls she had sailed with or where they were now. To her, that was a page in her past, one that, although she remembered fondly, she did not want to relive. "I'm sorry, dear, but those days are behind me. Besides, if an old woman like myself were to dye her hair purple, it would be nothing short of comical." Despite both women being in their mid to late 50s, neither of them looked their own age. In fact, they looked at least a decade younger, and thus Linda did not take the term old woman kindly. Instead, she placed one finger on her lover's luscious lips before demanding she dye her hair back to purple. "Never call yourself old, my love. No matter what your age is, you will always be by far the most beautiful woman to me. Won't you please dye your hair this one last time?" Seeing that Linda was practically begging at this point, Anuria finally relented and agreed to dye her hair purple once more, albeit in a rather meek and timid manner. "All right, dear. If that is what you desire." After saying this, the two women began to softly kiss once more while the autumn leaves of the nearby tree fell upon them. In another part of the town of Hallstatt, Berenger was having lunch at a particularly quaint restaurant with his wife, Adela. Although the two of them have had their differences over the years, whatever resentments they had towards one another in the past were now dead and buried. Instead, Berenger treated Adela with the love and dignity she deserved. And because of this, he would often take her out on dates by herself like today. The restaurant they were sitting in was actually Italian-themed and was owned by an Italian chef who had traveled to Austria to spread the cuisine of his homeland. Naturally, Berenger had a hand in the creation of the said cuisine, which would not normally exist in this world for several hundred years. But nobody but himself knew about that. Instead, he ate from a bowl of baked ziti. While Adela enjoyed a plate of chicken Alfredo, the smile on her pretty face was truly endearing to the man as he reminisced about their first date together in what seemed like a lifetime ago. Something which he was quick to discuss. "You remember all those years ago when you first visited my home and I took you out for sandwiches? Gods, it feels so long ago." Adela simply smiled as she swallowed the noodles in her mouth, which she drowned out with a glass of white wine before responding to her husband's words. "It was so long ago, practically a lifetime ago. Do you know I was extremely angry that we were betrothed back then? I had always heard from my brothers that you were the sickly man who might die at any moment. One with a particularly bad attitude and a love of wine. But the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that everything I had been told about you was nothing but lies, because you were my Prince Charming. My fiancé, the day I would one day marry and have a family with." Berenger chuckled when he heard this before responding to Adela's claim with the truth, something she was already long since been aware of, but he felt the need to say, nonetheless. "Well, I dare say they weren't exactly lies. Who I was before I gained the memories of my other self was an utter wastrel. One who was entirely undeserving of your lovely little hand. No man can live his life without any regrets, and though I have many, none more so than the way I treated you for the first part of our betrothal and marriage. I know I have apologized before, and so I won't do so again, but I am glad that you are my wife, Adela." Adela simply blushed when she heard these words, but even more so when Berenger leaned across the table and gave her a gentle peck on the lips. Despite everything the two of them had been through over the years, she still loved the man more than anything. Thus, another day of retirement went by as Berenger pleased his wives and took care of the many children he had with Adela. Today, however, was Adela's day, and he would make sure to spend the entirety of it with her alone. Chapter 1247, One Last Act of Fury. Today was a day like any other. As the years passed by and Berenger became older, his own children's families started to age as well. By now, Helga had a large family of her own and decided to spend the weekend with her parents at their lakeside estate. Hallstatt was a secluded town, one with little living space. But it was a beautiful town nonetheless. It was almost like a dream retirement spot for many people. While Helga and her husband were speaking with her parents, two of her children had secretly wandered off through the town to see what life in such a quiet and quaint place was really like. Helga's eldest son was a boy in his early teenage years who looked very much like her Uncle Hans did when he was the boy's age. In fact, he had actually been named after Hans, and because of this, he walked around with pride. Since Berengar's retirement, Kaiser Hans von Kufstein had worked effortlessly for the Reich to maintain its position as the global powerhouse while expanding their borders and wealth. He was almost as popular among the German people as Berenger was. And little Hans took pride in this. He was currently walking around the town of Hallstatt with one of his little sisters by his side. The girl was roughly 12 years old and was as adorable as Helga was when she was her age. Her name was Gertrude and she was among the favorite of Lindy's grandchildren. However, while little Hans was haggling with a street merchant for a souvenir, the young girl got distracted by a beautiful bird and wandered off from the safety of her brother's protection. Eventually, she found herself alone in the streets where 3 old men were sitting on the sidewalk while getting drunk. They had no idea that the little red-headed girl was a member of the esteemed von Kufstein dynasty, but these were men who had grown up in the medieval age where a 12-year-old girl was considered an adult. And thus, they approached Gertrude while intoxicated, seeing if they could take advantage of the gorgeous young girl who was all alone. The moment Gertrude saw the lecherous looks on the old drunks' faces, she began to panic and quickly ran away, but unfortunately for her, her long dress made this very difficult. Of course, the men chased after the girl where she began to scream for her brother. But he was nowhere to be found. Hans! Hans! Help me! Somebody help me! Unfortunately, nobody was nearby to save Gertrude, or so it appeared, and because of this, the men quickly tackled her to the ground while pulling at her dress. All the while shushing her screams. "Shhhh girl, don't be so loud, or we won't be gentle. You really have wandered into the wrong part of town. It's almost as if you were asking for this." Just when the men were about to finally tear off Gertrude's dress, a loud gunshot rang in the air, which spooked the men to their feet. Little Hans stood no more than 5 meters away with his hand raised in the air while holding a handgun. He then pointed his weapon at the 3 old men who nearly shit their pants when they saw this. However, rather than immediately killing the men, little Hans' hands were shaking. He was a 14-year-old boy who had been raised in an era of peace, and because of this, he had never killed anyone before. Despite the fear he had on his face, Hans did not hesitate to fire a second shot, which hit one of the men in the shoulder. The moment this happened, the other 2 men grabbed hold of their wounded friend and ran off, leaving Hans and Gertrude in a state of bewilderment. It took Hans several seconds to realize he should be looking after his little sister, and when he did, he immediately helped her back to the estate. Unbeknownst to the 3 would-be rapists, they had just incurred the wrath of a sleeping giant. After returning to the villa where their family was currently staying, Berenger and Linda were horrified to hear that their granddaughter had experienced something so traumatic, and while the girl's mother and father began to comfort her, Eric took his wife aside and said something to her with a murderous glint in his eyes. "I want these men to disappear, along with their families. Do you understand me?" A sadistic smirk appeared on Lindy's lips as she responded to her husband as if his request was the most obvious thing on the planet. "Don't worry, dear, I will make sure their entire bloodline is punished for this offense." After saying this, Linda walked away and made one phone call. The phone call was natural to the new director of Imperial Intelligence, who was immediately shocked to hear Lindy's voice on the phone. But after hearing about what had happened to Gertrude, she narrowed her eyes with a chilling gaze before responding with one simple sentence. "It will be done." The web of German Imperial Intelligence spread across the entire world. There was nothing that happened in this world that they did not know about, and because of this, they were real quick to find out the identities of the men who had attacked the young princess. Immediately, the agents of Imperial Intelligence were dispatched across the fatherland not only to arrest the perpetrators but also to drag their families off for an immediate execution. Berenger and Linda did not mess around when it came to avenging their family. An attack on one of them was an attack on all of them. And only the families of those who were responsible could possibly sate this desire for blood. Even if the public were to find out about what had happened, they would agree with the Reich's decision to punish the entire bloodline. The von Kufsteins had the blood of a living saint residing inside of them, which meant they were damn near the equivalent of gods in the flesh. To tarnish such divine beings with such sinful action meant that blood needed to be spilled. And the lives of the 3 men responsible were not nearly enough to appease the gods or their wrath. Of course, Imperial Intelligence was very discreet and rounded up the members of the perpetrators' families one by one, over time and during the dead of night, to avoid making national headlines about a matter which the von Kufstein family wanted to remain private. In the end, a total of 76 lives were lost as a result of the 3 old lechers' actions, the youngest being a boy roughly the age of little Hans. And while this one final act of fury on behalf of Berenger and his Spider Queen went entirely unnoticed by the public, it served as a reminder to those people who did know about it that the von Kufstein family reigned supreme within the Reich. And if you dared lay your hands on one of them, it would not only be your head which rolled. A lesson which many had seemed to have forgotten during this age of relative peace. After all, it had been many years since Berenger burned Algeria to ash in retaliation for a man daring to strike his favorite daughter. Had these old lechers been foreign monarchs, you could bet that their realms would also have suffered a similar fate. Chapter 1248, The Ming Civil War comes to an end/birthday celebration. For well over a decade, perhaps even 2, the Ming dynasty had been waging a civil war. And through it all, the Reich had been funding and supplying the loyalist faction with the tools they needed to win. Of course, this was easier said than done, and due to both infighting and corruption. Not only had the Ming dynasty suffered repeated setbacks, but several of the succeeding emperors had met their untimely demise. By now only a distant relative of the once mighty Emperor Zhu Wudi sat upon the throne, and he was a young boy no older than 8. Perhaps out of the wisdom of his advisors or simply intelligence beyond his years, Zhu Feng designed that he would accept international aid in this dispute and turn to his longtime allies of the Joseon dynasty for their military prowess. The Joseon troops flooded into the war-torn country of Ming China and put an end to the rebellious faction with their superior arms, most of which had been purchased from the Reich. The various warlords and challengers to the throne had been apprehended and were now kneeling in the city of Beijing, waiting for their emperor's judgment. Feng gazed upon the men who had caused his empire to bleed with a look of sheer scorn in his youthful and beady eyes, as he narrowed his brows before issuing the decree which would end the civil war once and for all. Today I, Emperor Zhu Feng, who has been chosen by the heavens to lead the Ming dynasty, shall pass my sentence. All of you who have spilled the blood of our people for years on end are guilty of the most heinous of crimes and shall hereby be sentenced to death. The executioners stepped forwards with swords in hand as they began to behead the warlords and the other challengers to the throne one by one. By the time the last severed head filled the basket, the people who watched the scene unfold broke out into a cheer. A new era of peace had been established with this act, and though the emperor was young, he clearly had several advisors who were at the very least competent enough to end a war which had ravaged their lands for decades. Unbeknownst to the Ming public, the entire scene was being recorded by reconnaissance drones which had been operated by the German military, who were displaying the end to the war throughout the entirety of the Reich. It was a particularly gruesome scene, but the end of the civil war in China marked the end of hostilities around the globe. For the first time in a very long time, the world was in a state of peace, one which was brought on by the rise of the German Reich and its global hegemony. Kaiser Hans von Kufstein was immediately accosted in public by journalists as he exited from the Reichstag, where he had just given a speech to the parliament. He had only just seconds ago been informed about the developments in the Ming dynasty, and yet he had already mentally prepared a statement in his mind knowing that this exact situation would unfold. I am aware of the ongoing developments in the Ming dynasty, and I would like to congratulate the young emperor on both his victory and his wisdom. If he should wish to reopen his borders and establish trade with the Reich once more, we would be more than willing to do so. After such a devastating conflict, we believe that it would be entirely possible to help rebuild what has been destroyed. That is all I have to say on the matter. Now please, I am running late for my next appointment. Hans was not dressed in his ceremonial regalia. Such trappings seemed almost primitive to the man. And as much as his father liked to dress up like a 19th century nobleman, Hans himself cared little for the intricate attire. He preferred a much more simple and comfortable three-piece suit, which he wore without honors or distinctions despite having earned many through his years of service to the Reich. By now Hans was nearly 40 years old, his children were in their teens and 20s, and yet he still looked like a young man no older than 30. Today was his daughter's 16th birthday, and he had already missed the early celebrations by performing his duties to the Reich. He had promised the girl that he would be there for her big day, and yet he was absent thus far. Thus, he did not hesitate to have his Leibguard clear a path through the swarm of journalists so he could get into his car, which took him back to the royal palace where his family lay in wait for him. Hans had not followed his father's example, instead he had as many children with his wives as possible. After all, with modern medical technology, it was damn near impossible for them to die in childbirth. A luxury Berenger didn't have. By now he had 10 children with each of his wives, the youngest of which were still in their single digits while the oldest were in their 20s. Also, unlike his father, Hans had spent the majority of his time with his family, allowing the many institutions which his father had built to run the nation in his stead. Very rarely would Hans have to personally interfere in matters of rulership, and when he did, he was treated with the utmost respect. The fortune which his father had built for their family was larger than ever, and each child who became an adult received their own estate somewhere throughout the fatherland. But the royal palace, which was now one of many which the von Kufstein family owned, was reserved for the Kaiser and his immediate family, who were still underage. Thus, when Hans entered the home which he had grown up in, he could only smile as he was greeted by several of his children as well as his 5 wives, all of which were enormously happy to see the man. The daughter in question, who was having her 16th birthday today, was a beautiful young woman by the name of Hildegard, and in many ways resembled her mother and her Aunt Henrietta. She had previously been pouting throughout her birthday celebrations, believing her father had broken his promise, until she heard the door open and saw the man's figure enter the doorway. Naturally, she glomped the man and kissed him on the cheek as she welcomed him home. Daddy's home. Hans simply chuckled as he swung around the room with his daughter, who was now a grown woman, before placing her down on the floor gently. She was wearing a gorgeous dress for the birthday ceremony as well as a stylish tiara. After all, she was a princess, and today she wanted everyone to remember that. As a doting father, Hans petted the girl's silky blonde hair before asking a question in a haughty tone, one which made the girl incredibly embarrassed. "You don't think that I would forget my baby girl's big day, would you?" Hildegard flushed in embarrassment and looked down at her toes with a look of guilty on her face, which only further endeared her to her father. He then grabbed hold of her hand and led her into the palace grounds, knowing that was where the real celebration was. When he arrived, Hans witnessed the spectacular display he had arranged for his daughter's 16th birthday, which included everything from snacks, a private carnival, and entertainment in the form of two men engaging in armored combat. For whatever reason, the young generation was currently fascinated with the way the world was before Berenger had arrived to change it. And thus one of the most popular sports in the Reich right now was armored combat, where two men would dress in 15th century armor and battle with blunt weapons for the entertainment of the crowd. Because it had been less than 100 years since the days knights reigned supreme on the battlefield. Historical European martial arts had survived the transition fully intact, with many of the old knights and man-at-arms teaching the new generation their ways so that they could fight for sport. Hans gazed down at his daughter's lovely smile and asked her a single question while her glistening azure eyes gazed upon the contest of prowess between the two knights. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Hildegard blushed and looked away from her father while muttering something so low that Hans thought perhaps he had misheard it. "I am now that you are here, Daddy." Hans simply smiled and petted the girl's head once more before shifting his gaze back to the fight between the two armored opponents. He was only a boy when the age of knights and swords had come to an end, brought to ruin by his father's own hand. And while the younger generation may fascinate about the nobility of a bygone era, Hans knew that the world was much better of now than it had been in those hard and bloody days. He was just glad that his children would never have to experience what it was like when he was born. Chapter 1249, A Royal Funeral. The sound of bells ringing could be heard throughout the entire city of Kufstein, but these were not the bells of mass calling the followers of Christ to hear the word of God, nor even ones that signified an enemy attack like in olden time. These were the solemn bells that preceded a funeral of the gravest importance. A long line of cars preceded and followed the funeral truck which carried the bodies of Berengar's parents, both of which had just recently passed away from old age. It was not surprising that they had passed away. Berenger was now in his 60s, the oldest of his children were in their 40s, and the oldest of his grandchildren were in their 20s. There were even a few great-grandchildren that had already been born. Sieghard had died at the ripe old age of 98, while his wife had passed away a few days later from grief. To Berenger, this was not the most sudden news, but it was indeed heartbreaking. It had been nearly 50 years since he last lost a member of his family, one who he had slain with his own hand. He grieved Lambert's death the way a rival would grieve the loss of their greatest competitor. But to lose his parents simultaneously, it was enough to bring a man to his knees. And yet, despite no longer being the great Kaiser of the German Empire, Berenger remained absolutely stoic as he sat in his armored limousine, which carried his wives and his dearest beloved Henrietta, all of which were bawling like a bunch of little girls, especially Henrietta, who clung to her beloved elder brother and lover tightly for comfort. Berenger did not make the slightest facial expression as he petted the woman's golden hair, which refused to gray with age, largely because of the magical properties of the mystical pool which they all bathed in once a month to maintain as youthful of an appearance as possible. Berenger, of course, had aged worse than his wives. No matter how powerful the mystical pool at the Icelandic village was, it could not hide decades of stress that came with building the world's most powerful empire. Though he did not appear his own age, his hair and beard had grayed and there was only the slightest trace of wrinkles beneath his weary eyes. But if one were to what made him look the oldest, it was the harrowed stare he made as he gazed out the window, and towards the legions of mourning citizens who gathered on the sides of the streets to say their farewells to the couple which gave birth to their mighty emperor. Eventually, the car arrived at the Grand Cathedral of Kufstein, where Berenger stepped out of the lead vehicle, followed by Henrietta, Adela, and his other wives. In the second vehicle was Hans and his wives, along with the numerous grandchildren that Sieghard and Gisela had in life, including the bastards. By the time the von Kufstein family entered the Grand Cathedral, they numbered well over 100. The moment Berenger entered the cathedral, he gazed upon the closed casket which contained both his father's corpse and that of his mother. He had utterly refused to have an open casket ceremony because he did not wish to remember his parents as corpses, something which Henrietta, the only other living child of Sieghard and Gisela, also agreed to. Berenger sat down at the head of the pews alongside his sister-lover, who was still crying even as the priest Ludolf made his sermon about her parents. Dearly beloved, we gather here today to mourn the passing of Sieghard von Kufstein and his loving wife Gisela. Sieghard was a nobleman and a pious man, but most of all, he was a wise man. When the time had come to give up his seat as the Viscount of Kufstein, he did so without hesitation so that his eldest son and heir, our great Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, could lead the German people into an era of greatness. He and his wife Gisela retired to the countryside shortly thereafter and lived humble lives. Though they have passed from this mortal world, Sieghard and Gisela leave behind a large and loving family who have all gathered here today for this occasion. Among them, Berenger, their eldest son, would like to say a few words. Berenger immediately stood up from his seat and stepped forward, where he hugged Ludolf like a brother, one he had not been on the best of terms with throughout the last few decades, but at this moment felt closer to than ever before. He then stood before the two caskets and placed his hand on the one which belonged to his father. The casket was made of solid gold and was carved in the shape of Sieghard's figure that when he was a young man and a warrior who wielded his sword in battle for the Habsburg line. He gazed upon this image of his father and struggled to hold back the tears in his eyes as he whispered something beneath his breath that only he could hear. I will never forget what you have done for me in this life, especially in regards to Henrietta. I hope one day soon we can reunite in the afterlife, so I can be the son you both deserved. After saying this, Berenger approached the podium where he forced himself to remain emotionless as he spoke the words which resounded throughout his mind. Though his face was stoic, his eyes were filled with grief, and everyone who had gathered for this funeral knew exactly how wounded the man was over the loss of his parents. What can I say? My father and mother are the reason I am the man that I am today. I wish that I had spent more time with them both, especially earlier in life when we were all so young. But there were wars to fight and cities to develop, and because of that I never had the relationship that I truly desired with my parents. A mistake I hope my children don't repeat. My father was a good man, maybe too good of a man, and because of this he did not see what my little brother had become. Something which I know damn well haunted him until his final breath. But he was a strong man as well. He did not let Lambert's death drive him to despair. At least not for long. He fought and he survived so long that he lived to the ripe old age of 98. I honestly find it hard to believe that this day has finally come. It was just a week ago that I was on the phone with him, discussing the past as if it were only days behind us, rather than decades. And my mother, she was a pious woman, a loving mother and grandmother. One who helped raise me to be the great Kaiser that you all know. I loved my parents, but I just wish I could have shown them how much I cherished them in this life. Thank you all for coming today, it means a lot to me. And I have nothing further to say. Berenger then sat down in his seat beside Henrietta and did not say a word for the rest of the service. Nor after when his parents were interred within the von Kufstein crypts. He honestly did not remember what had happened during this time. But apparently he spoke with his father's surviving widow, Mibusaya, who was handling this whole situation almost as bad as he was. Although she had her daughters to comfort her in this grim hour. After the wake was over and Berenger had met with every member of his family, he returned to his lakeside villa and sat in silence as he stared at the stars while drinking. He did not return to his bed the entire night. Instead, he had many questions that only the gods could answer. And it was at this moment that he suddenly remembered a promise he had made to a certain sister of fate many decades ago. One that he had yet to fulfill. Perhaps it was time to return to that sacred grove and speak to WIRD about matters which he did not understand. For his heart would never be able to rest until he confirmed that he would be reunited with his parents in the afterlife. Something he had utterly forgotten about when he had made his request of the All-Father decades ago. Chapter 1250, Brymir's Hall. After the death of his parents, Berenger felt increasingly depressed. To the point where he now had an impending sense of doom. He was getting old, and though his appearance was far younger than his actual age, it was not known when death would come for him. Besides this, he became increasingly obsessed with the gods and the promises they had made to him. When he asked for an afterlife of his own, he did not deliberately state whether his parents would join him there. And now that they were gone, this was all he could think about. Thus, Berenger decided it was finally time to fulfill a promise he had made decades ago, one which he had entirely forgotten about until now. With this in mind, he took the first flight he could to Schleswig-Holstein, accompanied by only a small amount of his Leibgard. With supersonic travel now being the norm, it did not take long at all for Berenger to arrive in the region. He then acquired a small number of military transport trucks from the border and drove into the lands which were now ruled by his son Christopher. It had been many years since he last entered these lands, and they had vastly changed since then. No longer was this a feudal area where lords ruled over their serfs. Instead, Christopher's reforms had turned Denmark and the rest of the region into a civilization that was at its peak, prior to industrialization that is. The towns were quite large and the food was plentiful. The fields were harvested by horse-drawn machines and stored in large silos. In many ways, this country resembled the way Germany had prior to the invention of the steam engine. And Berenger could only smile at the sight of how far it had come in the years since his son was crowned emperor. Eventually, he arrived at the same misty forest where he had once met with the Norn's sister WIRD. Just as before, it was shrouded in a miasma of supernatural origin, one whence crossed would separate any invaders from their comrades. Because of this, Berenger commanded his Leibgard to wait for his return as he entered the familiar forest. Or should he say the unfamiliar forest? Because the landscape had changed completely around him. However, a familiar voice spoke up to him once he had delved sufficiently deep into the misty woods. It was a young and feminine voice, one which was filled with contempt. You sure kept me waiting long enough. I thought you had forgotten your promise. Berenger Sieghardsson. Why now have you chosen to visit me? Simply hearing the name of his father caused Berengar's heart to bleed. But nevertheless he mustered his strength and spoke the words he wished to say. I need some guidance. And you are the only one who can help me. After saying this, the mists parted to reveal the figure of a young girl no older than 13. She looked almost identical to Adela when Berenger had first met her. She even had the same golden blonde twin tails. However, the young girl wore a blindfold and had blood-red tattoos across her body that took the form of the roots of Yggdrasil. Despite the fact that she appeared blind, WIRD could clearly see everything in front of her because she made a comment about Berengar's appearance, one which he found both insulting and endearing at the same time. Humph. You got old? Has it really been so many years? You tend to lose track of time in a place like this. Berenger smiled genuinely for the first time since his parents' death as he nodded his head, assuring Wyrd that it had indeed been that long. Apologies, I know I promised to visit you the last time we met, but unfortunately I have been quite busy. Wyrd did not seem to accept this apology as she looked at Berenger as if he were a filthy liar. She then walked up to him and stared deep into his eyes despite the fact that her own were covered by a blindfold. Once she had gotten a good measure of the man, she sighed heavily before revealing she already knew his reason for visiting. I see. So your parents have finally passed away from the mortal world and you are now wondering about their spirits? Well, I suppose I could inform you about where they currently are. Or should I say, show you? Come, drink from my well and see the afterlife with your own eyes. Berenger followed Wyrd to the base of Yggdrasil where she took out a wooden spoon and dipped it into her starry well. She then handed it over to Berenger and had him take a drink but warned him about what had happened to him the last time he so cautiously drank the well's water. Remember, just a sip. Any more could be potentially fatal. And we don't want a repeat of what happened last time. Berenger simply smiled at the young girl and did as she instructed, taking a sip from the spoon where he then fell onto the ground and passed out. When Berenger awoke, he was no longer in the forest but was instead in a large hall made entirely of gold. Everywhere he looked around him, the people were feasting and drinking to their heart's content. There were no worries to speak of and everyone appeared eternally young. So much so that Berenger had a hard time making out their identities. That is until he spotted a gorgeous young woman, no older than 20, who he recognized to be his mother. He could not help but jump out of his seat and run over to the woman who was conversing with a man roughly the same age who Berenger did not recognize. Mother. Gisela and this stranger took one look at Berenger and stared at him in horror. Their worst fears had been realized and their son had finally passed away. Gisela grabbed a hold of Berengar's head and stuffed it into her mighty bosom while weeping for him. Oh, my baby boy, he has finally come to join us in the afterlife. Berenger was confused by this and looked over at the stranger after prying himself out of his mother's breasts and gazed upon the man in confusion, who was looking at him with a hint of pride on his face. It was only now that Berenger realized this young man was his father who, in life, was significantly older than Gisela. Son, what are you doing here in heaven? Has it really been so many years that you have finally passed away? These words absolutely astounded Berenger, who looked at his mother and father who were practically youths themselves with a hint of grief in his eyes. No, you're mistaken. I am not dead, at least not yet. In fact, only a month or so has passed since you both have left me. I am simply visiting. And father, this isn't heaven, at least not the Christian heaven. If I'm not mistaken, then this is Brymir's Hall. Only those with good souls have the privilege of residing here in the afterlife. Siegfried looked around at his surroundings and chuckled before making a joke about his whole situation. Well, that would certainly explain the pagan aesthetic. But if you are not dead, then how have you come to find us? Berenger simply chuckled and shook his head before admitting he had a little help. I had some help from an old friend. Father, mother, I just need to know. Are you happy here? Siegfried and Gisela looked at one another for a few moments before smiling and nodding their heads at the same time. Very much so. I can't imagine a better afterlife for your mother and I to share together. For the first time in as long as Berenger could remember, he broke out into tears after hearing this, though it was a solitary tear which fell down his left eye. He then wore a genuine smile as he hugged his two parents one last time before giving them a proper farewell. Then I am happy for you. I wish I had been a better son to you in life, but I just want the both of you to know that I love you, and when I finally join you in the afterlife, I hope to prove just how much this is true. Gisela looked at her son with a pitiful expression and hugged him once more while petting his golden hair. She then said the words of encouragement that he needed to keep on living. I love you too, my son. I always have. One day soon we will be reunited, but for now you need to be strong, for yourself and for our family. Your work is not yet done, even if you are retired. And when you do finally leave your flesh behind and join us in the afterlife, we will be waiting here for you. Gisela then kissed her son on the forehead, which was the last thing Berenger remembered before waking up on the forest grounds. Wyrd was leaning over him with a worried expression on her face, as if the man might have once more drank too much of the well water. But when he popped his head up, she quickly moved out of the way. She could tell that he had a burning question in his mind and was quick to ask about it. Well? Berenger wiped the single tear from his eye before wearing a stern expression as he asked that was most important to him at this very moment. When I finally pass away from this mortal world, will they be stuck in that place, or can they join me in the afterlife that Odin has granted to me? Wyrd looked at Berenger as if he were an idiot before explaining to him the truth of the matter. All these years and you still have the mentality of a Christian. There are various afterlives. What you have just witnessed was Brymir's Hall, which is the closest thing there is to your concept of heaven. Your own personal heaven is a gift which you do not understand the significance of. It is your own hall, or world, as you may put it. That is an honor that only the gods have been granted. Before now, that is. If you so desire, and do your parents, they may be able to travel between the two realms. But that will be up to the three of you. This answer caused Berenger to smile as he picked the little girl up and kissed her on the forehead. An act which caused her to blush profusely. He then thanked the Sister of Fate before departing from the forest with a jolly gait. Thank you, WIRD, and if you ever get bored with your little domain here, you can always pop by my afterlife and visit after I have passed away from the mortal world. I hope we may meet again, whether in this life or the next. Once Berenger was gone, WIRD pouted before saying one word while alone in the forest. Dummy. Chapter 1251, The Annexation of Hungary. Ever since the end of the Last Crusade, a war which broke the Catholic Church and reorganized Europe beneath the then newly established German Empire's rule, Hungary had been slowly but surely developed by the man who had been named king, who just so happened to be Noemi's older brother. However, in recent years, Kaiser Hans von Kufstein had begun applying pressure to the Hungarian nation, specifically in the form of ongoing Germanization. After all, the German language was now spoken across all of Europe as a secondary language and was in many ways replacing the native tongue of the inhabitants. This was also the case for German culture, which was being emulated across the board. With Hungary going so far as to replicate the German architectural style which the Reich was so well known for, despite a lack of access to modern technology such as electricity. Thus, after several years of this ongoing process, Hans decided now was the time to bring the Hungarian nation into the German fold and annex it as a colony, one which would thoroughly begin the process of Germanization. Thus, today he sat in the Hungarian royal palace with Noemi by his side. Noemi's brother gazed upon her beautiful face with a hint of pride on his own. It had been many years since he had sent his sister away to the German Reich to have a better life, and he had never thought at the time that she would one day be a wife of the next Kaiser. In fact, he just wanted her to survive, unlike their sibling who had passed away due to sanctions that were placed in the Kingdom of Hungary following its alliance with the Catholic Church. Noemi seemed rather indifferent to her brother. It had been so many years since they had last seen one another that they were practically now strangers, even if the man himself did not feel that way. Yet this indifference did not deter the King of Hungary from speaking to his sister as if they were still as close as ever. Noemi, you have grown so beautiful, you truly are the spitting image of our mother. It has been far too long since we last spoke to one another, but I am wondering why now have you finally come to visit your old home? Is everything all right? Noemi did not immediately speak and instead sipped from her tea. She allowed her husband to do the talking since this was his idea. And Hans was glad to do it. Victor, I suppose by marriage we are considered brothers. So, I decided to give you the courtesy of telling you in person. I plan to annex the Kingdom of Hungary and incorporate it into the German Reich as another state. It won't be a quick process, but in 2 generations, when the people of Hungary are considered German enough, they will officially be given status as a German state. By all means, you can continue to call yourself king for the time being, and as of this moment, the Kingdom of Hungary will remain an independent state in name only. But from now on, my soldiers will be stationed in your borders, my people will immigrate to Hungary, and we will develop your kingdom into a proper modern society. Victor looked at Hans in disbelief before shifting his gaze to Noemi to see her reaction. Contrary to what he was expecting, the woman appeared entirely unfazed by this declaration as if she knew about it beforehand. And he was quick to interrogate her for her opinion. Noemi, you can't be serious? You would hand Hungary over to the Germans? Why? Noemi glared at her elder brother with a cold gaze. It was almost as if she were speaking to an inferior as she said the reason why she had decided to go along with her husband's plans. Because I wish to be a Kaiserin and not a mere princess of Hungary. If Hungary is incorporated into the Reich as a German state, then I have the right to call myself Kaiserin as Du and Veronica, which means my children will be able to fight for the crown. This isn't about you and your petty kingdom, brother. This is about establishing a new line of succession. My children deserve to be called Germans just like those of my sisters, and I refuse to let you and your primitive thinking stand in the way of that. The Germanization of Hungary will go as planned, and your people will love you for it. After all, we will bring with us the technology that we are so renowned across the world for. You can't say that is a bad thing, now can you? Victor could hardly believe his ears, and he was quick to shift his sights to Hans, who was drinking from his teacup with a smug smile on his face. He suddenly began to plead like a child before his parents as he begged for Hans not to go through with his plans. My Kaiser, I have done everything you and your father have ever asked of me. Surely that is worth something? You're talking about annihilating centuries of culture and heritage from the face of the earth. You can't allow this to happen. However, Hans remained entirely indifferent to his brother-in-law and instead spoke some rather harsh words in retaliation. 1,000 years ago, this was German land, ruled over by the Gepids, the Lombards, the Goths, and the Vandals. That is before your ancestors came from the east and invaded. We are simply taking back what is rightfully ours. You can either agree to annexation or we can fight to see whose claim is rightful, but I trust you know how that would end for you and your people. In fact, I doubt your men would even fight for you, knowing that you denied them the prosperity that comes with joining the Reich. My father established a new era for this world through sweat, blood, and tears. It is the German era now, and those who do not wish to obey our commands are free to fight to the last man. You have a choice in the matter, of course, but for the love that I bear your sister, I suggest you choose wisely. Because it would pain me to break her heart. Noemi's expression showed that she was almost laughing at her husband's last words. As far as she was concerned, she was as German as Veronica was. Both came from lands that had previously belonged to the German people, and both were thoroughly Germanized. She should have every right, as Veronica, to call herself Kaiserin, and she was willing to let her people be converted in order to make this happen. When Victor realized that his choice was to either willfully accept the death of his people's culture and heritage, or take up arms in its defense, he realized he had no choice at all, for waging war against the Reich and winning was nothing more than the fever dream of a madman. Thus, the Hungarian king sighed heavily before submitting to the German Kaiser and his demands. Very well. I understand my position quite clearly. I agree to all of your demands. Hungary is yours to do with as you wish. Hans' lips curled into a cruel smile as he heard this before nodding his head in agreement with his brother-in-law's words. Excellent. Chapter 1252, A Much-Needed Vacation. After his parents passed away and he visited the Norn Wird to properly console his grief, Berenger found that he needed to get away from his home at least for a period of time. And because of this, he chartered the massive cruise ship which acted as the von Kufstein's personal yacht to take him and his family across the Atlantic and towards that one Germany colony that was so well known for its vice. The journey on the ship went well enough, but the real fun was when Berenger and his women arrived in the land that was formerly known as Cuba in Berengar's past life. Nehäfen was a colony owned by the Backer Entertainment Company, which was the largest casino and resort company in the world. And though there were other casinos that were located within Nehäfen, the lion's share belonged to Hendrik Backer, who was the eldest son of Gunther Backer, who himself was an old friend of Berengar's. However, despite being offered to stay at Hendrik's most lavish hotel and with his most luxurious suite, Berenger decided to visit another casino/resort, one which was owned by Anuria's old friend Melissa. The moment Berenger and his women stepped foot in the casino, they were given the royal treatment, with Melissa herself greeting Anuria. It had been decades since these two women all saw each other. And though Anuria looked nearly 20 years younger than her current age, Melissa did not. The former Byzantine prostitute turned pirate was a graceful woman who was easily in her 60s. But when she took one look at Anuria, she nearly had a heart attack. She could hardly believe that the old pirate queen had aged so well and was quick to see if Anuria was in reality her daughter Helena. Anuria, is that you? How can this be? Despite the relatively youthful appearance that Anuria still had, she was indeed herself. And thus she flicked her purple hair aside and smiled as she hugged her old friend and first mate. Melissa, it has been far too long. I am honestly amazed at what you have made of yourself over the past few decades. It truly seems like you are in your element here in the New World. Melissa merely scoffed when she heard this before commenting on the other members of Anuria's crew who had survived this long. It's not just me. Elfrun has worked for me for a very long time, and some of the other girls from our original crew have moved here to Nehäfen. We always wondered what had become of you. I mean, sure, we saw you in the papers, but we were unsure if you had ever really been happy. Judging by your appearance, you have been living an absolutely stress-free life for some time now. Anuria wore a friendly smile as she assured her old friend that she had indeed been living quite well. Of course, I would not have left that life behind at such a young age if I were not ready to settle down and be with my family. My children have all grown up and have achieved extraordinary things in their own rights, and I love my husband very much. Upon hearing this, Berenger stepped forward and shook Melissa's hand. Melissa, it has been too long. I am glad to see your exploits have brought you such fame and fortune. Surely you must have a family to share it with? Contrary to what Berenger was expecting, Melissa did not seem the least bit bitter when she heard the word family. And just when Berenger was about to ask who was foolish enough to marry a former prostitute, a familiar face stepped forward and introduced himself. My Kaiser, I understand now why you have decided to refuse my offer. You wish to reacquaint your wife with my own? It had been many years since Berenger had seen Hendrik. In fact, the last time he saw the man, he was nothing more than a boy living in Kufstein prior to Berengar's ascension. At the time, he was just a poor and emaciated serf. Yet now he was a robust man clad in the most luxurious of trappings. It was only now that Berenger realized that Hendrik had been the fool who had married Melissa. Because he wrapped his arm around the woman's neck and kissed her passionately on the lips. Berenger was forced to conceal his thoughts as he greeted the man with a polite facade. Hendrik, I must say, I never thought all those years ago when you were a boy plowing my fields that you would one day become one of the most successful businessmen in the Reich and marry such a wonderful woman. Tell me, how has your father been? Is he enjoying his retirement? This question obviously rubbed Hendrik the wrong way, and not for the reason Berenger suspected. He suddenly turned stiff as he responded to Berengar's question with a rather bitter tone in his voice. I wouldn't know. My father and I aren't exactly on speaking terms, at least not since I married Melissa. You probably know more about his situation than I do. I will be sure to attend the funeral whenever that happens, but until then we will remain without contact. The word funeral made Berenger slightly upset, but he did not reveal it on his face. After all, he had attended 2 funerals since he had retired. His parents and that of his old friend Ludwig. To think that both Eckhart and Gunther were likely to be the next to enter the Reaper's embrace, it truly gave Berenger a foreboding mindset. Upon seeing that he had made the former Kaiser upset, Hendrik bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It was foolish of me to mention such a thing so soon after your own parents have passed. Please forgive me. Despite being old and retired, Berenger still commanded respect and intimidation from his people and his enemies. But he was not the wrathful man he had once been. The only thing that could awake the fury that lay within his ancient heart was an act of malice against his family. Thus, Berenger did not pay any mind to Hendrik's remarks, even if the man himself was practically sweating bullets at the thought of accidentally offending his Kaiser. There is nothing to apologize for, Hendrik. I will be sure to give your father my love when I return to the fatherland. In the meantime, I intend to play some cards while I am here. As for Anuria, I will leave her in the capable of hands of your wife. I am sure they have much to catch up on. With this said, Berenger kissed all of his women on the lips before going off to enjoy the casino. Adela and Henrietta followed him while the others went their separate ways in their own little cliques to enjoy the various means of gambling that a casino as grand as this provided. Naturally, they were all protected by members of the Leibgard to ensure some dumb drunk didn't try anything with them. Thus, while Berenger tried his hand at a game of blackjack, Anuria went off with her old friend and first mate, where the two women spoke for hours about how their lives had been since they first parted ways and about the past they shared together. This vacation would last for 2 whole weeks before Berenger and his women returned back to the fatherland well refreshed from their little getaway. Chapter 1253, Saying Goodbye to an Old Friend. It was roughly 3 years after the death of Berengar's parents that he received a call from an old friend. The mighty Austrian general who was paramount to Berengar's early success in the field of battle and a current king of Prussia, Eckhard von Marienburg, was on his deathbed. Age had finally caught up with the man, and while the Reaper was near, his family gathered by his side. But it was neither his sons nor wives who he wanted to speak to in his final hour, but a man who he had helped build the world's greatest empire. After receiving the call from Eckhard, Berenger took his private jet and flew all the way to Marienburg, where he entered the medieval fortress and found his old friend lying in bed. The years had finally caught up to Eckhard, and he was even older and frailier than that time when he and Berenger were playing a game of chess in the royal gardens. Eckhard was practically skin and bones, and Berenger barely recognized the man. Yet the moment Berenger entered the room, the man chuckled, as weak as a man possibly could, before voicing his thoughts to Berenger, whose hair was now as silver as a fox. You got old? Berenger took one look at Eckhard and gazed at the man with an expression that said, "Look who's talking?" causing them both to break out into laughter. That is until Eckhard began to cough hysterically, which his nurse immediately helped by giving him a sip of water. With this brief exchange, Eckhard finally felt the need to continue the conversation, which he was quick to do so. It's good that you came. I was beginning to worry that you had forgotten about me. Berenger wore a bitter smile as he shook his head before assuring Eckhard that such a thing simply wasn't possible. Forget about my oldest friend? What have you been smoking? This remark caused Eckhard to weakly chuckle once more before returning to his wheezing state. It was difficult even for the man to speak, but he used every ounce of his strength to speak the words that needed to be said. I have a lot of regrets in this life, and there are things I have wanted to say to you for some time now, but never had the courage to do so. Now that I'm a dead man, I feel it is time to confess my thoughts. Berenger sort of suspected this would be the case when he got the call, and thus he had planned to listen to Eckhard's dying words the moment he decided to make the journey to Prussia. He gently grabbed hold of the man's bony hand while reassuring him that no matter what he said, he would understand. I figured as much. Go ahead, Eckhard, I give you the permission to speak freely. It took Eckhard several moments to gather his thoughts before he began to speak of those words he had wanted to say for years. When I look around at how the world has changed, all because of your actions, I am truly astonished. I grew up in an age of knights and feudalism, and within 50 years it has all changed into something I can't even recognize. Truly, you have single-handedly ushered in a new era of peace and prosperity for the German people. And I know I myself have played my small role in it. But I can't help but think back upon what was needed to remake the world into what it is today. How many cities did you bury, along with all of their inhabitants? How many women and children have you slain in pursuit of this goal? I wonder if God will judge me as favorably as our people look upon me. Because all I can think of is the overwhelming amount of death and suffering we have caused to those who are not our own. Entire civilizations have been wiped out because they incurred your wrath for one reason or another. And though their lives were snuffed out by your actions, I know that you would not have been able to do so if I did not help you gain your power over Germany in the first place. Berenger, I must ask you, and I want you to answer me this honestly. Are we the villains in this story of our lives? Berengar's expression was completely stoic. Not a single ounce of emotion could be seen on it. And Eckhard had known Berenger long enough to understand what that meant. He was currently in an internal debate with himself. Finally, after a long and awkward silence, Berenger sighed before wearing a bitter smile before giving voice to his thoughts on the matter. You only did what your lord commanded of you. You are not a villain, my friend. But I am. History will either remember me as the greatest man to ever walk the earth or the most wicked. This is something I have thought about for some time, and it is a cross that I must bear alone. You are not responsible for anything that I have commanded you to do or any that I have done long after I freed you from my service. I alone am to blame for the deaths that have occurred during my conquests. So go forth and face your creator with a heart free of guilt. Tears fell from Eckhard's eyes as he heard these words spoken by his Kaiser. His wheezing intensified as they crashed around him. There was a look of pain and conflict on deep within Eckhard's haggard eyes as he voiced his next thoughts aloud. And? What if God judges me differently? To this, Berenger simply scoffed and shook his head with a conceited smile on his face before saying words that were so arrogant that only the man who had conquered the world could possibly say with a straight face. Then I will march my armies into hell itself to liberate you from such an unjust sentence. Rest easy, Eckhard, for eternal paradise awaits you. Berenger didn't have the heart to tell a man on his deathbed that his religion was a lie and that he would be spirited off to a pagan afterlife based upon the virtues he followed in life. Instead, he could only comfort the man with such an absurd statement. And it worked, because the tears dried from Eckhard's eyes and a wide smile was formed. He then began to cough once more, which lasted only a few seconds before the old man said his final words. Goodbye, my old friend. If you should find yourself forgiven in the eyes of the Lord, I would enjoy meeting you again in paradise. After saying this, the light faded from Eckhard's eyes. And along with it, the old man breathed his last breath. Berenger then stared at the fresh corpse of one of his oldest friends in silence for several seconds before speaking his final thoughts about the matter. Goodbye, Eckhard. After saying this, Berenger stood up from his seat and approached the family of a man who had been among the closest of his friends, where he made a generous offer, one that they were not expecting. You do not need to worry about his burial. The state shall pay for it. Eckhard shall be honored as one of our people's greatest heroes, and I will have a grand monument built in his memory. You have my word. Berenger did not wait for a response after saying this. Instead, he left the castle of Marienburg behind and flew back to his home, where he would remain entirely silent for the next 3 days, not even speaking a word to his many lovers. Chapter 1254, A Grand Funeral. Immediately after Eckhard's death, Berenger began preparations for the man's funeral. He would not spare a single expense in ensuring that the entirety of the German Empire mourned the loss of his greatest friend. Before long, the leaders of the Reich had gathered once more in Kufstein, specifically within its grand cathedral, to mourn the passing of one of its greatest heroes. The sad truth of the matter was that most people paid their respects to Berengar's parents simply because of the fact that they were his parents. Their greatest act in life was raising Berenger to be the world's greatest leader. But Eckhard was different. His actions had changed world history and had deliberately led to the creation of the German Empire. There was a line as long as the eye could see waiting to pay their respects to the general who had been by Berengar's side from the very beginning. A man who was in the eyes of many a military genius, second only to the great Kaiser. Naturally, Berenger himself was at the funeral front and center like he had been for his parents. Once more, Ludolf, now an elderly man himself, had gathered the masses in his cathedral so that he may properly send off a man of great importance to the afterlife. The sermon was brief but was sufficient to honor the dead, where Ludolf then asked those who were particularly close to Eckhard to step forward and speak a few words about them. Unlike his parents, Berenger did not go first this time. Instead, he silently waited as his wives held his hands in a desperate attempt to comfort a man whose friends and relatives were dropping like flies. Eventually, after Eckhard's wives and children each said their words, Adelbrand stepped forward and spoke of the battles he had fought by the man's side, as did the other generals who had served during Eckhard's time. Then the men who had attended his lectures at the academy stepped forward to speak of how great of an instructor he was and how his lessons had saved their lives during the wars that followed his retirement. And finally, after everyone of the note had told their stories, Berenger stepped forward. Like with his parents, there was a completely stoic look on his face as he took the podium to say his final farewell to a man who he had started this long journey with. Eckhard von Marienburg, or Eckhard von Hallstatt as I had known him, was a man who was very influential in my life story. When I met Eckhard, he was nothing more than a beggar knight who had traveled across Austria and ended up in my father's lands in search of little more than wine. In those days, I had just begun to form a militia of peasants who would form what would eventually become the backbone of what is today the German army. In those days, firearms were frowned upon for being crude and ineffective. But my designs were superior, and Eckhard immediately realized their potential. He stepped forward and swore his service not to my father, who was at the time the Baron of Kufstein, but to myself as my sworn knight and protector. But I had no need of a knight because I already knew that my weapons would shortly bring about the end of their age. What I needed was a general, someone who could not only understand the new tactics I was introducing but train those with a mind for strategy in their use. And Eckhard was just this man. By now, most of you have seen the film The Mines of Wildschenau, which has become a classic film in our culture. And indeed, that story is based upon a true story. When I was buried beneath the mines after my brother had betrayed me, it was Eckhard who gathered the militia in the dead of night and marched them to save me. When I was too wounded to effectively lead the defense of the shanty town that had been established within the mine's immediate vicinity, it was Eckhard who commanded the militia to defeat the forces of the rebel lord. From that day forward, Eckhard had gained my trust and my loyalty. He quickly became among my closest confidants and followed my every order to perfection. Together, we overthrew the Habsburgs and united the Kingdom of Austria. And over the years, Eckhard led my forces to victory against all our foes until finally Germany was reunited. Yet Eckhard's story did not end there. After uniting Germany into a single empire, Eckhard asked me to allow him to retire, which I allowed because he had more than earned his peace. Under the condition, however, that he teaches at the War College in Vienna, which he did so marvelously. As you have already witnessed today, it was Eckhard's understanding of what became a new generation of warfare that allowed our officers to become the best in the world. Eckhard may no longer be with us, but his legacy lives on. Not only in the blood of his family but in the minds of those officers who continued to teach at the Vienna War College and all the students who carried his lessons into battle. Without Eckhard, there would be no Germany. Hell, without Eckhard, I would not have lived long enough to accomplish all of my deeds. So, today we mourn the loss of one of Germany's greatest heroes. And pray that his soul may finally find rest in the afterlife. Whatever that may be. After saying this, Berenger stepped down from the podium and rejoined the crowd, where Ludolf began to perform the last rites of the deceased. Then Berenger witnessed Eckhard's coffin be interred on the earth, just as had been done to his parents not too terribly long before. Unlike with his parents' funeral, Berenger did not forget that which followed. Instead, he held a grand feast in Eckhard's honor and announced the construction of the grand monument in the man's memory, for which the Reichstag immediately approved the funds for on the spot. Ultimately, it was decided that this monument not be built in Marienburg, where Eckhard had ruled as King of Prussia, but instead in Hallstatt, the small lake town in Austria where Berenger currently resided. After all, it was the place of Eckhard's birth and where his old family had once ruled as landed knights long ago. Chapter 1255, A Speech to the Reichstag. Having said goodbye to his parents and one of his best friends within just a few short years of one another, Berenger entered a depressed streak, where he sat on the sofa, drank beer, and watched TV. By now, the Reich was advanced beyond the limits of the one he had left behind so many years ago. Things that were only in science fiction before were starting to become a reality. So much so that Berenger was having a hard time adjusting to many of the new things in life. His children with Brynhilde were growing like weeds, while the rest of his children and grandchildren routinely visited Berenger and his wives. If Berenger was being honest, he now longed for his youth in a way he never thought he would. When he was a young man, he was leading armies to triumph over kingdoms and empires. Now he was just an old man sitting on his ass and watching TV. It was almost as if there was no purpose left for him in his life. And he was just living each day, one day at a time, until he finally stepped foot into the grave. Meanwhile, his son sat in the seat of power for the world's largest and most powerful empire, where he continued to oversee the Reich's daily developments. There were many things that needed to be done, but most of them were not Hans' problems. Thus today, the current Kaiser decided to take a day off to visit his old man. Hans stepped foot in the living room and found his father in a depressed state. It was no wonder why his loved ones were beginning to pass away from this world. And while Berenger may know what awaits him in the next life, the idea of living for several more decades without seeing them again was something he did not wish to do. When Hans saw the state his father was in, he knew something had to be done, and thus he approached the old man and dragged him out of his seat, giving him something to do other than just watching TV. "Get up, old man, and get fucking dressed. We're going to Kufstein." Berenger did not know why his son wanted to drag him to the metropolis that he had built and was quick to inquire further about the man's reasoning, albeit in a cantankerous manner. For what purpose? Hans simply sighed before revealing his thoughts on the matter. "I need you to give a speech to the Reichstag about the recent conversion of our people to the pagan religion which is practiced in Iceland. You're the one who started this, so you need to make people aware that it is okay to practice the faith of our ancestors. Even the church will have to back down from their outrage if you come forward and speak up on behalf of the pagans." Berenger could only sigh as he picked up his beer bottle and finished its contents with one giant swig. He then threw the bottle in the trash before climbing the steps of his villa where he prepared himself for a speech. After nearly 30 minutes, Berenger descended the staircase and followed Hans into the nearby car which would take them to Kufstein. By mid-afternoon, Berenger had arrived back in Kufstein for the first time since Eckhard's funeral. He did not have the ability to process just how much it had changed over the years while grieving the loss of his best friend. But now that he took a look around, he realized that Kufstein was a proper modern city. New and sleek skyscrapers had popped up throughout the city which blended with the more traditional architecture that had been built during his reign quite well. The city streets were well maintained and electric vehicles were shockingly common. Something which was only starting to become a thing when he passed away during his previous life. There was even a maglev in the center of the city which sent high-speed trains across the Reich at speeds Berenger previously thought were impossible. These maglev rails were spread across the entirety of the Reich from as far west as Francia to as far east as Rusland. As for the police force, they drove throughout the city in armored vehicles while wearing the most advanced body armor available on the market. They even had powered exoskeleton suits beneath their body armor to enhance their physical abilities. Something which was also being tested in the military at the moment. The citizens continued to dress modestly, and the German Youth Corps was ever present throughout the city doing works of charity and public service while dressed in their signature uniforms which had been slightly modernized as the years passed. While Kufstein had become a very modern city, it did not have any of the problems that were generally associated with such things. Homelessness was virtually non-existent, as was crime, thanks to an ever-present police force and a society which raised its youth correctly. However, if there was one thing that Berenger noticed, which was incredibly different from before, it was that polygamy was not as common as it used to be. Back in the day, one man would be surrounded by multiple women and have plenty of children with each of them as they walked through the streets. Now, there only appeared to be one polygamous couple for every 100 monogamous couple. And they were usually extremely wealthy and good-looking men. After driving through the city and noticing all the changes that existed, Berenger exited his vehicle and was led inside the Reichstag, where he stood at the podium for the first time in many years. Most of the politicians who had been in office during his reign were gone and were replaced with men from the younger generation. Yet, there was still a look of admiration and respect in all of their eyes when they witnessed the great Kaiser of the German Reich enter the Reichstag for the first time in years. Standing by his side was the current Kaiser, who waited for his father to give the speech which he had personally written for the man. Berenger had memorized the speech but had made some mental changes, and thus he spoke with the oration skills he was so renowned for, hoping to captivate the attention of the public as the speech was broadcasted across the world. For those of you who don't remember me, my name is Berenger von Kufstein. It has been many years since I stepped down as Kaiser in favor of my eldest son, Hans. And until now I have never had a need to step forward and speak publicly about matters of state. However, as an educated man, I have been keeping up with the times, which is easier than ever now thanks to the internet. And I have discovered a disturbing trend among the German people that is happening as we speak. Many of the more conservative elements of the German parliament nodded their heads in agreement with Berengar's words, expecting him to speak about how the pagan menace needed to be eradicated. However, they were shocked to hear Berengar's next words. As much as anyone was. I'm talking, of course, about the increasingly hostile behavior towards those Germans who follow the religion of our ancestors. I know there are many of you who may be shocked to hear me voice my support for these pagans. But, in many ways, I look back to the founding of our empire and how the Catholic Church tried so hard to stamp out the German Reformation. The result, of course, was disastrous for the Catholics, whose faith is now a footnote in the history of Europe. I believe that if the Reich continues to oppress these Germans who choose to follow a religion that is native to our culture and our lands, then it will inevitably lead to not only a schism within the church but to civil unrest. Which is why I have decided to come here today and try to convince you all that it does not matter which god a man may worship, only that he has German blood running through his veins. We are one person bound by blood and soil. And because of that, we should not let something as petty as religious beliefs stand between us. So you would do all to remember to respect your fellow Germans. Especially in these times where the teachings of the Bible are becoming less and less certain. That is all that I wanted to say. Thank you all for listening to the ramblings of an old man. After saying this, Berenger stepped down from the stage and returned to his secluded life in the mountains. But his words had single-handedly stopped the hostilities between the German church and the pagan revival. Partially because Berenger was respected as the founder of the German nation, but also because he was considered by the German church to be a living saint, and thus his words held enormous meaning to its followers. Especially after he had compared their current actions to those of the Catholics who were now thoroughly vilified in the history books. Chapter 1256, Space Elevators and Paganism. Hans sat in his office while observing the reports from the German space program. It had been decades since humanity first entered space under Berengar's reign, and since then, the German Empire had made great strides towards colonizing the solar system. With functioning colonies on the Moon and on Mars, humanity had taken its first step towards expanding into the universe that existed beyond the confines of Earth. Luckily, there had been no major disasters in any of the German colonies outside of Earth. Or else the odds of the public being so in support of the aerospace industry would be incredibly low. However, Hans was currently working on another project entirely. One that would allow much easier access to space. With recent advancements in material science, such as the prevalent use of graphene and graphene composite within both the construction industry and the technology industry, it was now possible to make structures that were only a dream in the past. For example, the project that Hans had approved was actually 3 parts. He intended to build space elevators on Earth, the Moon, and Mars, which would not only vastly decrease the time it took to travel between the 3 celestial bodies, but also would allow for much easier transport of materials from Mars and the Moon to Earth. It was estimated to take a minimum of 25 years to build just one space elevator, which would be on Earth, somewhere around New Swabia. But Hans was confident that with enough resources and manpower dedicated to the project, it could be completed much quicker. Of course, the vast wealth of the German Reich and the von Kufstein dynasty were more than enough to cover the costs. After all, the German Reich held most of the Americas and Africa under their control, with control over much of Asia through contractual agreements. Not to mention all the resources they had been extracting in space. The amount of resources that the German Reich had at its disposal was virtually limitless, and because of this, they did not need to import raw materials from other countries, which would cut down on the costs of building these space elevators. While Hans was looking over the expenditure report of their current construction efforts, he received a phone call which, upon glancing at the caller ID, he realized it was from one of his brothers. Hans instantly put the report down and accepted the call, which appeared to be coming from the Nordic Empire, which his younger brother Christopher ruled over. There was a perfectly stoic tone in Hans' voice as he asked the question that immediately appeared in his mind. "What's up, Chris? It must be something important if you're calling me, of all people." While Hans and Christopher were grown men in their 40s, they still had a lot of unresolved issues stemming from their childhood. Specifically regarding the favoritism that their father had always displayed towards Hans. Because of this, they were not particularly close. Perhaps that was for the best, because whenever they did speak with one another, they had a habit of getting into petty disputes. It was so bad that despite both being world leaders of allied nations, Hans and Chris would usually speak to representatives of their counterpart, rather than their actual brothers. For Chris to call Hans so randomly without even giving him a heads up, something serious must have happened. Which Hans was quick to give voice to. "I'd like to ask you for a personal favor, not that you are inclined to give me such respect. But I need you to stop your people from illegally crossing my border. I don't know what is going on, but a bunch of Germans are entering Jutland in a search of something related to the ancient pagan deities that they worship. And they're causing a lot of fucking problems with the local Christians. Denmark is in a state of unrest because of it, and I might have to march my forces down there to deal with it if you don't." Hans sighed heavily as he heard this. Despite the friendly state between the two nations, there was a strong military presence at the border between the German state of Schleswig-Holstein and the Kingdom of Denmark, which was a part of the Nordic Empire. If people were getting past that border wall, then it meant that someone in the military was allowing them to do so. Every now and then, some corrupt asshole would get into a position of power and cause problems. It was simply human nature to abuse authority. Because of this, the German Reich was on a constant crusade to remove corrupt officials from positions in both the government and civilian sectors. Knowing that corruption was rearing its ugly head yet again, Hans could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose in an attempt to calm himself before responding to his brother's claim. "They'll look into it. Thank you for alerting me to this development. I promise that within a fortnight, whoever is responsible for this will be court-martialed and executed. Now, was there anything else you needed, or can I get back to my work?" Christopher sighed heavily, knowing that he and his older half-brother were likely never to get along in this life. And as much as he wanted to end the call with this asshole, there were some family matters he wanted to discuss. "I saw the old man on the TV the other day. How's he doing?" Hans appeared to be rather annoyed by this question and responded with a particularly jaded tone in his voice. "He's fucking old. How do you think he is doing? Knowing what the old man gets up to in his free time, I wouldn't be surprised if he had a heart attack any day now while banging Brynhilde. Do you know that bitch is still popping out with kids? What are they on now? Their 30th child? Or was it their 35th? I can't even fucking remember." Christopher simply scoffed at the notion before speaking his thoughts on the matter. "Well, she's immortal, and you know how our father is. Imagine what Iceland will be like 500 years from now when they all have the blood of literal battle angels running through their veins." There was a clear tone of exhaustion in Hans' voice as he spoke the words that he felt were most relatable at this very moment. "I don't even want to fucking think about that. Jesus, I'm currently dealing with the aftermath of the man's declaration of tolerance towards pagan. The church appears to be backing down, but its more militant elements still want to curb paganism before it takes a permanent hold over the country. I'm meeting with Ludolf tomorrow to ensure that the church ceases its hostilities. But goddamn, you and I both know that the pagan gods are real. It takes all of my resolve not to yell at the Christians and tell them that their religion is a lie, even if it is the basis of our civilization. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if paganism just completely replaced the Christian faith in the Reich." Christopher had a hint of worry in his tone as he spoke about these thoughts regarding this subject. "Well, I certainly hope that isn't the case. Because if that does happen, then the warrior spirit that ended with our father's reign would be reignited in your people. And they would look to wage war against every country so that the entire world is German. And there is nothing that any of us could do to stop it." Hans sighed once more before responding to his brother's fears with an exhausted tone in his voice. "Perhaps the pacifism of Christianity is necessary, or perhaps it will be the death of us all. I really don't care what religion is the most popular as long as my people behave like logical and rational human beings. But the people are still very religious, and because of that, it appears I now must meet with the heads of the church. Well, it has been nice talking to you, little brother. But I need to get back to my work. This damn space elevator isn't going to build itself." Christopher had no idea what a space elevator was, nor did he want to interrupt Hans for much longer. He simply said farewell before hanging up on the man. "Goodbye, Hans, I'm sure we will speak again soon." With that said, Hans sat back and contemplated on the complex issue regarding the revival of paganism among the German population. In the end, he put away that thought for another time and got back to reading the space elevator's expenditure report. Chapter 1257, Saying Goodbye to an Old Ally. Berenger stood in the lands of the Aztec Empire. It had been a lifetime since he had last been to these lands. And currently his son, Quetzalcoatl, was by his side. By now Berenger was in his 70s, and despite looking a decade or two younger, he felt his life quickly coming to an end. He would likely only live to be 80. Perhaps it was the wear and tear he had gone through during his youth on the battlefields, and the damage his body had sustained during his trials to prove his worth to Odin. Or perhaps it was simply the weave of fate. But Berenger knew that he only had a few years left. And while his body had begun to age rapidly, the blessings of the gods having begun to wear off, he wanted to say goodbye to an old ally when he still had the ability to do so. Thus, Berenger had journeyed across the world to the jungles of Mesoamerica, where he found himself once more standing before the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan. Berenger cried out in the loudest voice he could manage to a being that had been forgotten by time itself. His son gazing upon him as if he were suffering from dementia as he did so. Oh, great goddess of Teotihuacan. I have returned at last. Please reveal yourself to me and my progeny. We wish to pay our respects. Quetzalcoatl was educated in Germany, and because of this he had a very secular outlook on religion. Though he personally did not believe the gods of his people really existed, religion was still a driving factor in the Aztec Empire. Thus, he simply scoffed at his father as if the man was finally losing his marbles. That is until a voice appeared, along with a sudden mist. So you have come to say goodbye to this goddess at last? Very well, I will hear your words, Berenger von Kufstein. Once the mist had taken over the decrepit ruins of an ancient civilization, they quickly dispersed to reveal a city that was entirely intact as if it had never collapsed in the first place. The most notable thing, however, was the absence of all life besides from Berenger and his son. Quetzalcoatl was astonished by what had just happened and could hardly believe his eyes. He was just about to make a remark about this when his father urged him to keep up. Come on, boy, I'm an old man. Certainly you should be able to keep up with my pace. Having snapped back to reality after hearing his father's words, the Aztec emperor scurried after his father, who had a hard time climbing the many stony steps which led into the Great Pyramid of Teotihuacan. Once inside, Quetzalcoatl was astonished to see a beautiful Mesoamerican woman sitting on a throne with her elaborate headdress by her side. But perhaps most surprising of all was the fact that Berenger kneeled in front of this woman as if she were his master. Once it became clear that he was supposed to kneel, Quetzalcoatl did the same while listening to his father speak to the supernatural entity sitting in front of him. Oh, great goddess of Teotihuacan. My son and I have come to pay our respects, and I have come to personally say goodbye. There was a melancholic expression on the beautiful goddess's face as she saw what had become of Berenger. The years had rapidly begun to take their effect as the blessing that the mystical pool had once given him wore off. He may look like he was in his 60s, but the goddess knew that within a year, possibly two, he would look his own age, if not worse. Thus, rather than look at his miserable state, she waved her hand and temporarily reversed his age back to the way it was when they had initially met. She then wore a sultry smile as she expressed what she had done. I can only do this much for you, and it will immediately expire the moment you step foot out of my domain. But I definitely prefer the way you were the last time you visited. Berenger looked at his own reflection in a pool of crystal clear water and smiled. He was young again, truly young, not just in appearance. But he felt his body temporarily rejuvenated as it had been when he was still in his 20s all those years ago. Quetzalcoatl was shocked to see his father's youthful appearance and was about to say something when the man effortlessly rose from his kneeling position and thanked the goddess for her temporary boon. To be young again, even if only for a day, is a great gift. I will treasure what few moments I have in this state. I apologize, goddess, I should have made the journey earlier, but I knew that when I did it would be our last time meeting, and I could not bear the thought of leaving you all alone here without having hope of seeing me again. The goddess wore a bitter smile as she gazed upon Berengar's weary expression and shook her head while assuring the man that she was just thankful that he had actually returned to say goodbye. I honestly did not think you would pay someone as insignificant as myself any attention. But I am happy that you have come to say farewell. I can tell by your current state that you have a few years to live at the most. But you have served your purpose in this world and will be granted a reward in the next life that is greater than anything I have ever witnessed a champion receive in the history of this world. Soon enough, you can rest in your own paradise with all your loved ones. Perhaps, if you are willing, I can cross over to that plane and see you again. Berenger did not realize that this was possible until now, and when he heard these words come from the goddess's mouth, he was quick to accept them. I would like that. I would not be alive today if not for you. And I have come to give you my thanks and to say my farewell. When I finally enter the next life, I would not mind spending some time with you. You are, after all, one of my many benefactors. And just so you know, this is my son, Quetzalcoatl. You remember the woman I was here with the last time I visited? She's his mother. And he is the new Aztec emperor. I have brought him here today so that he may understand the reality of this world and perhaps even pay back the favor which I owe you. Quetzalcoatl gazed up at his father in disbelief before asking the question that immediately came to his mind. Father, what are you saying? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before grasping the man's shoulder, where he then asked his son to repay a debt which he owed the great goddess of Teotihuacan. I am asking you to do everything in your power to ensure that your people begin to worship this goddess once more. The gods gain power by the number of worshippers they have, and because of this, she is not long for this world, just as I am. If you can embrace her as a part of your people's religion, she would be able to survive much longer, perhaps indefinitely. What do you say? Are you willing to do this for me? Quetzalcoatl looked at his father and then at the goddess before nodding his head in agreement. Now that he knew the gods really existed, he would do everything he could to earn their favor. And since he had come face to face with this beautiful goddess, he could not help but fall to his knees and worship her on the spot. I, Quetzalcoatl, swear that I will do everything I can to spread the word of you, my goddess, from this day until the end of my days. The great goddess of Teotihuacan wore a sultry smile as she licked her lips before expressing her thoughts aloud. Your son is cute. Do you mind if I play with him a bit? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before responding to the goddess with his answer. Only if he consents. Quetzalcoatl looked up at his father and the great goddess of Teotihuacan, and before realizing that he himself had been de-aged to the point where he was now in his early 20s. Then the goddess stepped forward and grabbed his hand before whispering something seductive in the Aztec emperor's ears. Show your devotion to me. With this said, Quetzalcoatl would follow the great goddess of Teotihuacan to a more private chamber where he would become the second member in Berengar's family to fuck a goddess. Chapter 1258, A Dynastic Sacrifice. Hans sat at his desk while fumbling with a round and golden-colored crystal. It had been years since his father had given him this divine artifact, and during this time he had never truly paid the price which was required to gain its power. After all, he had never felt the need to carve out his own eye and replace it with the Eye of Horus. But recently he had begun to feel quite paranoid, not only about his own personal safety but that of his family. The peace which his father had established had lasted for decades, and though one might think this would bring a wince of calm to the new Kaiser, Hans had grown increasingly anxious as time passed. He had begun to question who was friend and who was foe, to the point where it ate at his mind throughout the night. Knowing that he had the power to confirm someone's true feelings towards him, Hans struggled to come to terms with the price he must pay to be able to wield such power. Currently, there was a scalpel sitting on his desk along with some rubbing alcohol. If he was going to do this, then he would not have it done as a surgical procedure, which he could very well do. No, that defeated the purpose of the sacrifice that must be paid. Instead, Hans intended to follow the same path as his father, who had earned this great power by shedding his own flesh. Thus, after careful consideration and a bit of liquid courage, Hans grabbed hold of the scalpel and dipped it in the rubbing alcohol, ensuring that it was sterilized before slowly but surely beginning to cut out his right eye. The pain was unbearable, and at several times Hans thought that he was going to die, but in the end, a severed eyeball fell to the floor, surrounded by a pool of blood. Once he had done this, it was only a matter of shoving the glowing gem into his empty eye socket, which he was quick to do. In a matter of seconds, the damage that had been done to Hans' eye was repaired, and along with it was a shimmering golden eye, one which paired well with his other sapphire iris. Once he had fully regained his sight, Hans looked into the mirror to inspect his appearance. The man was practically 50, and his signature strawberry blonde hair, which he had inherited from his mother, had begun to gray. Yet he was still an incredibly handsome man, much like his father. Thus he smiled at his appearance. Until, however, he heard a voice in his head. "Oh, has Berenger passed on already? Odd, why was I not invited to the celebration?" Hans quickly looked around to see where the voice was coming from and confirmed he was all alone. He simply sighed and looked at the mess he had created before commenting on his own delusion. "I must have scrambled my brains." However, the same voice repeated itself with a rather conceited tone. "On the contrary, you are a perfectly sane mortal. I was once the guardian of this artifact, and I have left behind a little remnant of my soul to ensure that it passed on to a worthy successor. Tell me, what is your relation to Berenger?" Although Hans still believed he was suffering from a delusion, he decided to entertain the voice in his head for whatever reason and quickly spoke about his lineage. "I am Berengar's eldest son, Hans von Kufstein. How do you know my father?" The voice responded back to Hans with a bit of a petty tone in his voice, almost as if he was angry with Berenger about something. "You are Berengar's eldest son? Not was? Am I to believe that he is still alive? And yet he has already removed the Eye of Horus to pass on to you? Figures he would do something like that. Well, I suppose it is a good thing he still draws breath, because I would have had to have words with that bastard Odin about not inviting me to the celebration." Berenger had seldom mentioned the gods to Hans or how he had obtained what he called the Eye of Horus. Thus, Hans had no idea who he was speaking to or if this was even reality. But he was quick to inquire about the identity of the supernatural being. "Who are you? You haven't answered my question." The voice seemed to snap back to reality as if it were thinking about something before responding to Hans' question. "I am Anubis, the Egyptian god of the underworld. And I met your father many years ago when he entered my domain to claim the Eye of Horus as his own. Your father succeeded where many had perished. And by right, this artifact belongs to him. But if he has chosen to pass it on to you, his heir, I see no reason to withhold its powers from you. You have paid the price to obtain its power. Though I must warn you, due to your father's influence over Egypt and Sudan, my powers and those of my peers are quickly being restored, and because of that the Eye of Horus will now be more powerful than it was in your father's possession. It might even drive you to madness. Knowing the risks, do you still wish to obtain its power?" Hans did not even hesitate to answer this question. Immediately after Anubis had asked, he responded with confirmation of his will. "Yes? I need to know who is loyalty to me and who is plotting against me." There was almost a sound of satisfaction in Anubis' voice as he responded to Hans' words. "A wise choice. I look forward to what you do with this power. Or if it truly will drive you to madness. You have my blessing for what that is worth. And good luck in your future endeavors." After saying this, Hans' vision flashed into a bright golden light and he was knocked unconscious by the supernatural power. He did not awake for nearly 2 weeks, but when he did, he could not only see past people's facades and sense their auras, but he could even get a measure of their thoughts, granting him the ability to know with absolute certainty who planned to harm him and how they planned to do it. And thus, the heirs to the German throne would forever have the power to prevent any plots and schemes which sought to undermine their rule or bring harm to the von Kufstein dynasty. As for how Hans spoke about his golden eye which had seemingly come out of nowhere, he did not. In fact, he immediately concealed it with colored contacts. As far as the world was aware, he was the same as he had always been. Chapter 1259, One Last Chance to Shine. Today was not your average day. At least not for Berenger and his wife, Adela. Since his retirement, which by now had nearly been 15 years ago, Berenger spent most of his days with his wives secluded away in a small mountain town. But today he and Adela were visiting Kufstein, more specifically the Reichstag. Why was this the case? Well, not because Berenger was giving another speech, but rather because Kaiser Hans von Kufstein was handing out an award. Not to his father, but to his wife, Adela. All the nation's greatest figureheads had gathered in Kufstein for this occasion. Currently, Berenger and Adela were sitting in the front row while they watched Hans give a speech to the entire audience. Naturally, the event was televised, and because of this, Hans made sure he looked his best for the cameras. Hans spoke with an authoritative tone in his voice as he wore a proud smile on his face while declaring the award he was giving to a woman who had been like a second mother to him. Today is a great day for the German Reich as we honor a woman who has spent a lifetime advancing the arts and culture within our great nation. Kaiser and Adela von Kufstein has long since been a patron of the arts, and many skilled artists have risen to prominence specifically due to her efforts to guide them. And today, I, Kaiser Hans von Kufstein, would like to give her the Imperial Order of Arts and Science so that her efforts may be properly rewarded. Adela, would you please come up here? Adela was now an old woman in her early 70s. And yet, due to the power of the mystical pool as well as modern anti-aging technology, she did not look a day over 60 as she stepped forward and wore a gracious smile. After waving to the crowd, which cheered for her as if she were a rock star, Hans placed the medal around her neck and shook her hand, while whispering something to her that only the two of them could hear. It is very much deserved. Without you, the Reich would only be a nation of war, while our culture would still be left in the feudal age. Thank you for everything you have done. Mother. Throughout his entire life, Hans has stubbornly refused to call any of Berengar's other women by the term mother. But today he had done so specifically to show the respect which he had for Adela. This caused Adela to blush slightly as she wrapped her arms around Hans and gave him a proper hug. Once she had done so, she smiled and waved to the cameras, knowing fully well that this was perhaps her last chance to shine in the public. Adela then took the podium and gave a speech which she had prepared for this moment after first being made aware that she would receive such a prestigious medal. I don't know what to say. When I first approached my husband and pleaded with him to sponsor artists across his territory, the world was a very different place back then. Noble families such as ours owned all the land while the common man plowed the fields just so he would receive a small portion of his hard work. Today, the common man is able to pursue any career which their hearts desire. Especially those artists who would have struggled to survive back in those days are now able to study at acclaimed universities to learn the skills and techniques they need to be successful. Not only that, but they can also use the internet to learn these same techniques for free. It is a wonderful time that we live in, and I am glad to see that all my efforts over these many years have not gone to waste. I want to thank my husband, Berenger von Kufstein, for helping me pursue my dreams and for being the largest sponsor of artists across the German Reich. I would also like to thank every artist, no matter what field they specialize in, for all their hard work and creativity that has allowed the German Reich to become the center of the world's culture. And lastly, I would like to thank Kaiser Hans von Kufstein for recognizing my efforts and rewarding me for them in such a prestigious manner. Thank you all, and God bless. After saying this, Adela descended from the stage and sat next to Berenger once more, who wore a proud smile on his face as he held onto the woman's hand before expressing his thoughts aloud in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear. I am so proud of you, Adela. You truly deserve this award, perhaps more so than anyone. I love you. Adela smiled when she heard these words before hugging her husband. She then whispered the words back to him that he had just spoken to her. I love you, too. The awards ceremony would go on for a bit longer as a bunch of artists who Adela had aided in their efforts came forward to thank the woman for all which she had done. Nearly every major artist in the Reich who was still alive, whether they were a painter, a sculptor, an animator, a musician, etc., had attended this event, and they all had nothing but praise for the woman who had made their dreams come true. After everyone had said their thanks and expressed their appreciation towards Adela, she and Berenger returned to their home, where the two of them would enjoy some time alone together, before they eventually fell asleep in each other's arms. As much as Adela enjoyed the recognition and praise she received today for a lifetime of effort, she also felt a little sad because she knew that today would most certainly be her last chance to shine in the spotlight. Still, as long as she could be with Berenger here in this lakeside villa, then she did not really care too much about fame or fortune. All she had ever cared about was Berenger and the family they created together. And thus, today was ultimately a fitting end to her story. Chapter 1260, and so our story begins, the end. As the years went by, Berengar's health began to fade. Until finally, at the age of 80, the Reaper had kept a constant watch. At the moment, Berenger was laying in a bed within the royal palace of Kufstein, which he had been transported to so that the von Kufstein dynasty's personal doctors and nurses could look after him in his twilight hour. Berenger was surrounded by his wives, lovers, children, grandchildren, and even a few great-grandchildren, all of which had forlorn faces as they said goodbye to the man who had built their house from the ground up. Despite the fact that he knew his time was coming to an end, there was no pain on Berengar's face. Rather, there was nothing but bliss. To be surrounded by his loved ones in the hour of his death. After a lifetime of accomplishments that no man had ever matched before, nor any man would ever compare to in the future. It was truly a fitting end for the great Kaiser of the German Reich. Currently, Berengar's hands were grasped by each of his women. All of which were nearly as old as himself, yet were much livelier. Linda was in tears as she witnessed the man she had loved more than anything for almost her entire life slowly slip away into the afterlife. This caused Berenger to grip her hand firmly as he used all his strength to shake his head. Do not cry, my love. I am going to a better place, a realm where I will be eternally young. And soon enough you all will join me. I have loved you since the night we were first together. And I always will. This did not stop the tears that Linda had, or any of his other women, for that matter. The next to hug him desperately was Adela, who begged her husband to stay with her in this life until the day the Reaper finally took her away. Please, don't leave me here all alone. Berenger, I love you. Berenger mustered all the strength in his body to stroke the woman's silky hair one last time before assuring her everything would be all right. I will await for you in the afterlife. Adela, if there is one regret I have in this life, it is how poorly I treated you. You deserve better. But I promise to make it up to you when we reunite. This only caused Adela to cry even more as she hugged Berenger tightly, fearing that if she were to let go, then he would leave her forever. After Adela had said her farewell, Honoria was next. The Byzantine princess was just as heartbroken as two of her oldest rivals. She kissed Berengar's wrinkly forehead and assured him that she would be joining him soon enough. Berenger, my love, do not fret. I am sure that Linda and I will join you soon enough. Besides, you will have Brynhilde to keep you company until we meet again. Berenger simply smiled in response to this and nodded his head in understanding of Honoria's words. Where Yasmin then grasped hold of his head and clung to it to her bosom one last time, all the while saying her personal farewell. Husband, you have always been my one and only love. I promise we will meet again soon enough. Until then, be strong and know that I love you more than anything. Henrietta was next, and her goodbye was perhaps the most heartbreaking of them all. Big brother, please don't leave me here without you. I have always been by your side, and I don't know what I will do once you are gone. Please don't go. Berenger weakly reached out his hand and grasped his little sister's, where he commented about their complex relationship, one that never should have happened. Henrietta, my dear, you have always been and will always be my beloved little sister. But I am afraid I won't be able to protect you any longer. At least not until we meet again. To be a good girl until that day, won't you? Henrietta was crying profusely as she nodded her head while promising her elder brother and lover that she would remain, as he said, a good girl. I promise, big brother, I promise you I will behave. One by one, Berengar's lovers and children stepped forward to say their farewells. Until finally, only his sons, specifically those who were monarchs, remained. Berenger gazed upon the boys he had raised to rule the world in his stead and spoke of his pride towards them. My sons, the kings of this world. I gaze upon you and all that you have accomplished and can only voice my pride in what you have become. However, soon I will no longer be in this world to guide you the way I have always strived. So allow me to give you this one final piece of advice. No matter what petty disputes you may have in this life, remember your bond as brothers. Nothing is more important than our family, and you should raise your children to believe this as well. So long as a von Kufstein sits on the world's major thrones and you remember that you are of my dynasty, then I truly believe some semblance of peace can be obtained throughout the world. Hans, I am entrusting the empire which I have built into your capable hands. Remember my final words, always. With this said, Berenger closed his eyes and breathed his last breath, exiting the world of the living once and for all. Though all the women in the room cried their eyes out, the men remained completely stoic, as their father would have wanted them to. Berenger awoke in a grassy meadow with the sun shining upon his face. It was so bright that he found it to be troublesome. And as he opened his eyes, he gazed upon the massive memories which belonged to his wife, Brynhilde. There was a warm and gentle smile on the woman's face as she stroked her lover's golden hair. Good morning, sleepyhead, how did you sleep? Berenger was immediately confused about where he was or what had happened, and he instantly rose to his feet. So quickly, I might add, that he felt as if he were 50 years younger than when he had gone asleep. Confused about everything that had happened, he looked around to see a large and peaceful plain where animals frolicked and trees grew to monumental heights. Not knowing where he was or how he had gotten here, Berenger was quick to ask the gorgeous Valkyrie what had happened. Where am I? Where are the others? What has happened? There was a warm and gentle tone in Brynhilde's voice as she stood up and held her lover's hand, while explaining to him what this world was and where he had gone to. This is your own personal afterlife. The one that the All-Fathers promised to you so many years ago. Do not worry about your family. Though they grieve for your loss, your wives and lovers will be joining you shortly. Until then, I suggest we get started. After all, it would be pretty embarrassing if they were to arrive and witness the sorry state of this world. Berenger took another glance around him before asking the question that immediately came to his mind. Get started? On what? There's nothing here. It was only now that Berenger caught his reflection in Brynhilde's ice-blue eyes and realized that he was a young man again. The way he was when he first was transmigrated into his second life. Bewildered by this state, he was about to ask another question when his lover answered his previous one. Exactly. There's nothing here. This is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? A place you and your family can call your own, one which you can build to fit your greatest desires? It is a new life, an eternal life. And everything that your eyes gaze upon is yours by right. You are free to do with this world as you wish. Upon realizing that this afterlife was completely devoid of any civilization or structures and was essentially a sandbox which Berenger could shape to his liking, the man chuckled as he shook his head. He took one look upon the vast and fertile world that was now his own before expressing his thoughts aloud in a tone that was filled with both bitterness and excitement. And so our story begins. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.